booting it up. So far, so good. Boot up the Rumble side. So far, so good. Well, I'm glad I rebooted before I started. I rebooted yesterday. I got a new monitor. The monitor on this side now is my new one. It's shitty. It's all washed out and it's a shitty monitor, but it was 110 bucks. It's I'm not going to use it for gaming or anything like that. But I mean, the black levels are horrible. Like it is, but it works. Got no artifacts, and so now on this monitor over here, I've got the stream set up. I'm still going to pause it because I don't need it playing my stream that I'm doing at the moment. But I'll be able to like flip over to the Rumble side and kind of see how that's going because it's nice to have another monitor basically. Welcome back everybody to this is a part 6, I think.
Yep.
I think it's part 6.
Yep.
Stream 6,
There's
part
7
6,
videos,
whatever. Where we are working our way towards a crazy goal. And the base progress that we've done a bit of research. As you can see, we've just sort of been grinding out productivity on all sorts of things and stuff. And yeah, it is it's making progress. We're slowly and inexorably like grinding away at this. One thing that would help is if our research actually boosted. I think we've done 2 researches or 2 streams now with this roughly, or no, what didn't we, the biolabs, did we set these up last time or was this the second stream? Yeah. So
It was last time.
we're at about 280 science a minute, and that's good. I think we started at like way less. I don't even know what, like maybe 60, 50, 30, something like that. I know we had we started with 10 labs at one each, so that would have been just pathetically bad. But I can upgrade these with modules, and we can get a boost. Now, upgrading these with modules right now would give us a boost to research, but we wouldn't be able to supply that much research, right? So you kind of have a trade-off. You can get a lot of research done pretty fast, but you're going to need to pause. You're going to be able to do a whole bunch of research and then stop for like a day while all of your research builds back up again. Or you can increase the production of your research and hope that it's enough. So I have a upgrade planner here that installs modules in all sorts of things. And the way you do this is you select the thing, right? Cryogenic plant. And then you select the cryogenic plant again, and you just set module slots. And then you say, okay, I want efficiency, and then I want speed, all the speed, right? Then you hit OK, and then when you upgrade over a cryogenic plant, it will upgrade with those modules. And then I have another one called module remover, right? That takes any of the modules of any quality, and it removes them. The empty module slot is sort of a dummy ethereal thing that they added to do just this. It's just to remove modules. And I've got these upgrade planners like in my game blueprints, and I shared them with the game blueprints because they're just easy. Once you set them up once, you can use them game after game after game. So it's great. The only thing you'd have to do is if you have a game that has custom modules, you'd have to update with the other module types. But anyway, so I have in here the module placer, I have in the beacons, I have, again, three efficiencies and 5 speed. So if we just blanket all of these, they go. I had a few on me, so it used those first. But now all of those are set, and our research is going to roughly 10x. It's not going to quite 10x, but it's close. Very, very close. And of course, this uses way more science pack. It uses, if you look at these things have a base drain of 50%. So if you look at your science per minute, you cut it down by 2, that's how many science packs you're roughly using per minute. Which is a lot. This will top out right, I think about 2380 or something like that. I think this is where this roughly tops. But that's quite a bit of science per minute. And as an example of bigger production, I've upgraded one of our science production areas to try to come close to what this is demanding. And so I've redone purples, because these are the most pain in the ass of all of them. So I've redone purples. I've got so much more going on up here. And again, we're going to upgrade the beacons, right? All the manufacturers are already upgraded. So putting those in there and then those in there, now we can look at this and say, oh, how many we're producing? We're producing 30 a second, which is 1,800 a minute. Right? That is over what we needed. Right? So this, at 2380 science per minute, divide that by 2, you're at, what's half of 380? Let's see, half of 300 is 150, 190. So 1,190 science per minute. We're producing 1,800 here. So this is actually enough production. Now, this thing consumes 307.5 steel per second. Okay, I've got a little bit of a detriment here of, it looks like I've got a tiny net loss of electric furnace, so I might have to beef that up a little bit. But I beefed up steel by a lot. And the other thing I've had to do, everybody, is I've had to research more stacks on belts. So if we look at your average belt now, you can see there's 80 things on it, which means each one of the stacks, even though you don't see it visually because they can't render that many sprites, because it is rendering the sprite multiple times, right? It's not a single sprite that looks like a stack. It's literally four sprites stacked on one. So it just becomes too much. So there is a limit on how many they render on belt. Ooh, yeah, that's a spicy attack. Look at that.
I was thinking of putting mines down on here. Do you think that'd be feasible?
Well, we're gonna very soon go introduce ourselves. So
fair enough.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, these stacks. So the stacks now, each stack of items is 10 items. And so a straight belt can hold 80 items. So we are getting 10 times the amount of throughput on our belt than default. So I did that because of this one setup is using over 300 per second steel. Well, now this steel belt can supply 600 steel per second, right? Because you look at 60 items per second. Well, those are the single items. And stacked is now 600 per second for this one belt. Now, the advanced belts mod that I updated, that adds the top tier belt on that does, I believe, 150 per second, which is near the top of what you want to do. Any more than that, you're going to run into weird belt shenanigans like gaps, and it's just not going to function very well. So 150 is near the top of what you want to do. But if you think about that, 150, and then you multiply that by 10, now you're looking at 1,500 items per second able to move on a belt. That is unbelievably fast. And that's using vanilla mechanics. There's no like belt boxing. There's no shenanigans with that we had to use last time. Because last time, in our 100,000 science Uber production, we had belt boxes and stuff everywhere. Every resource was getting stacked. Everything around was getting stacked. So not needing any of that infrastructure anymore is, I think, going to help performance. And then other little minor things, I'm very proud of this build. I redid the science crafting on Gleba to this lovely unit here. This thing, it looks complex, and it's kind of complex. I'm not gonna lie. This is a high level build that, you know, I finally achieved after nearly 3,000 hours in this game. But this thing is a regulated, controlled setup that, yeah, it works really well. It does. It works really well. And it's got a few circuits on here. I could sit and talk it through. If anybody wants to know how this works, you know, just ask and I can step through it. But I'm not gonna just walk through all of this unless somebody's interested. So either today or when this VOD goes live, if you're curious about how this works, then I'll walk through it in the next stream. But yeah, it's easy on the surface, but it took a few iterations. It took me about 2 hours to get this thing finalized. And even then, I added something after the fact. These inserters up here are on a timer because I was, you know, this setup in between researching, the setup would sit so long that I'd have eggs. These eggs that are being refrigerated, these eggs would actually hatch. So I have a little thing up here that every 10 minutes it pulls 1 or 2 cycles out, causing it to have to craft, causing the eggs to have to craft, and it sort of resets all the freshness. So the refrigerator mod still needed a little bit of help to make sure that it didn't sit idle too long. Because if I'm doing a whole bunch of research that doesn't involve ag science, it's just not being used. Now I could put another one of those research combinators down on Gleba and detect if ag science is even being needed. And if it's not needed, don't craft it. Just shut the whole system down. I was tempted to do that. I didn't because, you know, it is what it is. But it's definitely something that you could do. Okay. Today is all about quality. The quality grind in the base game is a grind. It is rough. I, however, Don't have that much time. I want to make progress, and I don't want to have to go through tens of hours of quality grind just for a trickle of like high quality. I don't think that's fun. So what I do, or what we're gonna try to do with the grinder up here, which will be expanded, and I've got some prototypes here. We can go over this in a second. I basically have the reverse factory in the mod in here. And the way I have it configured, because the author of this mod is glorious, and he added a whole bunch of configuration options. So I have it configured that it gives you 100% back what the recipe took. So it gives you 100% back. It's a perfect recycle. But you cannot use productivity in it. You cannot boost with productivity. You can, however, put quality in. So when it does recycle, you have a chance of getting higher quality stuff on that recycle, depending on your modules. So we have quality modules in here. I've got a few of them made to get us started today. And at legendary tier, these are 25% effective. So 4 of these is 100% chance that the higher quality trigger. 100% chance. So what we want to do is we're going to grind these to legendary and then make a parameterized blueprint set to then start quality grinding all the things. Because I want inserters, grabby hands, thrusters, just all the things. Chemical plants, this is why this is all parameterized, and I'll cover that in a second. But what we're going to do is we're going to take these, right, and there's going to be a chance. I'm going to put a bunch of these in here. I'm going to put a bunch of these in here. Because we have all the way to legendary already researched. I wanted to make sure we were prepared today. So I researched legendary tier. Which, is not bad to research. Once you have the science, it goes pretty fast. Mythic tier, however, that's going to be a doozy. That's 1,000,000 science. I made it. This is a customized mythic quality that I did. I made it 1,000,000 science because I wanted it expensive. It's a phenomenal upgrade from legendary. Like, it's very worth the upgrade. So what we want to do is we want to try to quality grind a few of these, and what I need to do as a temporary measure, right, is I need to output common. Right? I need to output common because
you're not guaranteed.
I'm not guaranteed. It's gonna be a roughly 60%. Yeah, 60% chance. Still a high chance, but it's not quite 100%. And the other mod I have on here allows you to alter modules. Modules rework, it's called, and it allows you in the mod settings just control over everything about the modules. And so I've removed the quality hit on speed, right? So you can still speed and you still get the quality. So that alone, is a thing. So what we're gonna do is if I put some in there and I put some in here. And we're gonna go for legend. Yeah, we got some crappy ones, which is fine.
Oh,
there's a legendary.
And we have someone in chat. Hello.
Wim, how's it going? Yes, Factorio is, it's like a, let's turn that off for a second. Put those in there. And do this. And see, now we get a guaranteed, right? We get a guaranteed quality boost. And I don't know, I don't think this has ever failed. The quality boost here. I've done many grinders and inserted many things like this, and I don't think I've ever seen it fail. So, and yes, I'm going to put them in the legendary thing itself, because eventually we're going to go mythic. Which I think has a, yeah, it does. Okay. So now I need a few more, and I think there's a few more in here that I can grab. So we're gonna put 6 in. Now remember, these electromagnetic plants have a built-in productivity. So the modules, oops, I didn't want to put those in. I wanted to put these in. There we go. So, you know, just by recycling these, you're going to get more out of it than you put into it. Right? So we're going to get quite a few legendaries out of it. I'm seeing legendaries. Okay, we have a design problem.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why yeah, last night before the crash, I proposed a redesign to where it outputs them all onto the belt, and then you filter not inserting
Yeah.
the highest quality over here.
I'm starting to see the wisdom in that. Because yeah, it is recycling. Because this thing is producing legendary quality, right? Because we're getting 100% chance to have an increase in quality from this one to this one. Because I saw legendaries going by, and I'm like, why is that happening? These are not going at all. I mean, we're getting a productivity boost again. we're basically getting double of what that is doing. So, so yeah, okay. Yeah, I am thinking we may want something.
I'll do a mock-up.
Yeah, these produce really slow. I still want the master circuit for quality, well, if possible, to set the quality of the target. Or doesn't the selector have... Doesn't it have, like, the highest quality possible? Isn't that a thing?
Oh, the selector combinator? I don't know.
Quality filter... Quality transfer. Select. Maybe not. I could have... more. Outputs all input signals that pass the quality filter. I don't think there's... Yeah. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I mean, the recycler will just recycle it, and it'll just get recrafted into legendary, which then will stop. So it's not a huge loss. And you just get more of it because of the productivity, I guess. But yeah, I had all these set up, and I didn't even think that this would do that. And then we can.
Yeah, this won't work because you would have to do the filter. And
Well, yeah,
with that signal that won't work. You'd have to use the
the
quality transfer selector.
Yeah, the constant that you had was the product being made, if I remember right.
Yep.
Then you had
then,
a selector, which I used to have in my inventory, but I don't anymore. Yeah, there you go, selector. And then if we just mock up, well, you already have that selector. But you had a different. Let's disconnect those. You had. Let's see if you had inequality, but then you had a quality on the. See, this is where the crash happens. Is depending on what you select on the selector combinator, it could hard crash the server. So I'm just trying to be careful. So this, if we wire this in with that,
set filter blacklist. There.
okay. Okay, so that works. And where we need a limit maybe on there. And this can be a, well, here's my stack, right? So there's my stack. And then we can wire this inserter to there and say when everything is less than stack symbol. Because the stack symbol, oh, we need that still wired in. Right? So this will only insert when this chest is under whatever stack. Now, it will automatically recycle. So there's no limit on recycling. So as long as there's, 100 things in there should be the quality that you want, because it will constantly be recycling the lower stuff and bringing in. And so if the top belt has got some extra gubbins on it, that I don't care about that, right? It'll be a buffer of various qualities of shit that we don't care about. But yeah, having, so okay, the target symbol, the target signal, what is setting that in the like, are you setting that, or is that getting the signal in?
You got to set that manually. Target signal, yeah.
Okay. So,
and I'm rewiring this because there was a little glitch in your setup.
Of course, there's always.
So that one's not needed. Oh. No, we can't. we don't want to merge the constant combinators.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking you'd want to do that because everything. I mean, we can change the everything, but it's not gonna like having multiple qualities and stuff. So
Yeah.
it still needs to be wired. Okay, you got it.
Because when you were using the red wire, if you propagated that to multiple things, it would multiply the.
Yeah. Okay, so the stack is set. I mean, we could even make that over here to sort of separate a
Yeah, it
little
looks
bit.
a little better that way.
So the product, when you parameterize something, you set the product, and that could be the parameter of the signal output, which is. Do you even need to set the target like this?
Yes.
This constant, you really need to set that?
Yep, it seems silly, but you need it.
Okay. See how it is.
Because if we set
couldn't
that
you-
to 0, and you can see the filter's gone now.
Yeah, I noticed why is the filter?
Because I set it to 0. There.
Oh.
Now I set it back to 1, and now it works again. Yep, that took a long time to figure out. I was beating my head against the wall one time quite a while ago, trying to figure out why it was not working. And well, you need the signal. Not only do you need the signal, you actually need the signal at the quality that you're selecting in the target signal. So like the target signal, you could change that to be uncommon quality, which I don't know why you'd want to, because it's going to be set to the source signal, but you can.
Okay. Okay. Let's take all of these. Put them here. Those don't need it. Here. Okay. Now, let's test this out on another batch. Grab 7. And we're gonna. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna remove Mythic out. No reason to recycle it. Oh no, we do. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
It's only 500. I'll get it to
I know.
5,000.
I hit a 0, but when I clicked the box, I accidentally highlighted a 0. So when I hit the 0, I was just replacing a 0 with a 0 because my fingers don't like me anymore, and they do shit like that all the time. Okay, so I have another set of these as a test case, and they're in my inventory. So there they are. So if I put them in here, buzz, 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 we get the guaranteed increase. There's a 2 quality jump. There's another 2 quality. So this quality jumps it, and then this quality jumps it, which is why you go from uncommon to epics. And then there was a legendary. So the epic made legendary, and now we're not recycling. Excellent. So can you translate those gubbins to this one?
Apparently, I have like nothing in my inventory. So never.
Are you just? Oh, I thought you were gonna actually
Yeah.
edit this, which is why I put all the fucking modules
Oh, well, yeah, I can do it that way too.
in. I don't want 6 copies of the same thing rolling around the base. Okay, so this one we can remove because this is no longer the thing we're going with. Let's just. I want to leave that in there. We want to. Well, this has changed to any legendary. That, and we'll have to get it on. I did a setup on Vulcanus. There it is. Look at that. It's centered right there. So this here is. I built it way like. I had to build it between a no man's zone between 2 logistics coverages because I didn't want any of the chests to actually trigger, which I'm glad I did because we're gonna have to change that setup. Uh-oh. This is not touching. Yeah, see this beacon has to touch.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, yeah, there you go. That'll work.
We can move these down.
Yeah. We're just gonna have to.
And we can squish it by 1. I just was trying to be cheeky.
Yeah.
Right, you can squeeze it in like this. Which then you take the next one, squeeze it over. Take the next one, squeeze it over. And then this one you don't have to split her at all because really sure. Yeah. And then this will go right there. That can encapsulate all of that.
Oops.
There we go. Now we just need the other circuits.
Yep.
Okay. And this we want. Yeah, we want to change this. We're going to remove the low level, right? The common version doesn't get requested because that's coming in here as a slow trickle of new that we need to come in. So yeah, the requester doesn't have the base. The one next to it does. And so these need to be sent to the right product. Is that that would be all sorts of bad if if you didn't set those. So yeah, I can do the rest of these.
We probably want to change the requester chest to be 50 for the inserters, so that it's stack size 1. And so
Right. I was planning on doing a stack size divided by 2.
yeah, but if it's a stack size of 1, it would be 0 then.
Oh, right.
Those are rare, but they happen.
Yeah, mostly weapons.
Yeah. Alternatively, we could just, change those.
Good. Just shuffle these over. I'm so glad you can click and drag those now.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Was frustrating.
Okay. So this boost that speed up. These don't have any that. All right. I think that's good. So we test it. Do we want to test it? All right. Let's take 25. We're gonna put 25 in there, and
We could actually, in this blueprint, we could replace one of these energies with speed, I think, for the beacons. Yeah. Okay, so it consumes a little bit more power now, but it has
yeah,
a
these
refresh speed.
craft times though are 0.5 seconds. These do not need to be
That's
sped up. Maybe some like modules need like the modules would benefit from that, but these things are so incredibly fast. Look at that. 25 out. We put 25 in, we got 25 out. So that's kind of what I was going for. So this is going to be incredibly fast. And so let's grab a whole 50. Yeah, look at these babies. These inserters are so funny. Whoa! Just, now you see the stack in the hand. I have that limited to 10 as well. So you can research more and more and more. Like you could research it so the belts are stacked with 50 if you wanted. But the inserters will only show 10 in their hand, and that's a configurable. You can set that flag, but I would highly recommend you not do it over 10. Keep it under 10. But yeah, there's another 50 bulk inserters. So the way that I designed this Uber production was the stuff that you can't, like, obviously electromagnetic plants have a built-in productivity, which I can't really do anything about. The regular assembly machines, these, right, you put whatever you put in, you're gonna get out the quality. Right? You just got to go through the cycle a few times to do it. So I did it that way because I want to rely on my base to craft the commons and draw those and then upcraft into the quality that I want. And then this thing dictates the quality. Like this is like once we research Mythic, I'll have 1 point to change to Mythic. And then everything that we connect to it, all of the grinders will all then take all the legendaries they have and immediately grind them up to Mythic. It'll just be, I'll be a happy camper because it'll be like, oh, thank God. Okay, so I think we're ready, possibly, maybe, to parameterize it. So let's do I want to do one of these or both of these. I'll do both of these in parameters, and we can look at this process because this process took me a while to understand. Okay, so we're gonna take blueprint and we're gonna select the whole enchilada. Okay, so now we have this, and we say this is going to be grinder. This is going to be assemble grinder mythic. Right, it'll go up to a mythic tier because that's a mod. So I want to just like, hey, goes up to mythic. And then what you want to do is you want to parameterize it, right? And let's reorder these, right? So this is the craft. Filter in. We want to figure out where's the parameter for the crafting recipe.
As soon as you replace the inserter, it'll trickle down because that is the crafting recipe.
Oh yeah, 5 recipes. So we're gonna put this at the top, and this is gonna be a parameter. So that's gonna be the thing that we're crafting, essentially. Now we want 100. This is the stack size. So this parameter, variable. We don't need that. I don't think.
Nope.
No, we don't need that. So this is going to be like how many to keep in stock. So this formula, right, gives you a math expression to express it. So we want stack size of parameter n. So P capital N underscore S.
P0 actually, rather than n.
Oh, they changed it on P0.
It might give you an error, but I think it's okay.
Unknown variable times 2. Yeah, it says unknown variable.
Yeah, I think it works still. I've done a parameter or two since. I mean, you can try PN if you want. That's just to select the different ones. You know, if you've got 4 or 5 different parameters, you have to know which one you're looking at.
Stack size of parameter n. I'm going to leave it as PN and see what happens. I don't want to redo this, but I might have to. Okay, so this one, filter in their signal one.
The one can stay the same.
The one can stay the same. Okay, that's fine. Request 50. Okay, so this is parameter formula. Again, this is going to be PNS stack size. One stack of whatever the parameter is. This signal, 100 of stack, we're going to have. Well, the signal itself isn't going to change. So the signal, it doesn't.
Yes,
that's going to be a parameter. So the 5,000. This is the request of all of the other lower qualities. So rather than be 5,000, I'm going to do PNS times 48. That's exactly how many fit in that chest, 48 stacks. So it's just different. I could just not change it and it would be always, but then it would try to request, 5,000 artillery shells, and it would be like, oh shit, we can't. Not that many would fit in there, so just 48 stacks of whatever it is, and then the value of the signal that doesn't need to change because that is whatever I set in the constant, which I'll just always use that symbol for the quality. So none of these others are literal, like they're not variables that we can set. They're all parameters based on this one here. So, yeah, the way this worked in a previous version was P0. So I'm just gonna set these to P0. Because this parameter, this 0 right here, is literally P0. That's what that is. So I'm hoping that that does the thing that I want it to do. So let's checkbox that.
It's worked for me in the past, or even in this new version of the game. So you should be good.
Okay.
I've been watching as close as I can as far as the stream or the stream delay goes.
So we're gonna
far
put
as I can
this in the game blueprints real quick. Or my blueprints. Okay. So to test it out, we're gonna walk over to the grinder. So this is the platform I'm gonna expand down and to the west. And this is gonna be we're gonna have a one-stop shop for all of our grinding needs. So yeah, let's put this here. So the first thing we're definitely gonna want to grind is gonna be these inserters. This setup down here is not permanent, of course. That was for the parameterized blueprint. So now we want to actually have one and test it out. And let's see if we can't try to center it here. Why not? Put this here, and then we are going to specify both inserters. And then we have this that we need to wire in. Set that there. Wire it in. Make sure everything is good. The reason why I have this inserter turned, because when you place the blueprint, right, it places all of the machines and then it does the request for the modules. And so at the same time, it's also doing a request for the items. And so the items might arrive before the modules get put in. And if that happens, you're not going to upcraft the quality because they're not in there yet. So I wanted, it's just a simple turn off that you just shift rotate, and it'll rotate that back and it'll start the process. So we want to take these out and these out, and this whole that whole setup can kind of get deconstructed down there.
And I noticed you've got a couple inserters that are still normal quality or common quality, but you can just do an upgrade planner to your blueprint to fix that.
Right. Some of these don't need to be fast. Right.
Yep.
Some of these they just don't.
The one going into the chest, I would, because you've got the ones coming out of the machines are upgraded.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can take this. Oh. Right when I clicked. the millisecond I click, the server is like, oh. So this thing will process. You'll have a few over, right? You'll have some on the belt. That's inevitable because that's just how this is set up. You want a few kind of lingering, but it should quickly ramp up to the amount that you want, and then this inserter only puts low level ones when the belt is basically empty. So they'll probably be, as you use them, there'll probably be a bunch of like legendaries sitting up here, and so the lower ones won't be pushed on until you're basically empty. Oh, that was something we missed. Damn it!
What's that?
Damn it! The inserter placing onto the belt from the lower levels, those need to be gated behind how many are in this chest. Because you don't need to put them onto the belt when this chest has got a bunch in it.
Although true, I would say it wouldn't be something that you really need to concern yourself with. I mean, it's pretty
Yeah, I
big.
know it's gated. I understand that. It's just frustrating. Like I said, whenever I do a parameterized blueprint, I always end up with a couple things that it's like, God damn it, I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed one little connection between these two to basically set this. Anyway, whatever.
If you're going to change it, I would also recommend changing this inserter on the end into a loader.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I noticed that it kind of gets hung up a little bit now and then when it's looking for the next quality. You know, sure, the inserter rotates really quickly, but yeah, there, because there was
Oh my
a
God.
pause before.
Stop. Okay. Let's redo
Oh
this.
yeah, there you go.
There we go. Too many cooks in the kitchen. And
Yeah.
and then we're gonna change that. Okay, so this is enable when everything is less than. This enable when everything is less than 6. Okay. I think it's good.
I don't know if everything includes the stack size.
Um, well, it's
And did you mean to change the other inserter so that it was less than stack size as well? Because right now it's just 100.
that what? I could have sworn I hit stack size. Yeah, stack size. Yeah. Um, so everything.
I suppose it's easy for us to check. Just pull a little bit out. Yeah, okay. It works.
Yeah. Um. Okay, let's take this blueprint. Select new content. Yeah.
If you want, I can handle this one since you did it already. You just put it in game blueprints.
Craft. This is 0. 100 P 2. This is P. That is not. That is not. That is parameter formula. P0S 48. That is fine and good. Save. And let's the reason I like these compact designs because I basically just I just create a ton of these in a little small area. It's like all of my high level gubbins are in one spot, and I usually always try to do it next to the mall thing. So you're just right there if you need to come and grab stuff. So let's put this down. We're gonna make
Definitely a good next one to make.
and then we can connect that. Just a couple manual things. I don't mind that. What I minded is my old system. Whenever I would research a new level, because I would usually start doing this at Epic. And then when I made Legendary, I had all of my inserters that were filtering based on quality. I had to go through my whole setup, 30 of these things, and go and change all of the inserters. And, I would make mistakes. I would invariably miss some here and there. It's just annoying as hell. There we go. Now we're starting to get... Might want to upgrade. There we go.
Yeah.
That's better. See? That's better. So what I can do, right, is I have another blueprint. So I can go into this. And I can say upgrade. And then I have one called Legendarizer. Wink. And that legendarizes all the things. Right? All the inserters, all the things, except for, the reverse factory. I don't think I did that. None of the, obviously, combinators need to be it. Nor did the substation. But everything else is legendarized. Even the other modules. So I can save that. And then we can grab these. And go there. And so now we have ourselves a spicy amount. So now we have those legendaries. So now, as a inexorable progress, I think we're gonna have a little custom. We're gonna do a little cheeky custom little setup now. Because I in my brain I've already mapped where the modules are. And so if I move the modules somewhere else, I'm gonna always come down here for the modules and then walk back to where they actually are. So I'd rather just put them down here and do a little bit of custom mapping. So we're gonna put these here. Eventually, we'll probably get. We'll probably do productivity modules down here. So I want to give ourselves a little bit of space going west. So something like here with quality. Let's do speed first. And I did not mean to include the tiles with this blueprint, but I can remove those. So we're gonna do this one here. This is gonna be speed. We're gonna do this one here. This is gonna be efficiency. Do this one here. Quality. We're going to do one up here. This is going to be beacon. Now I'm not, again, these are all the reason I made this like disconnect like this is reasons. The system is turned off. So something like this is not going to run until I turn it on. And we get some things and stuff. We're going to come down here. Again, this is going to be sort of a custom version of this for reasons. I just wanted there to be goodies.
Oh, I had put the quality thing over here. But
Oh,
okay.
okay. Somewhere. It needs to go somewhere. So, whatever. It goes somewhere. I'm going to remove... Turn my fucking bots off. Remove all these quality modules. Because we actually need them in the quality so we can make more quality. Just, you know, it is what it is. Those. Put them here. So now we can take all of these. I don't know. We've made almost 2 stacks. So what I think we're going to do is we don't need to request. We can just do that. And then I'm going to put these here. Ooh. Without the modules, without the speed modules, this is going to take a hot minute. But that's fine. It is what it is. We'll slowly ramp this up, and then we'll slowly ramp everything else up, and then it'll take like 10 minutes.
I don't know if you noticed, I made another little thing here. It was another bottleneck I noticed. You could use loaders to pull out of the chest and to put into the factory. But, you know, not many things are really going to need that kind of speed.
Yeah. It's something we can come up with a custom version of this for science. Because we're going to need a pretty high science throughput. So science itself is going to need multiple crafters with multiple modules and multiple... It's going to need an overhaul like that, which is fine because science is like the whole goal. So I wanted those to be more custom.
Probably need 3 or 4 of the uncommon crafters, and then maybe 2 of the rares or something like that. Because
uncommon, you're definitely going to need a few. Then, because once you get past the uncommon tier, then it's like super fast to get to the end because you get a jump of quality every step. You get this jump. So because you get the jump crafting and you get the jump recycling, and so you get 2 different jumps, and so a lot of times you'll leapfrog into legendary pretty fast, and then once we get to mythic, right, you're gonna have a bunch of legendaries already, and then mythic you're just gonna immediately upcraft those to mythic. Like it's gonna be a very, very quick step. But then once those are used up, then creating the new ones, you got to go through the whole chain. So yeah, you're gonna need, you probably have 5 uncommons, 3 rares, 2 epics, 2 legendary, and then depends on how many mythics you need. Because with legendary beacons, you got to understand, legendary beacons are freaking crazy. So distribution efficiency 1.5, that's for your commons. 1.5. Like mythic 3.5. You're getting 3.5 times the efficiency or the effectiveness of all the modules put in there just by using a mythic version of it. So, and then if you use quality modules, it's a multiplicative amount of speed, right? This is why Uber production, why I've been saying for 6 streams, the production boost is an exponential curve. We're going to flip this. Now that we've got quality going, the whole factory is going to turn on a dime, and it's going to amplify really fast. Because we're taking quality modules, which are themselves better in every way. So you can look at the speed boost of a legendary is 250%. And if you have a legendary beacon, you're getting 3.5 times that. Right? So the speed ramp up is very big.
Oh,
I'm
here
just
comes some legendary.
there. Yeah, I'm just biding my time here. Because I have a bunch of comments I gotta put in there. Nope. Where did those go? Those just disappeared. Where did those go?
Oh, the requester chests up here, most likely.
How?
Oh, here they are.
Oh.
We just well, no, we don't want to dismantle it yet.
I just realized my mistake.
Oh?
These are assembly machines.
Yeah, I thought that was intentional.
Shit. No. That was not intentional.
Okay.
I was like, I'm just so used to crafting with assembly machines. I didn't even think about the electromagnetic plants, even though there's a giant bunch of them right up here.
As far as it goes, let's just keep rolling with this, because you haven't parameterized the other one yet.
Yeah, that
And
one.
once you get that one done, I'll come back here and do it in the background.
Yeah, I was just wanting to get some legendaries going. Oh yeah, they're coming up here. We have a few. We don't have many. Let's get a standard one of these first. I just want to get this process going a little bit faster. Would be nice. There we go. Now we're cooking. Maybe do this. There we go. This should help. And then once these come in, I'm waiting for the rest of the qualities to be placed in. And then we can, I think that's the rest. Yep. So we can put those in here. These aren't too bad of a craft, not compared to those freaking Mark IIIs. Can you make beacons with electromagnetic? You can. Shit. Yep, that was a boo-boo. Ooh, yeah. These machines the animations are going so fast that it's like, woo, super fast.
Why?
What are you doing?
I was trying to get that upgraded to a legendary, and it didn't put the beacon or the modules back in. But I got it now.
Okay, so there. These. Glorious about these. Now we can go here. I don't think I have any more low level. So now we can do this. And this should ramp this up fast. Okay, come down here. Gonna do the same sort of thing. We're gonna take this away.
Could just do a belt coming in rather than an underground. Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want. This is gated behind.
you.
Yeah, this is gated behind. How many are in there? Really want to keep that? I don't want to just willy nilly just drop these on the belt.
Well, you could put a circuit on the belt too, but
Yeah, it's just okay, so this setup here, let's drop one here. Why are we not getting these? Okay, I'm gonna remove these from my request because I've been requesting these.
could just rotate the inserter.
I know. I just wanted to get rid of the ones in my inventory.
Ah, fair enough. Oh man, those inserters are just hypnotic.
Yeah, the mythic ones you can barely see move. I mean, they're just so fast. It's like it's just crazy how fast.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping the first mythics go into into the beacons here.
Yeah.
Nope, they went over here somewhere.
Of course. Yeah. First one went here.
Oh man. Yeah, one of these, like, just one of those boosted this 600%. Plus 605%. And there's one in here. Yeah.
And that's overcoming the speed decrease from the quality modules too.
Yeah, there is a flat minus 5% on each, so that's 20%. So it's the legendary beacons that, like, this is why one of the design tenets that I have for this series is one beacon per building, because legendary mythic beacons are complete insanity when it comes to speed. Like, you cannot supply stuff fast enough for this. So you can see when one of these pops, like legendary, like it's so fast. The animation has to slow itself down to play, right? There's code in the game that prevents it from playing so fast. But now, look at that. We're just like cruising. Now we can set this up, and we can set that up, and yeah, we're good to go. And now this will request all of those gubbins. We do need a request in here.
Oh yeah, of course.
For this, we probably want to do this over here as well. But we don't need to be a buffer because we're not going to use them anymore. So there's no need to buffer them, but we are going to need to request them. So we're going to request like all of, like 2,500. So that way we can come in here from other planets and just drop a bunch into the inventory. They'll just. And we want this enable when everything is less than 50. Right? So if we drop a bunch in here, they'll just, it'll be
You've got a buffer full of them right here.
yeah. So we can do request from buffer chests, and they'll transfer from there to here. And then we can now upcraft to our heart's content. So we probably want to do the same thing here. This would be here.
I'm shocked this isn't a bigger impact on power consumption.
I mean, it is, but we don't have hundreds of them, right? Each one of these
Yeah.
without efficiency module is doing. I don't even know. There's no efficiency module. They're all have all been fixed. But yeah, even efficiency modules at legendary is minus 250%. Pollution is crazy. Like, you can't get any less pollution. But yeah, the insanity is started for everybody, and us can spend some time upgrading to other things when we get that parameter. Okay, so I think, as far as it goes, what I want to do is I want to take my legendarizer into my hotbar, and we can do that. And
We have to remove the request from buffer chest up here because it was just grabbing from here and putting it up here.
okay. We probably won't do that here. But yeah,
In
I mean,
theory,
this is
they're
not.
showing.
We don't really need productivity down here. We can produce these things so fast that it's pretty trivial at this point. Okay, so up here, we want to just double check all the gubbins. We just want to make sure everything is good. I want to get some power over here so I can stop. See, okay. This is set. This is set. We want to legendarize everything. Although we don't have any legendary electromagnetic plants. So let's do those. That. Legendary those. I want to do all of these, but I want to wait. Because we need to take this setup. Once we parameterize it, we need to take this to Fulgora to make sweet, sweet legendary electromagnet. Which are, oh, they're so good. They're so good. Okay, I think. Okay, let's just do it. Grab all of this. La la la. We want mythic, electromagnetic plants, mythic, electro grinder, mythic. Parameterize. This goes first. Craft parameter. That is fine. That is fine. 1 is fine. 50. I'm gonna move this up here. Is parameter formula. P0 S is the stack size. This is P0 S times 2. This one is P0 S times 1. Because it's a full chest. And then this is the stack. That's 2 stacks. This is good. So let's parameterize that. Good to go. And then I can once I have the legendarizer, will try to legendarize the machines, and I don't have that yet. So let's create that blueprint. We are going to put it down here. We're going to put it here. And then we want to share it. I wish when you dragged it into game blueprints, it didn't remove it from my blueprint. I want to keep it in my blueprint.
Yeah.
Like, game blueprints should be like this public, hey, this game, we're going to trade blueprints. Not remove the blueprints from mine. Like, I don't want to do that because then they're lost, right? If you lose the save, they're gone, right? So that is the disconnect between these two tabs is my blueprints should, I should be able to directly control what's in here and not, if I take this out and put it into here, remove it from here. I have to right click this, create a copy, go in here, and then place it in here. Right? So now there's two copies of the blueprint. Now if I find a need to edit it, now I need to edit this one and then recopy it into this one. It's just like I know they've prototyped and worked on the blueprint. It used to, like, the blueprint process used to be really painful. It used to not be as elegant, right? Okay, so this can now basically be torn down. I just want to tear this down. Because I'm going to go build.
Now that you got that going, I'll replace these down here.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a smattering of these. I'm going to go to Fulgora. And I'm going to do the electromagnetic plants so we have some of those. Probably also want to do the beacon. No, the beacons are fine. I think the beacon. I do want to. Because these things are glorious. But yeah. What I usually do is the grinder, I usually have sections for assembly machines and sections for electro plants because they're different sizes. So I like to have different sizes. All right, so let's go to Fulgora and come in here. We're going to be like, all right, right here is our main, this is what's making the fresh ones. So if we come over here with our blueprint, we can sneakity sneak it right in here. Actually, I want to do this down by the teleporter because I tend to jump in here and grab a bunch of these whenever I need them. So it's nice having them right here. All right, so put slappity slap these down. These are going to be electromagnetic. And since I brought a bunch of the gubbins with me, we can then we'll do that. We need to put down the constant. Again, this is why this is disabled for now. We want this to go in there. We want this to be any legendary. And now that sets that up to legendary. Just double check everything. We don't need any fluids in here. Nothing of the sort. And again, these are going to have built-in productivity. So you put 10 in, right? You're going to get 30 out or more. Like, we can even test that. Let's grab 10 and just put them in here. And we'll see what we get out. This is why you want fast inserters. All right, we put 10 in. We got 21 out, which isn't bad. This limit is on 40. So to limit to 40, we want this. We're going to override this stack size. We're going to want 100. Right? So now that we have the gubbins, we're going to be using a lot of these legendary ones. And then we can go with the legendarizer and go, hey, you know what? let's make all of those legendary. And now the crafting speed on these is 172. This is plus 3,300% speed on these. Nuts. By the way, this legendary, this is all vanilla. Like, you can get to this in vanilla. It's a huge grind, right? It's a grind to do it. The reverse factory is the key to this whole thing being very, very, very easy. But you could do the same thing with the recyclers that we use here. It's just the fact that you get 25% back. And when you have a craft, right? This craft is a bad example. But if you have a craft where it's like 10 of these, 25 of these, 13 of these, and 1 of these, right? There are crafts that do that. It's 1 of something and a bunch of other ones. The base game recyclers really suck at that because that 1, the 25% applies to every ingredient, right? So that 1 is more of a binary. Either you get it or you don't. And so you tend to have way more, you tend to get way more of the other things, and then you get a trickle of the 1. And you can have a huge backup of, say, legendary steel, and you get this little trickle of like a legendary whatever. And it's just, it throws your ratios way off, and you end up having to throw away a bunch of like legendary tier materials because it's just, the system just backs up. But there we go. We've got 100 legendary electromagnetic plants ready to rock and roll. I want to make sure I don't have these requested in here because I want to put these in here. I'm going to bring all of these back to Navi. And we're going to come in here and we're going to go mall. And then like grab this, put a bunch of legendary electromagnetic plants.
And I'm only doing these one at a time because I've got a whole bunch of materials that were trapped in these chests.
Yeah, that's okay. But you get legendary. See? I just upgraded. I'll get legendary gubbins. So now we can go to the blueprint and go upgrade legendarizer, and whoosh, everything gets legendary. I even have a mythicizer, which takes inequality and upgrades it to mythic. Because usually what my pattern was is I just wait, like we did here, I just wait until we get legendary, and then I do everything all at once. Gets up to legendary. So yeah, we are now legendary of all the things. So what next? Well, we want to upgrade for one. Turn that off. We want to upgrade all of the rocket gubbins, grabby hands especially. Grabby hands are phenomenal at high tiers because you get more grabby hands, right? Legendary, you get 6. Mythic, you get 11. You do not need, when you do a ship, you do not, if you're at mythic tier, you do not need a lot of mythic of grabby hands. You get 11 arms, and those arms move faster, 81 kilometers an hour. Like, you just don't need it. They are incredibly fast. And yeah, they're just glorious. They consume a lot of power. You can see the max consumption goes up to 1.34 megawatts per unit. So, you know, don't spam them on your ships. Okay. Now, let's go and increase our grinder area here. I do try to do things in like rough categories. So if we're going to do all of the ship stuff, I like to do all of those in one shot. Like one little spot. So it's like, oh, right here is all the ship stuff. You can just like...
Oh, it's concrete. I was wondering why there was so many things zipping past my screen.
I'm placing a bunch of concrete. Okay, let's see if we can't clean this up a little bit. But yeah, just imagine there being another bank up here for productivity modules, and then having another grinder for productivity. Because mythic tier productivity is actually usable, right? It's 12%. Then it, you know, I tweaked and tweaked and tweaked and made that function. So we have inserters, we have semi machines, we have beacons, and again, these don't really need. We don't need to use electromagnetic. This is. We don't really need blue inserters. I don't really think we need blue inserters at this point. We're in Uber production range. I don't anticipate needing that. We definitely need to upgrade that though. And we want to plus 1,000% speed. I love it. I just love it. Oh, we want to do that here as well. Let's see what else. What else might we want to do right away? Production, something like pump jacks will do, but that'll be like a... Well, we could do those. I don't really know where those fit in. But one thing I do want to do are these freezers. These things, you know, they're a pain in the ass to craft, but I'd like at least a legendary version of this to get that 2,500 storage, which means we could have enough ag science on hand in the same sort of amounts as we have in warehouses here. And the warehouses, believe it or not, you can also upgrade. Legendary is 4,500 storage of these. And we may end up needing to do that. I'm not 100% sure if we are, but these things will hold... It's 1,800 stacks at 200. So 360,000 you can hold in each one of these. And 1,000,000 science a minute is roughly 500,000 consumption, which is a minute is... Now we're gonna be able to do that because of productivity, research productivity. But I think right now we're gonna go over here and we are going to specify all of the ship-based grinder components. So we want we go here and we want cargo bays. We want grabby hands. We want crushers.
I'll hook the cable up.
We want thrusters. Okay, now we need to enable I want to first remove these from my logistics request because I have a metric ton of these to upgrade. And I've got a bunch of freaking blues. Why do I have blue? Why? Get rid of these. We're going to need to do a version of this as well for gleba and stack inserters, which should be so much fun. Because those are going to need nutrients. That'll be fun to do. It's always fun to do something that's like painful and annoying. You know, it's always fun.
Oh, heck yeah.
But anyway, we have... Okay, let's just double check all this. Before I enable this, I just like, okay, because I'm just paranoid that something is going to go wrong. All the modules are in. Excellent. Means we have a good module grinder going. So these are going to be, again, limited by 2 stacks, which is fine. And, yeah, like legendary thrusters, crazy amount of thrust. Like a max of 254 meganewtons, I guess. I think. Versus like
Sounds right.
102 versus 254. So over twice, well over twice the base thrust. So and then mythics another almost 2x between this one and this one. Right? So between base and this one is about 2x. And then you get another 2x with just the next state. Which is why I made Mythic like a huge jump. Because I didn't want 5 more levels. I wanted 1 more level, and then I made the research for that 1Million science. So it's like, oh, it's an investment. So the next thing we want to do, the next thing we want to craft, or the next setup we want, is something like this. Because the thing about these are, we need captive biter spawners. We need these to craft, which requires these things, I believe. Blah blah blah. Captive biter spawners. Yeah, made in, there it is. So the cryogenic plant is going to be used to make the captive biter spawners, and we need to reset. I would rather just rebuild it. And do it in a way that doesn't suck. Okay, so the problem with this setup, like, we can have like a non-Aquilo version of this, and then we're going to need an Aquilo version of this. An Aquilo version of this obviously is going to require some kind of heat pipe-esque sort of system. It's just the only way to do it. And then there are other versions that actually output fluid as well. So you're not going to get really a universal version of the cryogenic plant and then have it be efficient. There's just really no way of doing it. It would be nice if you could, but we put this here. And then this. I hit Control X when I want to hit Control C. I hit Control C when I want to hit. Okay, I just did it again. There. And there. I'm centering these on the little whatever that is. And then we're gonna grab a copy of these. suppose I could break the mold. I don't like doing that though. It hurts me inside. I could be that doesn't work either. Damn it. Because these are all going to need fluid, right? So we need to be able to push that in somehow. Right? So there's your fluid line. We want a reverse factory here with a thingy. These will probably gonna want to do Austin's suggestion of loading. Well, we'll still use an inserter. Unloading the machine is, you want to use that as a loader. This is fine. This is going to be a really special case though, because the biter egg situation, it gets spicy. So you definitely want to watch. You want to watch the issue here. So this, we usually do a loader to load these in, which is fine. We need a requester. We need a Duvalaki here, which we can then we can just shift R that. We need output. Okay. Oh yeah, beacon. Beacons are important. Let's grab. There. Okay, and then we want. So these you don't get that 50% effectivity right off the bat. I don't know why they. Every other new machine in the game they introduce here, you get that 50%, except for this one, and this is the hardest one to get. I don't know why they did it that way, but you got 8 module slots, which is a lot. But we're gonna do 2 efficiencies and maybe 2 speed. Why? And I'm holding Alt and I'm scrolling. That's how I'm selecting different qualities. So I'm hitting Q, holding Alt, and then scrolling. And that gets me the legendary. Right? And then I can just go in here and just upgrade these. Okay. Um. We need the circuitry for quality selection. You're going to need to go to Aquilo and Oz. Do you want to work? You can work on it here.
Oh, what's that?
One of these that I'm working on here now. Well, a version of this for Aquilo with heat pipe and all of that stuff. So you kind of have to you kind of have to explode it, and it needs much more of a footprint because you got to get heat pipe all routed around. But we need one of these for Aquilo to actually craft the legendary cryo plants. Because we can't. I don't think we can craft them on this planet. Yeah, you can't craft them on this, or the fusions, right? So all of that.
Right now I'm working on biochambers.
Oh, I was okay.
Oh, I thought you had told me to do that earlier. Sorry. Oh man, it's a bit of a pain in the butt. I was thinking that it'd be easier to just cheese it in a way.
No, I'll take care of it. If you want to do the Aquilo version of doing this cryo plant with a heat pipe, I'm so used to Gleba. I've set up so many Gleba setups that, like, my brain I just think in spoilage. Just like,
I've got the starts of a setup here, so yeah, you can just keep going from there.
let's grab 30 of these. Let's grab 10 of these. Legendaries of those. Legendary of those. Heating towers we can grind as well. They like legendaries consume 40 megawatts, or yeah, they consume 40 megawatts of fuel, which is literally what nuclear reactors do, I think. Yeah, coolant consumption 40 megawatts. So a top tier heating tower basically is able to act like a nuclear reactor. And you can even put nuclear fuel in it if you really want to. 1.21 gigawatts. Anyway, okay, so this I want to get these legendary ones set up. I have a blueprint for these. So captive biter spawners. This is going to be uncommon, rare, epic, legendary. And I don't anticipate needing mythics, but you know, just in case. And then we want the circuitry, which is just make a copy of this and try to fit it in. There. Now I think this needs a input. This run this red wire. Input there. I think. Yeah. And then a green to the inserter. Like that. And then this is going to be active biter spawner, which sets the filter, which we can't see. We need to hook it up. That.
Should I enable the legendary inserters to be crafted now? Now that we've got plenty of stuff.
Oh, I thought they were, yeah.
Okay. Yep, the inserter that gets the ball rolling wasn't rotated.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Or
'Cause
was
I
rotated.
literally have them requested on my person. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay. There we go. Yep. This is blacklist. Okay, and then this up here we have a constant. This is stack size. Well, okay, here's the issue with this, right? This particular case, we need to trickle these in. Because the spawners themselves expire. I mean, the legendary ones don't expire for a while. 2 hours. So we need to replace this with a fridge, which I don't have on me, but yeah. But the problem is we're gonna trickle these things in. So this will be a special case for the blueprint. And I think these only stack. So the stack size combinator is still going to be fine. Take this. This to there to there. When but for this particular craft, we don't want we want to change this up a little. So we can customize that, but I wanted something we can parameterize, very easily. All right. I'll let everybody ponder this. All right. Back, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good
Okay.
time. I'm going to say this now. I never really say it in the beginning of the stream, but please hit that like button. I'd like to see at least, I don't know, some likes. maybe, you know, maybe the algorithm would be like, ooh, maybe this person's doing a good job. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Okay, so we have, I think I replicated this diddly bob. Let's make sure. As far as this goes, this is wired. Wired into there. Wired into there and into there. Okay. I think this is ready to be parameterized. This we are going to want, even though it won't be used for this particular craft. Let's do rare, epic. This is just for the sake of a parameter. Legendary. Mythic. Oh. And this we request these. One. we have the fluid in. There's no fluid out, which, yeah, it would be, there would be a slight change. We would separate this, like the output here, we would have to separate this by a block everywhere, but okay. I think that can be parameterized. Goss is having fun down there.
Oh, heck yeah. Tons of
Okay.
fun.
Now, okay. This, I think, is good to go. So, blueprint. That. And then I use
And of course, the power doesn't stretch.
mythic. This is going to be cryo. Cryo grinder mythic. Parameterize. Craft this. One is, nope, gotta back out. Can't do it. This request, I need to be 2. I need that to be a unique number. It could be any number, but it can't be like this, because it lumps all of the like values together. So it just sees this one, and then it saw that one, and it's like, oh, these are all ones. Like, what do you want to do with this? So it's like, no. Just, I need this to be a different number so I can set that parameter. This one needs to stay 1. This one needs to stay 1. So I can't parameterize that. So all of this then. I just want to double verify here. Didn't I? Yeah, I connected this to this as well. And this is, everything is less than 1. Ooh. Oh, stack size. Right. stack size here. So this stack size, I want to do 3. This 2, I just got to remember what all these values mean. So everything is less than that, and we want to do the same thing here. Everything is less than stack size. And that's not, I need to connect that with a green, not a red. Okay, just like that. So now that's got a unique number, that's got a unique number, and that has a unique number. That's important, as well as all of those, right? So these are all unique numbers. So that 10 is also going to get flagged as a unique number. So now, if I go in here, and again, we want to do all the things. Mythic, cryo, grinder, mythic. Parameterize. Again, put this up. Craft parameter. 1. You can see the signal. We want that. We're not going to change that at all. The 1 is fine. The stack symbol is fine. Now we want the 2, which is the request. That parameter, we want that to be the stack size. So P0, not 9, 0, S. The 3 is this is the stacks to keep in the chest. Like, what do we want? So this we've been doing a standard P. I can't see my keyboard. I have to be able to see my keyboard when I do this. P0S times 2 is our standard. In the 10 parameter formula, we're going to do P0S times 48. Right? So, just to summarize, we have the craft, which is the parameter. The 2 is our request. So that is just the stack size. The 3 is how many to keep in the buffer chest of the quality that we want to go for. And the 10 is how many to request to upcraft of all the different kinds except for common, which is the 48 is what we want in there. Well, the rest of the parameters we don't need to change because those are actually controlling the whole thing. So yeah, that is good, and then we can upgrade the system to, or the crafters themselves to legendary in a second. But we're going to create this blueprint. We're going to slappity it down here. We're going to put a reference to it there, right? We're going to create a copy and share it with us, so he doesn't have to reinvent that wheel. And now we have this thing ready to go. We're gonna actually use this, and we're gonna cut it, and we're gonna zippity zap down somewhere. There it is. Come down over here. So this is our lovely tamed spider spawner. It's just been sitting down here, not doing really anything for days and days and days, but just sitting here and being tamed. It's tamed, not captured. We're absolutely not pumping gubbins into it. 100%. So as you can see, I've got a whole thing here where we have bio chambers and all these. These need to go to legendary as well. We'll do that. These are really easy to do because they don't expire, right? So those are much easier to do. you don't want to mess around with them if you're doing this on if you're doing this on vanilla and you're having to use recyclers, you're going to get a mishmash of biter eggs. Then you need to like be very careful with the setup. Like you just need to be very careful with it. But the way that we did it, we need to be a little less careful because we're always going to get 100% of the ingredients back. All right, so let's actually place this and then build this. Okay. We're gonna need a constant down here. Now I could create a constant combinator, put the quality into it, and then send it into like an AAI signal transmitter. And now the signal is available on every planet. I could do that, but like if I have to set three of these, I'm much happier setting 3 of these than I am setting 30 different inserters and all the things and stuff. So we can do that, and now we are ready to go. The other thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to grab this and upgrade that, and we're going to want this and upgrade that. Right? So those two now are refrigerators, which should allow these to last a little longer. Do I have a logistics roboport? I do have one down here, but I'm going to need another one in here somewhere. So let's put one like right there. Because we need to do some gubbins out of here. So none of these obviously can craft the low tier ones, right? They don't craft the low tier. We want to control when the low tiers actually craft, and do so in a way that we're pulling the eggs out only as needed, right? So over here, I do that. Over here, I say, only pull eggs out if all of these conditions are met, right? If any of these conditions are not met, it doesn't do it. Only when there's eggs, only when there's enough of all of the other ingredients, only when all of that is true, and we don't need any more. Right, we don't need any more. We have 10, and the one here is the one in the machine. So, right, it's like it doesn't craft them if it doesn't need them. And I want to do the same. I want to do the same kind of thing over here. Now the problem is it's going to be fluid. So let me move this down to here. Okay, we're going to move this. No, I have to do it right here. It's just the way. Just the way that it is. And I'm just going to have to somehow join. I just didn't want to override this whole... wanted to try to leave this mineable, at least most of it. And then we can grab that.
Okay, I've got single fluid input for the cryos done. Working on the no fluid input.
I just usually make one that's like 2 fluid input, 1 fluid output, and then that's the one I use for everything. Because it's like, if I don't use it, it doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so this now, because these consume the floral ketone, it's 100 a piece, it's 2 barrels. These things are not cheap. Right? So, so the main reason why I needed a roboport here is you can wire these in and grab the logistics requests. And you can detect, hey, I need a biter spawner. and you can only craft it when there's a need for it. So that's the main reason why I'm doing this. These, we're going to need so many barrels. You want to also on Aquilo craft up a barreler for cold fluoroketone. We're going to need probably a provider chest with 100 barrels of cold fluoroketone. I think that's 100 barrels. Stack size, yeah, raw capacity is 100, so we can launch 100 barrels at a time. Because we're going to need to be able to ship the barrels around. Now, what do we do with the barrels at home? I'm tempted just to avoid them, but how many barrels? See, we can launch 200 barrels back at a time. So we could just create a barrel launcher, basically, or just move them manually for a while. Because yeah, this is going to use a lot of fluoroketone. Because my blueprint for these uses 64. Right? It's 5. No, it's more than that. Let's look at spider egg launcher. 62. Why is it 62? Oh, I have mythic. That's, yeah, 62 plus 18, 78 plus 8. $80 spawn. Which is a lot. Remember, there's 2 barrels of heat. And when you're quality grinding them, you go through multiple iterations. So it is a lot of that fluoroketone to get the biter egg spawner build up and running. And then our bioflux consumption radically increases. Okay, so this, we're going to need uranium. We're going to need more capture bot rockets and things and stuff. So 15 uranium-235. So we want uranium-235. We want capture bot rockets.
Should I craft the barrels on Aquilo also? Steel barrels? Because I assume we're requesting steel here.
We are.
Yeah.
But we could also deliver empty barrels at some point, so definitely have a low limit on new barrels being crafted.
Yeah.
Okay. So this we want. Those. And again, we're going to want a control circuit. Like this. We are going to want to wire that in there. This is going to read contents. And working, possibly, maybe. So let's do W. I always do W. We're going to want to wire the RoboPort into there. RoboPort, we're going to want logistics network requests as what we're reading. So this, on the red wire, we want to detect legendary of these. Okay. Now the problem is this request right here. So we want to, this request is always going to be 48. So we want to do greater than 48. No, that's not going to work. Shit. How does this work? Let's grab a telephone pole. Power pole. Put that in there. And this is all of our requests. And thank God we can scroll this list. So we don't... Okay, let's see what happens if we try to build one of these. What does that do? Aha! See the very, very, very bottom. You can see the one that we have right there. The very bottom. Oh, I'm kind of covering it up. Right? Okay. Do this again. The very bottom of the screen. Way down in this bottom corner there. You can see the one, right? That's this thing. That's what that's detecting. Now, if we take that away and we say, I want, how do I, let's do this. This and place. Now what do we read? We're still reading that one. Okay. That's interesting. Right? It's reading the request of the biter spawner and it's reporting it as a base quality, even though it's set to legendary and it will build a legendary. I'm still able to read that one there. So that means this can be common and this is greater than 0. Right? If we remove this, why doesn't that go away? We have it here. Shh. Dang it, I thought for sure. I'm gonna remove this. It did just vanish. Is it somewhere else? This looks like it's ordered by quantity. So that one should be right at the bottom. Is there no way to read Is there no way to read? I thought for sure there was a way to read how many things you want built from the network. Because you see there's no legendary biter spawners. There should be a 1 right at the very end there of the legendary biter spawner. But it's not there. It's not reporting this request. And I don't know how to... How did I do this? I know I did this previously. Maybe I... You know what I bet you I did is I bet you I read a value differently. Let me remove all of these. I'm going to cut all of that. Flip it horizontal. Paste it here. Back size 1. Do that. Okay. Now, I could have sworn I've done this. All my test worlds, I've done something similar to this. So we're gonna move this down to here. No, not, why did I grab those? Those. There we go. Okay, and then we want everything is less than stack size from this chest. I think I don't want that. I want to move what's in here into here no matter what. Right? I do not want anything lingering in here waiting to be upcrafted, because if this expires, this spoils into a behemoth biter, which is not good. It's not a good thing to do. Spoil into a behemoth biter. It's very naughty. So this can be gated, although this won't be, because I need everything to go in this freezer. Or not freezer, this fridge. And yeah, I tend to manually control this as much as possible, because this can get really dicey, especially if you have a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, let's grab this. We're gonna upgrade Legendarizer save. Use that. Paste it up here. We are gonna wire all of these into here. Okay. So this is reading all of the contents in here, and we want to read what's in here. This is already a green, so we can let's do green there. Let's remove green out of there and make that a red. I don't like cross-talking my signals. So this is, and we might need this signal as well. go red. Keep these things separate. So this is, we're getting the signal from this. So when how do I set this? How do I set? Input signals. How do I set this variable? If anything, no. Is less than Mac. This should, everything less than stack size. Output everything. One, no. That should pass. I don't know how to grab the signal from this. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do that. So, I'm just going to redo this. We're going to grab that. We're going to do that. So, first of all, let's get the recipe. 15,235. So let's just do this. Let's do what's easy. Less than 15. Or let's do greater than or equal to 15. Capture bot is 1. So, and capture bot is greater than equal to 1. Floral ketone fluid floral ketone greater than or equal to 100. So this is all of those, right? So that is indicating, well, these, okay, I forgot. These are good no matter what. So those are fine. This is actually dictating whether to insert the spider eggs. And so we're going to do this. We're going to set the stack size to 10. Because it's 10 per craft. So it is what it is. So we're going to insert in here. If all of these are true, output, let's say like a green check mark, 1. This goes in here, and this is enable when green check mark greater than 0. Okay. Now we need to figure out how limit it based on this. Right? So this here, I want to also make sure like everything is, well, this needs to be enabled to set. Why was that not set? Right? So everything is less than stack. And so I think the green circuit from here to here would allow us to do that. So if we go a green circuit all the way to here, and we can go, and everything is less than stack only on the green side, right? Because we're controlling where that's reading that everything from is less than stack. Right? So we are going to get a few extras in here because this will craft, although what's the craft time? 10 seconds? Yeah, so that'll craft pretty fast. Once we start get the floral ketone in here, this whole system will kick on. Now these don't stack. These they just don't stack. Yeah, stack size 1. So we don't want to necessarily fill this chest up with them. That would be bad. The other thing we want to do while we're down here maybe is set up a ammo upgrade way system. Just pulling this ammo off the belt, upgrading it to uranium, and sending it back down for funsies. That reminds me, all of these modules need to go. Yeah, you should see legendary centrifuges with legendary beacons and legendary modules. They're fast. They're really fast. I can put my ugly bug back up if anybody cares. It does, but actually no. Don't remove. Those are supplying the gubbins, so we don't remove those. We are going to upgrade those very soon. Okay. But I wanted to get this up and running because I need to get the blueprint for eggs up so we can start generating eggs. So let's set the stack size for now to like 10. Okay. So now everything is less than 10, right? It's just, I have one spot that I can set the stack size that I want to keep. And then the whole system upgrades from that. And then once we get to Mythic, if I decide, hey, let's upgrade to Mythic, we can do that. Although these buildings don't really upgrade like regular buildings. You basically have to destroy them and then rebuild them with the new quality. Or allow them to expire, which then turns them back into regular spawners. You know, and things and stuff. Like, they don't spoil, they just convert into regular spawners that just happen to be legendary spawners. So guess what happened? Get a bunch of legendary biters. Yeah, they can tear through your base if you're not careful. Which is why I want uranium ammo. We could research the tungsten ammo. The ammo casting mod introduces a bunch of tungsten ammo, which I don't know. Is this better? Let's research it for funsies, because why not? So that is a base damage. Let's try to find. There it is. So this is 24 plus 57. Uranium is 24 plus 50. So it's essentially exactly the same as uranium. I mean, it's identical in damage. But it does give you more range. So if you look at a range modifier, 125%, you get 25% more range just with a tungsten ammo for whatever reason. But we have so much uranium-238. right now. Let's go here. Well, the other thing I wanted to show you guys, once you get up to like crazy levels of research, which we have, these are the, remember these? These are the researches that took forever to get once we unlocked purple. So electronic circuits, this is a 15-second, this is a very fast research. And, but 173. So I've been holding off on doing any of these lower ones. So there's, so, there we go. There's another 10 levels of electronic circuit. Now, the red circuit's a little bit more spicy because level 21 is 34,000 rather than 172. So there's a big difference between the two. What I should do is I should redo that mod and have a base minimum number of science packs to start the ball rolling. Because the very first electronic circuit is 2 science. 2. And that's, you know, you should at least set that to like 50 or something. Or 20. Or something. Okay. So there is 300% green circuits. And that applies also to the recipe that you do in the electromagnetic plant. So that's why I wanted like uber amounts of those, because it's glorious. We have so much other stuff to do today. I'm just kind of I would like, that's good. That's going to chew up some science. Okay. I've been neglecting science packs. Okay, so this is actually ready to go. We have the refrigerator here, which should store the amount that we want. We want to re-engage this. 48. Right? So this is good to go. It should make 10. Which we're going to need a metric ton of. We're going to need so many of these. Let's go grab some barrels. I need to put a teleporter down here. I zip up and down here quite a lot. And I know I have one close-ish, but I want another. So this is going to be novice, fighter, zoo. And we need to go to Aquilo. And where? There they are. Look at that. We're going to grab. So this is limited. Okay, good. I'm going to bring a full 200 back with me. Because remember, it's 2 barrels per crap. There we go. Let's go back. Now, this, we're going to have request fluoroketone cold. 20. And then just drop it. And that fills up everything. All the things. This should be green. Now, this will... There's enough eggs in here to craft 10 of these at a time. So that's kind of what... That's kind of why we're doing this the way we're doing it. Whammo. That took 10 seconds. We got 10 of these ready to go. Okay, so now that we have that done, what we can do, we're gonna go to our blueprints. We're gonna go to our biter egg launcher. We're gonna set everything legendarized, right? We don't want anything mythic in here. Everything is gonna be legendary. Including save. We need to go to legendarizer. We're gonna add. I removed a bunch. What was all this stuff up here? I wonder. I don't even know. It was something. There must have been a different mod or something. Because yeah. I don't really know. Okay, legendarizer. We want biter nests. Aren't they in here? I don't. Am I blind? Why are the biter nests? There. No. Where are the biter nests?
Yeah, they should be under machines. Not listed though.
They're not in
Weird.
here.
Yeah. Strange.
That's
an
probably not.
oversight.
That's probably why they're not in here.
Yeah.
Because it's like they're not in here. You can't. I guess because you can't directly upgrade them. You can place them, but you can't place over them. Right? You can't build over the top like you can with machines. They're not replaceable. So it makes a little sense that they're not upgradable, but they are blueprintable. So I don't know if there's any way to set I can remove them from here. But I can't discard changes. So since we don't have any mythic ones, that's fine. So I was gonna where would a good spot? I want to build this. Oh yeah, I doubled the rockets, by the way. We now have 20 rockets launching from Navas, which will be apparent why I did that in a bit. I think right over here would be a good spot for these. Let's remove some of these trees. Goddamn trees, get out of here. We are gonna need. We have a hole. We have a gap in our coverage. Okay. This is going to be largely logistics, which is why I wanted to get this done. Okay, so now we shouldn't have a giant gaping hole over here. Whoa. Do this. Okay. Build. This is always tense doing this. This is a crazy build. And we'll explain it in a bit, but let's get it built. get up there. There's reasons. La 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 la. I think, let's see. Navis. Science. We need to get it powered. That's kind of important. There we go. Because these things immediately start to decay if they don't get the gubbins they want. Okay, so we need to replace all of these. All of the mythic versions, we need to replace these with legendary. And they'll build over time. Bottleneck is how fast it crafts eggs. Which ironically is what this whole thing is supposed to do. And I'll just recreate the blueprint with all these legendary, and I won't have to worry about it ever. But yes, I have had this system fail because of bioflux delivery. So in my test worlds, there were times where I I would let it run for a little while, and I'd come back and this whole area would just be gutted. Because a biter would have, the bioflux would have hiccuped in delivery, and everything like all at once just starts decaying in one shot, and it's like oopsie. But I think I have all of the mythics. Oh, I have one left. Where is the mythic? There it is. Okay. Good. Now we need some more gubbins over here, obviously. We need legendary rocket silos, which those are a royal pain in the ass to quality grind because the sheer volume of material that they need. So we are going to try to do this smarticles if we can. So their rocket turret or rocket thingies. So we want, I don't know if you can connect this with a wire. Yeah, you can't. I'm gonna wire for this unit here. I want to restrict what's getting shoved into here. That's a green circuit. Let's do a red circuit on these chests. And then bounce it up to there. And then we want to bounce this down here. And that sets that. Okay, and then we want these, like, we want to say enable if everything equals 0. Right? On this inserter. It's not dictating how many are going into there. But if there's anything in any of these chests, anything, we do not want to recycle more. Because I can tell you the amount of stuff these take. Right? 1,000 steel is an entire row in here. Right? 1,000 concrete, again, is another row in here. So you can back the system up for this particular because of what the volume of these are. So you really want to do these like one at a time, right? Literally one at a time. You want to keep like 10, you want to keep like 10 silos because I build them in groups of 10. But yeah, this is a good example. Oink. Okay, why did that not? Everything. Equals 0. What? What? Why? What? Is it because I'm getting a weird signal from this thing? Maybe anything? What? How about everything is less than 2? There we go. Now, it's getting a signal from this of all the, how do I say this? This thing is outputting silo of legendary of 1. So everything equals 0 it would never be true because it's getting a signal of 1 of something. So then that's why I said less than 2. So the 2 now is whatever signal is coming in from down here. So it just adds all those signals up and is like, hey, everything combined is what? And as you can see, this is actually setting the filter down here of all these, but that doesn't matter because none of that shit is going to make it up here anyway. So it is what it is. Okay, what else do we need? Turrets. We definitely need turrets. Let's do... I want to do a couple other fun things first. So let's do... we're going to do legs. Gun turrets. Laser turrets. I mean, yeah, I want to do armors and stuff, but that armor needs to be done on Fulgora. So do the I always do the roboports on Fulgora. The tool belt equipment I think uses Gleba materials.
Yep. I was actually just going to get that one rolling unless you don't want me to.
Just would you work on, since you did the mech armor, would you go to Fulgora and get mech armor?
Sure.
At least the setup for it. I know it's just a basic blueprint at this point, but I want personal laser defense. Okay. So this should all be good. The legs I just manually upgrade. That's fine. The gun turrets we are going to need. The laser turrets we are going to need. And the personal laser defense, I'll just do it manually because, you know, a lot of this equipment you just have a finite amount of. You don't need 50 sitting in a chest, because once you upgrade what you have, like, you don't. The legendary legs are so damn fast. You don't need any more than like 4.
Yeah.
It's just like they're so fast. I usually end up like, oh, I didn't. Let's actually hook these up. There we go. Forgot to hook. Oh yeah, and these need to go down. God damn. Click the button when I click the button, please. There we go. The UI in this game is frustrating. It doesn't act like every other UI in the world. So if we put all 4 of these in here now, right? Now, like I said, the 4 of these is so fast. I tend to reduce it when I'm building. I don't want to give people motion sickness. That's a major problem I see a lot of creators do. It's really bad in first-person games. Like, people just do not realize that when you're watching it, it's different than playing it. It's way different. I'm not one normally prone to motion sickness, and even like there's a few creators, like Minecraft creators, that are just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, slow down. The fast twitch movements when you're streaming or recording it's my mind. I just can't deal. All right, so now we have legendary grabby hands, legendary of these, all the legendary stuff. There's one other thing I wanted to be legendary right away, and I didn't. Let's get this here. And it is a freezer. Okay. And we need at most like 2 of these. So let's lower that stack down. And I'm just going to manually do 5 of these. Like, I just want to tickle this a little bit. There's a legendary. There we go. Oh shit. I did it. Stop recycling the legendaries, please. There's the 2. Okay, so over here, I can upgrade this one to that one. So now, there's a whole lot more storage in here. Now, unfortunately, there's no freezing logistics warehouse, right? So this freezing warehouse, you know, it is what it is. The mod author chose not to do a freezing version or a logistics version, unfortunately. And you can't obviously place those in space, but he did include this freezing warehouse, which is really, really nice. And we are definitely going to want one of these in legendary form. So we do want I think I have a crafter over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So this can go right here. And freezing space warehouse. And then really make sure we do that, because I'm tired of not doing it. And we're gonna have 10. Because these things are spicy. You can only launch one at a time, which is crazy. He made these really expensive to launch into orbit, which I don't mind. It's just, it is what it is. You just gotta spend money to make money, right? So as you can see, we've got the legs set up, we've got turrets, we got lasers, we got personal lasers, which I think I just need to set up like a little. Oop, not that. Let's go number 4. This. I'm just gonna set up a little craft for personal lasers. I have a mod it allows you to de-nerf the personal laser, because they heavily nerfed the personal laser, and I'm like, I don't know why, but so I de-nerfed it, and I not only de-nerfed it, I buffed it. So now it's really, really good, and it's worthwhile. So we're gonna do this. And then we can legendarize it. I've already got this set up. So I left some room in my thing here for it, but I didn't realize, of course, that the legendary version of the mech armor has a huge grid size. So we're gonna need to upgrade, and I also want the personal fusions, which that's an Aquilocraft. It's a really expensive Aquilocraft, but we're gonna be getting an infusion here so we can build the Prometheum ship. But today was, today was about the quality grind and trying to get research, a quality grind for research. So we'll get into that in a bit. We'll basically like prototype it for maybe reds, and then see how much space it takes up, and then ramp it up. If we have to move research, I'd like to keep it somewhere close to the base. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest. Okay, so the rest of these, I don't know. Os, can you think of what else we might need? Just right off the bat. Ooh, radars. Let's do radars. That way we can put like legendary radars in places and get more scanning done. So this, radars. Include that. Do I have any radars on me? I don't think so. Doesn't look like I do.
Do we need the other equipment?
Like,
trying to check shields, or are we going to do those on? Yeah, you could do those on this planet.
yeah, I haven't crafted any yet. We could absolutely do those. Some
of the weaponry.
Those, yeah. I literally have one weapon on me. Like I never need like a full system. Maybe there would be a way to create like a generic thing that detects the recipe that you. I don't know. I honestly don't know. There's a way to do that circuit wise.
I think I could do that.
But like,
it'd probably take multiple selector combinators, but yeah.
I mean, if it's a single setup, I don't mind a complex system. It's just having a complex system pasted 50 times is just not ideal. Spy, the current SPM is 2300, but we're not producing enough science, not even close, to keep up with that and sustain it. So the goal is not only to have the science, like science per minute. The goal is also like we need to produce enough science to keep up with that, to be able to sustain, you know, a research for millions of science that it never drains the system completely dry. It's gonna take it's not gonna be a fast process, but we are very quickly gonna be ramping it up here. All right, so now we've got legendary silos. What over here is missing?
Do you want me to start getting your mech armor? I've got the setup done.
Yeah, just I need to do one other setup here.
Sure.
Where are we making ammo? We're making ammo way over here. What I want to do is I want to come down here to nuclear. I almost ran all the way there. Even though I'm super fast, it's still faster. Spider Zoo. Okay, so we have this thing here. What I want, because this is where the 238 is sitting, I want to just pull this out. Now, there is a way to cast the ammo. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, that takes... Okay, never mind. That's... It would be nice, but it's not really a thing. We're going to do just a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are going to be uranium rounds. All up in here. There's a way. Oh. Module. Legend. Inequality. Upgrade, please. Okay. So we're going to have the ammo coming up. We are going to have the 238 coming down. And we're going to have the finished ammo coming down. Actually, let's do this, like that. And then we're going to have a buffer chest. And then this is going to have input, output. This is going to be enable when everything is less than 200. And this is when enable when everything is greater than 100. Okay. Now, do we need this many? I doubt it. One is probably more than capable of, like, literally cleaning off the belt and crafting. Because, like, what is the craft speed? Just without any beacons, this is 500% extra craft speed. So it's going to be spicy. So this, right, is going to be a lot. They're not grabbing it because I already pasted a bunch in here. So, and then over here we have these coming out, which is going to kickstart this again. And then we can do legendarizer for all of those. Novice. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's... You can see how much ammo is being produced. And here... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. It's only on one side of the belt, so it's fine. I needed that ammo because this ammo gets delivered over here. And just in case, you know, we've got... You don't want to use the... Okay, here's a tip. You don't want to use Tesla turrets over here, nor do you want to use rocket turrets. Because they do AoE damage. And Tesla turrets will bounce, right? They will bounce around. Right, so if there's multiple of these that are not if multiple of these like break loose, untame themselves, the Tesla turret will bounce around and eventually kill them. So you don't want that. You want the point damage, which is bullets and laser turrets. And then what you want to do, just like I did down here, is you want a little bit of a rocket turret setup with capture bots that can recapture things. So we can put that here and here. And then I'll explain how this is all wired and stuff in a second, because I usually have to customize it with signal transmission and all of that kind of stuff. So, the main part of it is here, and the timer is always set to off to start because we don't want anything triggering. But to enable, where am I looking? There we are. The problem is, like this, now we are out of chloroketone, which is why none more are being crafted. But now that we have these, right, now I'm a little bit more secure, a little bit more safe. Interesting, these are not moving. I honestly thought these would... Why aren't these being pulled around? Is the entire belt broken somewhere? Like right here, maybe? Interesting. These are going backwards. Oh lordy, these are... Oh my god, these are still blue. Okay, so these are going backwards. How far does this go backwards? Is it... Aha! There it is. Okay. I thought I was getting uranium on the whole belt. It's not a single
Oh yeah,
loop.
it's not complete.
Which is fine. It's right now we're not getting really attacked at all, so we're good. But this is way overbuilt. Like Legendarizer needs to accommodate these of any quality and turn them into these of legendary. And I have the module remover for all of the low level modules. And I can put this. There we go. That'll boost the system a little bit. Hey, look at that. It's waking up again. What is okay now? Yeah, those. Oh my God, we're still burning coal over here. Yeah, this system hasn't been touched in a while.
I put so much wood in the thing. I figured it'd last us the game.
Okay. Ammo is basically taken care of. We have a little bit of a sink for the 238, which is nice. Now I need to go. Let's go grab the barrels out of here. I'm just gonna deliver these. Wait. And go here. Go to here. Drop these in here. Grab those. I mean, just legendarizing everything makes it incredibly fast. It can be hard hitting those teleporters when you're when you can move at the speed of light. Let's get some more of these built. And then what I want to do, like maybe grab a couple sets of eggs manually. Now, when you have legendary nests, they do not produce legendary eggs for a reason. They produce eggs faster. Oh, they produce eggs faster. They just don't produce legendary. So I can grab like 4 of these. Running all the way down. Woo! Yeah. This trip would have been much longer without this. But I want to go upgrade my sweet armor here in a second. And we can drop these off. All right, now as we're getting close, well, we still need 23. 20. 18. Okay, these are building. I want to see how many we have left. Now we're low on capture bot rockets. We are producing those somewhere. Right in here. What are we low on? Bioflux. Ooh. Yeah, we went from having a lot of bioflux to now we are low on bioflux. What is our 10,000? What is our delivery? We should look at Gleba Shuttle, which is headed there. We want 8, which is 2,000 bioflux. Yes. Now, I've got some of the cold storage ones on this ship now, and you can see the spoil timers are being reset. So it's actually like preserving these. I don't know. Like, I don't know how it calculates like which slots are or what, but again, I was worried that the original slots would not cut it. And of course, we're going to need to ramp up Gleba. We're going to need like all the things. But I needed this biter egg set up and running so we can upgrade Gleba and upgrade the bioflux and all that kind of stuff. So it's like one leads to the next, leads to the next. It's just one thing at a time. Okay, so this, I have a few more eggs. And the capture bots will come. Now the eggs, you know, they have an hour. That's fine. I don't think. Well, they might. How many do we need? We need 6. So we can set this now. Wow, this is going to be 14. Which minus 6. Let's set this to 5. Right, so we'll craft 5. That'll get us down to 1. Then we'll craft 5 more. 6 more. And then, well, after the first 5, I can knock it down to 1. It's just the capture bot rockets. That's the important part. I wanted to do this setup. Ooh, look at the spiciness down here. Woo! I removed all those efficiency modules. Wow. The biters are not happy down in uranium right now. Woo-wee! Yeah, they're already building up for an attack. That's not good. Now we have some uranium ammo ready to rock and roll here. So as soon as these things start shooting, we might want. Well, we don't really have much of anything. Let's legendarize like all of these, and we're probably going to legendarize all of these. Now, legendary turrets have a higher range than non-legendary, so they'll start shooting at stuff much further away. Hopefully, the bots have time, yes, to give us legendary. Now, you could do legendary ammo, right? We could grind away some legendary ammo and put that on the belt, and oh baby, look at that damage. 60 plus 144. Crazy amount of damage. That's a new base right there. Making the biters mad on purpose. Glorious. Somewhere we need capture bots. What are we waiting on here? It's okay. It's just taking its time. It's just taking its time. Takes a little bit of time to come here. It'll drop all of those. I don't know why is it not dropping. Look on the right planet. Why is it not dropping the science? 100 science. And then the ship should be gated. Yeah, this is going to drop a huge amount of science. These should be running. Oh, it's 6. Where's our capture bots at?
I'm back.
Legendarize that.
And I've got a well, not parameterized. I've got a selectable crafter here. So I sent in my machine gun and I sent in my rocket launcher to get legendarized.
Sweet.
All you gotta do is just change the combinator here to what recipe you want. I'm gonna do one more test because I found a couple glitches last time.
What is going on? Are we out of bioflux? No, not out of bioflux. What is the slowdown? 20 bioflux. Are these getting delivered elsewhere? Like, these chests should be basically full. Nope, they're not. How many freaking capture bots? You're trying to load yourselves up with like 10 of these things? That's where they're all going. The stupid capture bots are just crazy. They just take forever to craft. Okay, now we're done. Okay, so this one that's sitting in here, this is good to go. It's 2.5 hours plus it's refrigerated. So it's hours and hours and hours this thing will just sit in. The problem now is the biter eggs. So we're gonna grab these. We're gonna I have just the place for these. Ooh, you need to be legendary. You need. These can support productivity modules, and again, we could put them in, and maxing this out with productivity gets us to like it gets us 1224 rough. That's 48%. So you can max out productivity. You get about 50% productivity. So finally got rid of the damn request for for this soil, jelly nut soil. That request has been blanking now for like 5 days. All right. I want to go first to upgrade my armor. So Os has a thing for that. I need to go to the mall. I need to go turn off my logistics. I need to dump everything in here. Dump everything in there. Okay. And then let's zippity zap to Fulgora. There's the armor. Let's take all of my stuff out. I feel naked. And drop it in there. There it is. Oh. Boink. Okay,
And I've got
now
another one in there. Ready to go.
Look at the size of that equipment grid. It's
Yeah.
hilarious how big that is. Okay, and then I want. Oh, do we have anything? Do we have any of the other gubbins? Ooh, we have some more gubbins. Oh, more gubbins. Yes.
Enable that so it brings in new ones automatically.
So yeah, legendary versions of these 62 bot limit. Okay. And then batteries, I mean, why not? I have one personal battery, so let's grab this one. Night vision is, well, I mean, we should do like all the things, but you have a one that's anything, everything. Which planet?
Navis.
Which
So there might
Navis?
be a couple.
Which Navis
Mall.
pad? Mall.
Yep.
Okay, you got one up here.
Yep. Over where
I'm running
See,
slowly
next
because
one
I'm not
wants to
upgrading.
do-
Okay, so now,
Let's do exoskeleton legs. There you go.
well, those are down here already.
Oh.
Yeah, exolegs are actually right here.
Fair enough.
So okay, so you just set the recipe in the constant. Is that how this works?
Yep, right here.
Okay, so I want night vision. Okay, and then I just throw my night vision in here.
It does have a request also, but yeah.
Okay, there's my night vision. Now do these. Because there is an achievement for having everything legendary, so I'm just going to convert everything over. Oh, this is nice. I like this. Just these one-off recipes are just... Do these?
Yeah. Why build a thing for each and every one of them?
Yeah, the legendary versions of these simple portable fission, they produce a lot of power. So put all those in. Put one of those in. Put that in. Put the battery in. Ooh, I need the one. This thing here, because this is annoying. We have this now. A solitary solar panel. And then, ooh, tool belly hook. Good idea. I have 2 of these. 2 of these. 3 of these. Battery, I think. Tool belt. Equipment. Grind it down. And of these. I mean, all of the inventory space. Just all of it. I'm gonna need another battery. Darn. Because, yeah, the legendary grid is an odd number. 15 by 17. So, it can be hard to, like, fit everything in. Do we have portable fusions in the system? No, I think I manually grabbed it. Yeah, the achievement is to fill the entire grid up. So it's gonna, it's gonna be a hot minute before we get all the gubbins for that. Oh yeah, portable fusion. I think I set up these over here. Yeah, or portable lasers. So let's set up portable lasers over here.
You did set up portable lasers right down here.
I did? Oh shit. Now I'm forgetting what I set up and what I don't. Because of course I forget what I do. So let's just drop those in there. Grind them up. Blah. Okay, there's my 20. Like that.
We can always retask this one to something else.
Each one of these uses 240 kilowatts. I have a lot. Let's go see. Well, let's add this shield Mark II. I really should put this here. Okay, legendarizer, modulizer. Come on now. Oh, I need to pick up the rest of the ovens. There it is. Put those in there. So the shield is 150 hit points. Now we could look at the casting mod. There's a lot of different shield possibilities here. And they do get better as far as their generation slightly. The higher the tier, so legendary is like 1.25 hit points for this reinforced. And the shield Mark II's is 12 hit points, but it's more shield hit points to start. 200 versus 150. And then there are other shield options. So we're going to take, I don't know, here. What have you been doing over here?
Hmm? Oh, I changed the recipe to see if it would work. So I changed it to the solar, and ended up um, recycling some red circuits. So I'm trying to fix that. Yeah, it's not
Just
working.
void the shit. If you have an odd amount of stuff, just pull it all out of the
Yep,
machines and void it. Like I don't.
that's what I plan to do.
Um,
I was gonna try and recover as much as I could before I did that, though.
um, just about to change this over to R2 shield. Oh,
That's one of the big advantages of having the 100% returns is that you don't unbalance things.
yes, that's the primary reason why I did it the way I did it. Because I tried it at various percentages, and 50%, you would get rounding errors at 50% where it might be one off, especially if it was an odd number of input ingredients, right? So if a recipe requires like 15 of something and you have a 50% return, you would bork the whole setup because it was just like sometimes it would return like up and down. It was bad. It was really frustrating. Oh, I'm gonna have a bunch of extra. Um, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, damn it. Let's do another. I think. Um, I need one Mark III battery. I think those are at Aurora.
Yep.
Somewhere in here. There it is. Put that in there. And then I need 3 more of the tiny solar panels. And my thing will be full.
I've got solar panels being made down here now.
The
About 4 of them so far, but
I need 3. You can upcraft whatever you need. And I've got a couple extra. I'll put my extra gubbins in this chest here. Bingo. Okay. I have. It's weird that they don't like. They tell you the battery capacity. They tell you the solar power capacity, but they don't ever tell you how much power gen you have, or how much power gen or power draw you have. It's a weird like. It's like this data has not been touched in years. They haven't updated this. But with our newfound Iron Man status, we should be able to go to say West Iron and introduce ourselves. Oh, we didn't even get to say hi. They just died. We don't even have to shoot. We don't even have to shoot a shot. We just like come and introduce ourselves. The biters are all angry. Now the question is, how good are they going to be at Pentapod? This is gonna increase our I mean, Navis, like, our evolution is already 0.91, so it's fine. But let's cull some of these in the pollution cloud. We do have some sweet artillery ready to go. Ooh, that was some of these nests are like way more hit points than other ones. Like, that's 2,800 hit points. 28, 28. Like that one. Oh, there's the worm. The giant worms are like devastating. Like those are massive hit points. All right, let's go. Oh, these guys want to. Couple more small nests here. These are expansion nests. The ones that are really tiny are expansion nests. The ones that are like these big ones, these are world gen nests. Okay. Let's go to Gleba real quick. Go check out Pentapod. There they are. There it is. Sometimes it's really hard to spot the nests. I guess they're called egg rafts, but they're nests. The stompers are still spicy. Oh shit. That guy's just popped. He just popped right out of there, didn't he? Those big stompers are still pretty devastating. What we need is the Tesla gun.
I think those are automated. Yeah, those are automated. Just gotta upgrade them.
You got him on Aquila already?
Just-
Sweet.
Oh, you said Tesla gun, or at least I thought you did.
Yeah. Oh no, Fulgora. Those are on Fulgora.
Or Yep.
All right. Let me put some eggs away. Since I got eggs. Ooh, we are hurting on power. Yep. We are hurting on power. Let's emergency. This over here is what is causing power to flicker? This is probably what's causing it. We need like a press latch. Not doing so hot.
what one's that?
The coal backup power.
Okay, I'll go handle that.
Oil.
Yeah, my RS latch is specifically designed for those. those.
Oh, I don't have any bots. I need to go. Okay. This will be here. Control. This is going to be jelly. This will be when A is less than 20. Because these are technically more fuel, right, than the spoilage. So it's more beneficial. Which gives us a burst of power, which should make sure everything kicks back on again. Because, yeah, there's 36,000 of this in here, and right now it's just kind of going to waste. My intention was to do that for a while. I just haven't had a power emergency on this planet for a very, very long time. The other thing I want to do is make sure that we have...
That research finished too, by the way.
Ooh. All right, we're up to 10. Oh my goodness. We are just flying through the research. Well, let's see. 800, 400, 400. Composite. This is 400. This is 800. Really slow recharge speed. Really slow. All right, what will help us? The Promethium, we need to start thinking of Promethium. Railgun damage. We need to get a few of those. Although, I mean, you don't really need that for the railguns on the ships because you just don't need it. All right, let's look at our missings here. We are going to want a grinder. So where were you doing the grinder for Gleba? I want to finish that off.
Oh,
Did you break? Did
just
you like?
south of the... Nope, it's
Oh.
still here.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you had... That is a seriously stretchy long arms right there.
Yeah. I didn't want to deviate too much from like layout, so.
Okay. I am going to take all of this. Oh, I don't have any bots. God damn. Okay. Let's go grab some bots. Grab all of my crap so I don't do that ever again. Personal logistics, please. I want 200 bots this time. And I want legendary stack inserters. We are going to do... Well, I don't really think we need legendary heating towers. Like we never really need that much heat. I would like legendary substations, which we need to do substations. Oh, I think you can do these. I think you can do these. Let's do a segment here just for the electromagnetic dual-lackeys. Yeah, substation. We need to connect it. Not forget that, please. And this is 2 stacks, which is fine. I think that is good to go. Let's connect that. We are going to want solars for science vessels, and so let's do
You want me to bring you a Tesla gun? Legendary?
yes, please.
Alright. It made a few extra of those, but...
And some legendary ammo. You've got that ready.
I don't have that one ready, but I'll get it going pretty soon. Might grab one. Oh, there it is. I've got this set up for fusion. I don't know if you upgraded those yet.
I haven't touched fusion yet.
Okay.
All right. Now I think I've got some of the gubbins. I want to do Gleba, and then I'm going to jump into Volcanus and finish that setup. So Gleba, let's come down here, and let's do this over here. So we're going to start with this as our base. So ploppity plop that down. We're going to craft. What is something that can be crafted in both biochambers and
Biochambers and cryo or assembler?
well, let's just do parameters. I'm gonna need some modules. Okay. Let's set up a legendary category. I want 50 of these. 50 of these. 50 of these. 50 of these. 20 of those. Sorry. Why do I have bioflux on? No. No. None of that. Um, already got, well, these can, I can't click and drag these down to the other side. So just add them down here. Okay. And crafting is all set up to legendary already. Circuitry is fine. Logistics is fine. These are fine for now. Let's go grab some. Reloaded, restocked, ready to go. Let's go do the thing. Okay, let's get rid of the blinkiness. Okay, so this is all good. We of course already set the parameter in here, so I hope that that is good to go. Now we can't, of course, do this. So we have to we can, let's set up maybe just a simple craft. Well, yeah, see, this one. This is going to be there. I really like that you can select qualities that you can't craft yet. That is so nice.
Yeah. Very necessary.
So all of these we are going to need to do this there. We have to do a thing here. Because these can and will output spoilage. So this we need to filter out spoilage. Because, you know, we don't really want to upcraft spoilage. Ooh. Oh, this immediately sent out some emergency fuel. Should maybe set this to like. Ooh, where did that power spike come from? That's nuts. And then I may want another one of these down here. And of course I don't have. Do I have? Did I bring more than one? Was I smart? Ooh, I happen to have a Tesla gun on me. Where did that come from? Woo, Tesla gun and some Tesla ammo. Oh, yeah, this shit. Let me go show this off really quick. This is crazy. Crazy good. Especially when you combine it with like personal lasers or you can like drop the follower robots. And because the Tesla gun stuns them, right? So it stuns and it spiders out to a crazy degree. Just like that. Oh, God. Damn, I hate those things. You can see it like stuns these things a little bit. Ooh, shit! That's a big chomper. Ooh, there's another one. You can see it kind of stuns them. Holy Moses! Little bit of big stompers coming out here. We need a little bit more power. Get rid of that nest. Oh god, there's another nest. And you can't take the flyers out. You just kind of have to wait them out. Grab up all the eggs. It doesn't hurt anything leaving the eggs. Like they'll hatch and then die. Like they just.
Oh man, science very low.
Yep.
Which one's that?
That's
Yeah,
blue. So if we go. Well, yeah, blue. It's down to the dregs. So what we can do is first upgrade those. And I want to let's do not equal legendary. These. So that boosted that up a little bit, and then we could. I mean, now we're at 56 a second. Which is just shy of single stacked belt. Which this should get rid of the error very soon. Yeah, less than 200. So it because we're dividing it by 10, this is actually wanting to have 2,000 in it, right? Which it should hit that. But I mean, eventually red and green are gonna hit, right? It's just the blue sucked. Blue really sucks, so it hits it first. Now, do we have a sustained amount of gubbins to support this? Probably not. Yeah, our engines. This is chewing up. 56 engines a second. This setup up here thus far is at 10. So let's see what happens when we legendarize everything. And then let's check it. Now we're at 25. Let's modularize everything. And now we're at 150. So without building any new infrastructure, we got it done. But we are going to need this to be here and legendary. These. You know, once you have legendary stuff, you gotta upgrade your outputs, your ingredients, because yeah, you need a lot. I mean, all the ratios should, you know, everything is upgraded all at once, so the ratios should be fine. We are overproducing gears, that's okay. But yeah, you can see that fixed that problem. The reds, I think we're making enough. We have a unholy amount of reds down here, but we could always legendarize everything. And now we're making more of the red. Now we're making 1,100 a second. This is why I love the Uber production, because it's just like you limp along for a long time. You just limp and you just like you get to a point where it's like now look, every setup can just get amplified. All right, let's go back. I want to finish this damn setup down here. I think Osso's on the right track. Having these do really stretchy long arms like this. But rather than have it go 180 degrees, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go this way like this. Right? So it's grabbing it and it's only having to go about 100 degrees, 110 degrees. It's having to shrink down a little bit. You know, it has to shrink its width, but it's a legendary inserter, you know, and this is just for nutrients. It doesn't have to be super fast. These are going to need quality modules. These are going to need a couple efficiencies with a couple of those. Everything else is good to go. Then we want a really simple feedback loop. For nutrients, and we are going to want to filter off spoilage. While it, like, it's believe me, everything is spoilage. You just want to always take spoilage, and then spoilage can just get run through here because it doesn't really matter because this is filtering spoilage too. So then we want, how do we want to manage nutrients? Well, I think the best way to do it is kind of how we've been doing it everywhere else, and that is we do I'm trying to keep this as thin as possible. Do this. This. Here. Okay. This there, read all belts. This to be enabled when nutrients is less than 20. This is going to be so fast. It largely doesn't matter. When we upgrade the Gleba base here with legendary versions of all the crafters, I mean, Gleba becomes. This is why we have the stacking mod and the advanced spells mod, because you just can't move stuff fast enough. It's so fast. So this, then we want this to actually drop there, because this we want to pick up. We want to pick up nutrients. Well, we don't really need to do it like that. We could do drop, and then we can do here. Ooh, no, that's powered. It's just everything else. Can't really. Why? Every hour. I swear to God. It's like it's cat o'clock. So this is going to be spoilage. And that's going to be mounted right there. This is why I just can't play without the Smart Inserters mod. Bob's Adjustable. Like, I use Bob's Adjustable Inserters for better part of 10 years. Like, I love being able to have a flexible, like, inserter setup. Being restricted by like 180-degree inserters is just, it's stupid. Imagine if actual factories. Okay, so this is now setting up spoilage. So we want a logistics refrigerator. And unfortunately, well, we do have nutrients in the system. So we could have nutrients coming in, as well as a little bit of biofilms. Let's do 20. We're a little low on bioflux right now, which is fine. But now this, all of this is going to be... This is going to be these. This is going to be these. And I have a setup. I just want to make sure I test this with legendary. There we go. I'll make sure that's done. Now, stack size 20. What is the stack size? 20. I don't know why they picked a pizza slice to be nutrients. I have no idea. And our power is completely dead. Less than 60%. Thank God loaders don't need power. I really, 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 really need to bring that other accumulator. I use them to gate power. And yeah. There we go. When A is less than or greater than 60. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Okay, so this should be it. Okay, we have nutrients. You, Mr. Stack Size of 18, can go down to like 5, please. Jesus. Good Lord. I'm going to pick up all of them. Okay, so this, we can then do blueprint. And this is going to be bio mythic grinder. Do here, mythic. Parameterize. Ooh, look at all the gubbins in here. Look at all the gubbins. This is gonna be craft. Wait, where did this come from? In the buffer chest. That's discard chest. What? Yeah, shit. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Rare. 480. Epic. 480. Legendary. 480. Myth. 480. Okay. This. Good to go. And 20, those are fine. I just want to make sure we don't have 10 and 20. See, there's a 10 there. So let's do 11 for request. This is basically a 1/10. I don't need a lot of nutrients. And we want to trash on request. The 20, do we have 20 anywhere else? Yes, we do. So this, we're going to set to 21. Okay. Just because we don't want to mess around with them. We want these numbers to be unique. Okay. I think that's good. Let's do again this. Bio grind mythic. Parameterize. This goes to the top. Craft parameter. Now 11 is the nutrients. That's fine. I don't even want to change that. This is fine. Nutrients is fine. That is fine. 21 is just doesn't 21 doesn't matter. 1, that's good. 10. That one is parameter formula P0S. 480 parameter formula P0S times 48. Okay. 5. I don't know what this 5 is. 5x filter. Oh, that's the stack size of the nutrient grabbers. Because, yeah. This is the recipe. That stays. That stays 20. This is the stack size. So we need to move this up. Parameter formula P0S times 2. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Everything there is fine. Okay. Okay. Create. Put it down here. Create a copy. Share it with us. Okay. All right. That is ready to be placed over here. And let's just place it in here. And here. And we can deconstruct all of that. Okay, nutrients are flowing. And we can take a bunch of biochambers. Get her started. Oh shit. I always forget that step. At least it doesn't waste anything, right? It's recycling the legendaries back into legendaries. You don't waste anything, which is nice. But it's still funny when it does it. It's just like, oh, it works so hard. Okay. I think I messed up on this, but that's fine. It worked. So now we have legendary biochambers. We can literally legendarize all of these, right? So I think we can set biochamber any to legendary, like that. Okay. So then we can legendarize that. And then we can go into the blueprint, right? And we can just legendarize everything. The only thing that's not legendary is the recycle reverse factor. It just doesn't need it, right? You just don't need it. The crafting speed, it's already 3,600% higher. So
we might need it for some of the sciences.
Yeah, we might, but if that
see.
time comes, it's going to be easy enough to grind those down to legendary.
So I did a thing.
Yeah, I see you did a thing. You maxed out. Wow.
Yeah. Sure,
Wow.
it didn't need the inventory space, but I mean, it also doesn't need solar, so yeah.
You have one square.
Yeah, I was thinking of putting a solar in there, but I figured, meh, we'll get mythic eventually, so.
Yeah. Crazy.
Of course, that's completely pointless, but you know, fun.
Pointless. Nothing is pointless. Okay, so now we have all of these. We will be grinding these. We will be upgrading all of these eventually. Now, we're doing pretty good. Look at that. We've been using so much science that we haven't really been voiding it. These are just about ready to expire. Like, look at that. So these have a base expire time of like 2 hours. So that means we haven't inserted any fresh ones on here because it does change the spoil timer, like, in a while. Because I have when the ship comes to pick up, I have it pick up all of the chests work, because there's 2,000 in every chest, and there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 20,000, and that's what it picks up. So it empties all the chests every time it arrives. And so everything gets cycled. So yeah, I wasn't too concerned with wasting a lot of research, because I knew eventually when we boosted research speed that we're gonna eventually, like, as we ramp this up, we're gonna be picking up, in excess of 100,000 science for every trip. So it's gonna ramp up. You just can't, like, start it at that point, because then you're not chewing up research fast to justify. Okay, so now we want to jump to Vulcanus, finish up that setup, Cue the music change. Okay, so let's build. Let's build one of these. This will give me the. Oh gee, I don't know, Vulcanus. What should I set this to? We could set it to inserted. All right, so these.
Mind if I build a spider drawn?
Go for it.
Upgrade it? Okay.
We've done those enough on the channel.
Yeah.
Let's legendarize all of that. Okay, so now with this new design tenant, we need to change this up a bit. Okay, we need to grab this little bit. Do I not have a selector combinator on me? Let's do a request for those. Not 50. How about 1? I think we have. Okay. Now, we want to grab a constant, set this up. This, I think, is green. Set filters. Black. This is the chest. The loader thingy do like. We want to hook this chest up to there. This is going to be, everything is less than 40. Well, this stack is, max size is 20. That's fine. Okay. Now, the output for all of these. This has to stay. Like this will stay here. So we go out. Sticks out one more square here, but now, so one of the other settings that you can set with this is if there's a fluid component for the recipe, that it will output sort of a little spider tron. I just gotta retrieve it. That it'll output a like solid version of the fluid that you have to then like melt down, or you can just opt out and it just won't output a fluid at all, which is what I do. So it just voids any fluid input, just voids it. So you lose the iron every cycle. But again, these have built-in productivity, so it kind of balances. Plus, molten iron is literally infinite free on this planet, so it's not that big of a deal. All right, let's just double check everything. We have. Oh, we didn't. We don't have any of these set. So we want uncommon, rare, epic, legendary. Okay, this one's already set. Okay. And this is still turned off. I would have to come in here and set the grab. You can't really use these blueprints without smart inserters anyway, because literally the whole build is built around them. Everything I do has got inserters being wacky. So, now do I limit? I can't remember. Do I limit this? This is just set. But I'm pretty sure the input is this input gated. Everything is less than. We're getting the stack from here. This is just anything that doesn't match the filter, it recycles. Which the filter is set based on the quality we're passing in and the item that this is making. This actually needs to be the mining drill. Otherwise, that would be very bad. There it is. That's so weird you can't set that. The target signal here, you couldn't just have that. You might be able to pull it off of here, off of this chest, because when this inserter pushes stuff on here, it's going to come in here. This is based on the parameter. So it pops it in here. Immediately this gets the signal, right? And then selects the quality and then outputs that as the filter. Without that signal, this filter would be an empty blacklist, which means nothing comes through. I think. No, empty blacklist means everything comes through. But as soon as something hits this, this will update. And it will be like, oh no, don't do anything. But anyway. So there might be a way to get rid of this combinator and just base it off of here. But it's what we have is working. I don't want to miss it. And I especially don't want to try to fiddle with it because it could crash the server. Okay. So this is ready to go. We don't have legendary foundries yet. We would need to somehow plumb in a little bit of like molten iron in here somewhere. Which I mean, why not? Let's YOLO this here. Because I want to build these and then do them. That way everything's legendary. So as soon as this hits, there it is. Right? Fluid doesn't need equality, so you don't have to mess with that. I just want to make sure we're not doing that. Right. I meant this to be so important. Yeah, trying to look at the iron. It's just like, what were you doing? Excuse me? There we go. 40 legendary. So legendary, you can see resource drain 8%. 8%. These are 50% to start. So 8%, and then the mythic is down to 4%. So a difference being you have 96% more resources. Or how does that work? Resource drain. So 50% is times 2. So a 96% would be multiplied by 9.6. I think that's how that works. No, is that how that works? Oh my god, yeah. So let's look at this, right? So 14 million ore. So 14. Let's just use nice round numbers. 14. Well, resource drain of 50%. So that would be divided by 0.5. Yeah. Right? Or multiplied by 1. It's 21. Right? Because you're multiplying it by 50% resource drain. Why is my brain fritzing? A 4% drain is what when you do a 50% drain is times 2, right?
Yeah, it essentially doubles the amount you get
Right.
out of it.
Okay. So how does that translate to a 4%? What is the multiple? Is it multiplied by 25?
Yeah, it'd be a 25 multiplier. 25 times the amount of resources.
So 14 million becomes 350 million. At a mythic tier.
Just a couple.
Just a little bit. A little bit of spice. Okay. Let's set this up. So blueprint this thing. We want this is going to be foundry, mythic, or grinder, Mythic. I'm trying to stay with my naming convention, but I'm honestly surprised it's lasted this long. So we have this. This is the parameter. So this is going to be craft parameter. 5, 40, and 200, I think. So 5 is parameter formula P0S. 40 formula is P0S times 2. 200 is formula P0S times 48. I think we're good to go. And look at that. It saves these as legendary, even though they haven't been upgraded yet. So create blueprint. We're going to put those here. I should make a blueprint book for all of these. We'll do that. Good. Create a copy. And there's another one. So now we can come over here into the light, into the Roboport range. These are like the base crafters. And so remember, we're gonna need some iron out of here. So yeah, we can grab some from there. So let's grab this. And we want these. Okay. And then we want another set. Basin. Now, deconstruct all of this. Because the casting basins don't need oh, they need lube. Forgot about it. Well, I'm glad I have pipes down here for that.
Yeah.
So the lube, yeah, I completely forgot about the lube requirement for here. Can't believe I forgot about the lube.
So I decked out a Spidertron as well. If we have any. If we have any build projects, we should make a build one for funsies.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah. It moves a little quick too.
You got to put some Roboports in them.
I figured I'd specialize one.
Oh, you have a destruction one, and then you'll have a build one.
Yeah.
Okay. I came in here for these. Okay. Now, I think everything is ready. This limited to 40. Stack to. Oh, shit. Yep. That's what I forgot, everybody. The same thing I always forget. Controls thing and stuff. I click the button, game. We stop doing that. Legendarized. Obviously, all of these need to be. That one. I wanted to get this up and running right before I wanted to get this upgraded before we really started pulling a lot of stuff out of you. Os gave us a rail framework. You worked on upgrading the rail blueprints to be Mark III Roboport like segments, which is very, very helpful.
It sounds like a little task, but it is actually quite the pain in the butt.
It's yes, very involved. All right, this can be. Just want to make sure I wasn't requesting low-level versions of that thing. Okay. These are good. We are going to really restrict these down to like 10. Of course, okay. I think we're missing a huge amount of modules. We need to go mall. We need. Ooh, just drop a bunch of gubbins somewhere. Ooh, just all of the gubbins. What are we limiting? We want not 100. Don't really go through a lot of quality modules, so I'm getting too obscene with those. Okay. A little provider chest if I have one. 1, 2, 50, 300.
Wow, where'd you learn to count?
Well, I didn't bring very many. This is one of the problems that you get is the system just kind of backs up, especially with the lower level ones. So you want to be able to output all the things. And of course, this little poor guy over here is trying really hard. Wow. All right. So, we're still short. Should be plenty more crafted. Okay. We want probably some railgun shooting speed. Not damage. Shooting speed. Weird that railgun damage takes ag science, but railgun shooting speed takes cryogenic. Weird.
The only logical thing I can think of is if you're damaging something biological, you gotta know its anatomy. But I mean, railgun.
Railgun, yeah,
ridiculous.
kind of blows away everything it touches, so it's like, that's the next thing I want to want is a railgun, a handheld railgun with nice railgun. So we can take out some wormies.
We need quantum processors.
Oh yes, that's next thing on the list is Aquilo gubbins.
And if I may recommend, a lot of those crafts that we could do on Aquilo, we might want to do on a factory in orbit.
If it's possible, sometimes it's not possible. But
yeah, some of them aren't, but that's one that it is actually possible to do it in orbit. And I mean, you got to have the stuff in space anyway, like the processing units, the tungsten carbide, etc. Got to import that anyway.
You could have a quantum processor ship. That's all it does is travel around grabbing materials. Because you need blues, tungsten, superconductors, carbon fiber. So that's all 4 planets, all 4 other planets, plus lithium and fluoroketone. So yeah, you need to bounce around to all the planets. So basically, like, we already have an Aquilo shuttle. So you could use that as your base. So the Aquilo shuttle or Aquilo Science Express. So the Aquilo shuttle, the way that I set these up now, we lost the shuttle, by the way, everybody. The other version of this, the very first one I built, was destroyed in orbit around Aquilo by an oxide asteroid. And what I think happened, because it was, we had not logged in for a while, so like all the science and stuff, everything calmed down, and so there wasn't any consumption. So what I think what happened was this thing stayed in orbit for so long around Aquilo that it essentially like it wasn't able to get enough materials to craft rockets. Some combination of it stood in there for so long that either it ran out of power because it ran out of uranium fuel, because I didn't have these. This fuel low and this ammo low, I did not have those in there. And so it just stayed in orbit and it just dwindled its resources over many hours until it just ran out of rockets. It didn't have any rockets in here. Everything ran out and it just kind of stayed. Now we have alerts. There are alerts in here where when there's not enough rockets on the belt, there's an alert. But the problem is if we're not logged in and we don't see that, we don't get that alert. And so it just sits and goes, oh, I'm out of rockets, I'm out of rockets. And eventually this lone asteroid comes in and just blah, and it just starts eating away. As they fly in, they start eating away at the ship, and eventually they break the hub, and that just ends existence right there. So so now I've got a failsafe. If fuel gets low, or ammo, and ammo includes rockets, if those get low, then it goes to Navi. I just have it go to Navi, right? And so at Novice, the fuel gets resupplied if it needs it, which, you know, if it sits long enough, it'll chew through that. And if the fuel gets low or the ammo gets low, the very trip itself will gather more materials and jumpstart it. Now, the other thing I had to do, and you have to watch yourself on this, if you have stack inserters with your belts, and if you have voiders and limiters, you have to keep tweaking your limits here based on how much can fit on a belt. Because one of the other ways that this fails was, after researching belt stacking enough, this sulfur, even at the lower values that I think I had initially set to like 300 or something. Well, 300 sulfur is way back here. So it never voided carbon, and it never crafted more explosives, because the sulfur was way back here, even at 300, because they stack so high, right? You have 10. Every one of those is a stack of 10. Well, on an individual belt, you can have 40 stacked on right now. So I had to massively increase my fail-safes here to make sure that there was enough stuff flowing in here to actually, you know, get it going. The sulfur voider is much more restrictive, because these machines don't take carbon, they take coal. So I want to favor the coal, which is this one over here. So yeah, this system now ensures that there's enough sulfur at least wrapped up and around that one of these machines can chew up some sulfur, and if it hits, then it will, you know, it'll use up more of this. It'll actually void it. It'll void carbon if sulfur gets really, really low. If it drops below basically this inserter and just stops, then I have to void it because there's no more sulfur. So you gotta balance that. But yeah, that framework, you just either copy and paste it or whatever, and then like you're gonna have to explode it way out, because you're gonna have to have a much bigger factory, right? This is just like to have it survive the trip. This doesn't include any factory to actually make the damn quantum processor. So that would be I think a quantum processor ship is going to have to be a sort of in-between stream project, because it's going to take hours to design. Hours. It's not going to be a fast process. Because all the little components in here, because what I want to do is I want to get fusion up right now. 100% I want to get fusion up right now. And I have blueprints. I have blueprints for getting those setups going. So let me just plop one of these down here, and we can look at it somewhere in here. I gotta find it, so I gotta take a minute. Aquilo grinder right here. Let's just plop this down, and we are gonna build. I don't know, fusion. We're gonna need another one.
Oof. Where would be a good spot to do the processors then? Since we're gonna need some.
Processors, we probably want to do here.
Okay. I'll get started on that.
Alrighty. Why in God's name are these using regular content? Why is this using?
Ooh,
Um,
underneath those?
yeah, I don't know why. Why did I do this? Maybe it's because it's cheaper or something. I don't.
Yeah. Oh, it could have been that you place the building down, and when you do it automatically, it uses the lowest grade thing. So like if you just shift click a building, it goes, okay, what kind of concrete do we have? If we have regular concrete, we use that. If we have don't have any of that, then we use refined. So that's
Well,
probably what happened.
I'm gonna go. Okay. Wow. I forgot I have a bunch of inventory upgrades. I just grabbed 50,000 concrete. That should be good for a while. Will it fit in here? Hey, look at that. It fits in here. Look at that. Glorious. Okay. So, these obviously are going to need the quantum processor, which is what Moss is working on. But this is my old grinder, which includes the, initial crafter. Right? So, we want to legendarize the whole enchilada here. And then we need to manually place in the modules, because I have it so it doesn't really, you can build it at any stage, and um 4 4 4 4 4. Do I want him in here? Do I need him in here? Might as well have him in. Right, you can hit Z. Place them in. Right. This. Legendary. Yeah, I'm holding Alt, scrolling up. Sound. Yay. Those. These don't. How did we run out of freaking Jesus? Ran out of heat pipe on here. Yeah, these builds use so much heat pipe. So much heat pipe. Okay. Now we're waiting on quantum processors, which is what Us is working on right now. So I'm going to go grab a unholy amount of heat pipe. Mr. Heat Pipe, I want you, please. Why? No. Why did that? No. Don't limit my heat pipe. I want all of it. What else do we need?
Regular pipe, but I can run and grab some of that too.
Regular pipe. It says legendary heaters. We don't. I think we want legendary heaters. The amount of fuel consumption is kind of asymmetric. I thought we had. Yeah. I'll need to reset. So I have a. So let's drop a bunch of heat pipe. We don't need. So I have a quality resetter. So I can do that. Okay. Which should get rid of those requests. Wow. Come on. Give me enough heat. You keep these fueled. There we go. They have to get just warm enough. Right? They have to get just warm enough to heat up the inserter, and then once that happens, they're good to go. The craziest thing about these is they don't take any floral heat. Oh, crazy. I mean, the blueprint has fluid, like, it supports fluids, but ooh. Right. There's one little mistake. Correct every time. This one. This one. It's already going. Ooh, research just taken off.
What's a good limit, upper limit for the quantum processors? 1,000?
Quantums, we are going to want no, we are going to need a warehouse, and we are going to want probably 8,000
8,000? All right.
because they're used in Prometheum craft. So Prometheum ship is going to come by here and gobble up a large volume of them at once.
Okay.
So it's like 8,000 would be 40 rockets. That would be 8 rows.
Should I put the buffer warehouse over here somewhere?
I would no. I would belt them into the warehouse.
Okay.
You could fit a belt in here.
Yep. I can just replace the.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely gonna want a warehouse. Okay. I just love that. Now we have why are you not running? Oh, less than epic. We want 4. This is going to be less than legendary. This is limited to 10. These fusion reactors are incredibly expensive. Each one is 250 quantum processors, 200 superconductors, 200. It's amazingly expensive. And you have to craft them on a boat. You can't craft them in space. Oh. But we do have fusion ready. We just don't have any quantums yet.
We got a few, but we're out of blue circuits. Oh, it looks like we just got delivered.
We just got a load of them, yeah. Now we can slowly scale up. What is the blue circuit for? Yeah, it's 1 each. So individually, they're not too bad. Plus the fact that we're getting productivity, and guess what? Since that is happening, you can research quantum processor productivity, which we will 100% do once we get to Prometheus. So it's all locked behind Prometheum, which is fine. We got one poor guy down here.
Did I miss a inserter?
Yeah, that right there.
Power. Gotcha.
Okay. Where? Okay. Oh, nice. You got a pass through on the waste. Good. Excellent. Very nice design. My designs are usually way worse than that. Because I overthink it. I just like.
Yep. That had been my mistake too. I hate relying on logistics too much, but in this case, everything comes in via logistics. So
Yeah, like this planet is not made. And what's funny is like regular bots use 4 times the power
yeah,
on this planet. So like they really made it hard. So if you're playing a strictly vanilla game, like be prepared for some shenanigans when it comes to this planet. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna want is we're gonna want the fusion power cell, which is dead easy to make. We just gotta find a place. Maybe up here, because it's literally ammonia, lithium, and holmium. Like it's really easy. Let's grab one of these, and we need this ammonia that's right here. So let's just go here. And this is going to be these. So let's get this.
oh, okay. There was a comment that I'm not sure when it came in, but on the other channel, somebody said he's not the only one who builds the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, we did that on 2 different planets this time. We did that on Gleba.
Yeah.
We got a massive wall, and we did it on Navas. We got a massive wall. You know, good fences make good neighbors, right? So,
True. And I'm getting a link for the first episode for the person that asked on YouTube. Yep.
Okay, so this we want. Let's get a few more. Let's get a little bit more buildable space. So we want insert, buffer. These are gonna have to go one more out, and then we're gonna want this, that. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Power is. So this needs holmium and lithium. This we want to limit on the amount less than what's the rocket at 50, so let's do and then we want holmium plate and lithium plate. Yeah, as far as fusion like power goes, it is it's just amazing how easy it is compared to everything.
Wow, we already have 4,000 processors.
Yeah, it goes fast, but you know, you build a fusion reactor setup, and it's
Oh yeah,
those
gone in a
those are
minute.
gone. Like, there's 1,000 just for the four things that you have. Oh, why didn't these? Oh, these are not oh. Why do we only have one? Why? What? When everything is wait, stack size. Where is that from? Where did this go? Each times one. What? Excuse me?
Interesting.
Each times one output stack. What? Okay, what is this one? Stack size. Why? Oh, you know what I think I did? Okay, what this does, the attempt here was to ignore quality. Right? For the craft, I want to only craft, right, if there's nothing in the chest. And the times one is just like, take whatever it is in here, times it by 1, and output the stack. And so there could be like 3 different qualities in here, right? And the stack would be 3. If there's 3 different ones with 3 different qualities. Then the times 1 would just output 3, which, you know, would do it. The gate of quality itself is the inserter or the recycler. So I can just come in here and go, let's just times this by 4, right? And now this thing should be 4 is less. No. What? Each times 4 output 4. I think I have to. Yeah, this is. Let's. Man, I made this so long. Let's remove that. Oh, that has. This. This is like somehow multiplying stack size. Damn it.
Oh, it's looping back.
I need to use.
Yeah.
I can't think straight. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, I'm just gonna straight up. Like, we're gonna just look at this. This is gonna be everything less than 4. That I think is the easiest way to deal with this, as well as this one. Everything less than. Back and get some. Okay. Okay, same thing down here. Move this. Add this into here. We want this to be limited. Everything less than 20. As well as this. Okay. We have 5. Why do we have 5? I think yeah, 1 was probably in process. Now, oh, this, I don't think we need this. Is this is this the mock-up that you did? Do we need
yeah. Yep.
We don't need this anymore. I don't.
The cryoplant one you might, but the biter one.
Yeah,
I
this
think,
one I want to keep, but this one I don't think we need anymore.
Yeah. I was just copying it so that I had one that had a fluid input. But yeah, you've got a better blueprint for fluid input ones.
Well, yeah, the fluid input one. Yeah, that one doesn't involve heat pipes, which is I was just gonna put a grinder down for each one of these so we can get some legendary fusion reactors. Which is a 250 megawatt. It's a 2.5 times the amount of power. Now the fuel itself, quality doesn't affect that at all. So yes, the higher tiers do burn the fuel faster. But again, the higher tiers of this, right, produce 125 megawatt versus the 50 megawatt. And then the Mythic is 200 megawatt. So the Mythics are 4 times the amount of power. You don't need a lot on a ship once you hit this tier. The other thing we're gonna want is the railguns themselves and the turrets. So we need to get those up on this planet somewhere. Probably, I don't know, just kind of copy and paste. Do you have a blueprint of this parameterized?
This no.
I want to take this away. Ah,
Should be able to copy from this combinator over, because the plan was that this heat pipe along here wouldn't really be necessary for the blueprint. You could like replicate that down.
what do you
So when you're copying the blueprint, you would start here and end here.
Why would
Kinda
you need
horizontal.
this?
Because you can just take down at the end here, paste the next blueprint right on the end here, and then just extend the heat pipes into the next one.
The problem
if
with
you
that,
wanted.
the problem with that is the longer the heat pipes go, the higher the temperature you need each one to be at.
Yeah.
Because it's having to go a long way. Having more than having just one of these per setup, like you could even integrate it a little bit better.
Like maybe down here.
Like, would have it like here. And just have it part of the blueprint. And that way they're all individually heated and like, it just doesn't. I mean, you're gonna burn the same amount of fuel no matter what you do, unless you have like a super long version, and then you need much higher temperatures. But now, at the very least, our Aquilo shuttle is actually like active, very active. Yeah, it's already heading to Vulcanus again, or Vulcanus things. I don't know what those are, but they're Vulcanus things. Okay, so blueprint wise, I think these are all set. Okay, what do we got going on up here?
These they just didn't fit elsewhere. So this one,
Yeah,
this one is the one you need for the quality transfer, and then
yeah,
this one's the
I know
one
what they're for. I'm just looking at an alternate place.
Could put them over here since you're extending it.
Yeah, definitely. Do that. That. Power-wise,
Could maybe condense it.
a little bit.
If yeah, you could do just one power pole in the middle to cover. Oh no, but then there's the ones over here. So yeah,
You did one here. And one. Darn. It's not super crazy vital, but let's just do this. We want to do legendarizers. Always. We want to do this. This is going to be cryo heated mythic. Well, grinder mythic. And then parameterize. This is craft. We have. You're gonna have to reference things to me here. Okay, so 20. 20 is the request, so that is the Formula P0S. 2000. What is 2000? Is it?
That's the request.
All the low tiers.
Yeah, the low tiers.
48.
So
40
48, yep.
is the stack size. P0.
Double stack size.
2. 1 is fine. 100. T is less than 100. Where is that at? T.
Oh, that's the.
Oh, temperature.
Temperature. Yep.
Okay. And then 50 fuel. That's fine.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't request 40 fuel.
Right. Yeah. Or 2000. Or 20.
Yeah.
Okay, blueprint parameterization complete. And create. And place it here. Create a
I didn't know
copy.
if this is where you wanted them. You could always move that if you want.
So let's grab this. And these, what I like about this is you can just do that. We're going to do that. One more.
Shoot.
Those.
I noticed one thing we didn't do is it's not on the pole. The
Oh.
there. I think I had them before, but we did some rearranging. think I have all the poles connected now.
Oh shit. I didn't mean those to be legendary. Those don't need to be Heat it up. Feel
Might be a
warm.
little glitchy if things don't warm up correctly.
Nothing we do is ever glitchy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, it's warm. It's gonna warm up from low quality up to high quality, which is kind of. But
The selector combinator. If that takes a while to warm up, longer than the bulk inserter pulling out the regular quality, then it would be a little weird. Because it would recycle everything. Yeah, okay. That wasn't too much of a delay.
yeah, it's not bad. Plus, you can just the thing doesn't request from buffer chests automatically, so you
Yeah.
just check that whenever you're ready. I get weird music glitches. It's like and it just like stops. Like it's a weird. I don't know why it's doing it,
Strange.
but you have the little like chimes like doo doo doo, and it just stops really abruptly. Everybody else is caught, but it's bizarre. Okay, still waiting on this to complete. See if it does it. You hear it? Is that part of the sound? Like it just sounds like it's way too abrupt. We'll hear it again when it happens. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, that must be part of the sound because it does it every time. But it's really jarring when I hear it. It's just like my mind just kind of expects it to flow a little bit better. All right, what are the stacks set to these? 2. We want 4 for the things. We want 10. We want 20. All right, so this we can do request for buffer chests. Oh, I just realized I'm an idiot. The ones down here are already crafting.
Okay, I thought you were moving to the different different design.
Well, it is what it is. We've got okay. Yeah, that's
Could retask these since they have all the piping.
right, but we would need a crafter for the low tier ones, which I mean that's easy to do up there, but yeah. What I want, let's build let's stop the request. Let's turn the request of gubbins. We don't have the gubbins anymore. Obviously the first. Let's see, where is it? I gotta find it. Find it. It's in here somewhere. God, where? Did I not save? There it is. I was like, did I not save it? Like literally up here. Tuck it in back here if we can. And we're going to want to upgrade it. Legendarizer. And the reason why it's like so like spaced out is I don't know why I didn't save the version with the heat pipe, but yeah, I don't have the version with the heat pipe. I could have sworn I saved a version of that. Let me just check this again. Maybe I didn't label it. These are all today. I could have sworn. Ooh, is that it? Nope, that's the same one. Now we need to grab. So the ratio is 4 to 28. Really, that's why I limited this to 20. I should limit it to 30. This limited to 4 is fine, but we need. Okay. Well, we're going to have to worry about that in a second. So, placing all of these is kind of a challenge. This. Although these obviously don't freeze. Pipes do. But these things don't look like they freeze. I don't know if they always not freeze. Yes.
Okay, I'm back. I automated grinding for furnaces. Electric furnace. Don't need them in many places, but there's a few.
Would you bring a load of heat pipe?
Sure.
And set up a craft up the setting that, or the thing that we just set up for fusion and stuff. We need a single crafter crafting the low level ones to feed into it. If you can figure that out. I'm shy by 10 fusion thingies, so
Okay. So just get a crafter with the normal stuff.
just the low level ones, and then just obviously feed it in as needed.
Tungsten plate. I'm just gonna run and grab some.
Grab a load. Set. I think you need 50 in each of these. You should. Here we want 50.
I noticed something strange. The storage warehouses are 2,000 slots, whereas the rest of the warehouses, I didn't verify all of them, but most of them at least, are 1,800.
Yeah, I don't know why there's It's almost like they just didn't realize there was a difference, a typo.
I was thinking maybe they just thought, storage, typically you need more in storage, so they just said, we'll just unbalance that one. But now what's low on? Now it's low on the... Whoa. That's what was going on. I was trying to say.
Interesting. The rate calculator doesn't see fusion generator.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is 28 times 125 megawatts. 28 3.5 gigawatts for the power rate. And all it takes is a little bit of this, like, fusion fuel. This stuff here. So, you need you need fusion up and running. The reason why this came first is you need this to get to Promethium. Because the Promethium, if you look at the space map, you have to go from Aquila to the solar system edge, right? And so solar power in space here is 1%. And from here on out, like, it's 0, it's minimal. So you only get Promethium from here to here. This is where you get it. And you don't really have a lot of options for power. And so fusion is really where it's at. It's compact, it's nice. You can do one fusion can supply 2 of these. Okay. If you look at the consumption here, it's consumes plasma 5 per second. If you look at this, it's actually output of 10. But because you bundle them together, you get a neighbor bonus. And so the calculation becomes a little bit trickier. If you have 2 of them together, right? So 2, if one is 2, right? If one feeds 2, 2 of them doesn't feed 4, 2 of them feeds 8. Right? And then 4 feeds 28. So you get it as like exponential. I don't know how big this has been. Like, I don't know what people have done in terms of trying to max this out. I'm afraid to go look up like fusion blueprints to see like if somebody did like an 8 150. Like, I don't know like how big you can make these.
I think we've looked it up before, and the biggest you can get in vanilla anyway is to have another 2 on this side.
Yeah, you can have 2 on this side, so you can have 6.
Yeah. So then the center one has the bonus from 6 other fusion plants, and it's just insane. And the rest have, what would it be, 3? Except the end 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I let other people figure that shit out.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is 3.5 gigawatts. This right here is 3.5 gigawatts. Like this is more power than all of our other planets combined, including Navas. Like, this is a huge amount of power. Never needed this much on a ship. Like, God forbid you need this much on a ship, especially when it's legendary. Now, Mythic is insane. Like, again, never need anything Mythic. But these in Mythic produce 200 megawatts. So 28 of these, it's crazy. That would be 5.6 gigawatts. Like, it would be just insane. So now that power is squared away, what I want to do also is build one of these on Gleba, but eventually we want. Can you get a railgun setup going. I don't know. I think those require fluid. Yeah. So we're going to need a railgun over here. This is the kind of the floral ketone using area. So,
Yeah, probably on the other side of these.
yeah. We need a grinder for railguns. We also... Ooh, I need to go back to Gleba.
Unfortunately, the railguns only need one liquid. Do we want to do the grinder somewhere else? No, I suppose not.
Well, the liquid you put in like this. Right?
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, so that one should be pretty easy.
So this is where the liquid goes. You just gotta extend the heat pipes. But so yeah, you can use the same blueprint down there, and just you're gonna have to do the constant combinator again. I mean, or you don't. You know, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. You know, I like you made it work up here, so that's good. But yeah, it is going to need floral ketone.
Well, yeah.
Okie dokie.
You got this in.
What?
Yeah, you got it parameterized. Good.
Yep, parameterized. Ready for action. We're going to go to Gleba. We are going to get a little grinder for rocket turret. No, I don't think. Rocket turrets don't need. They don't technically need to be built anywhere. They don't require Gleba, but since Gleba is where they're made, might as well just do it here. But also, they don't need any crazy... They don't need the biochambers, so that's very handy. So we're going to build this here, and this is going to be rocket turrets. I just love it. Stretch this here. And then engage. So what you get with high quality turrets is a bigger range. So you need fewer of them. You can centralize your rocket turrets because you don't want, right? You don't want rocket turrets along the outside edge of your ship. You don't need them shooting at stuff that's not even going to come close to your ship. So you can centralize all your rocket turrets. So you get anything that does come close, but you're not superfluously shooting stuff you don't need to shoot, right? That's the important thing. And so with a rocket turret that's like a huge range, right? So we can compare one of these. It's hard to see the green, right? But if we look at this, see, this is normal rocket turret range. Now let's grab a legendary. And compare the legendary. So you can see the minimum doesn't change. So the minimum inside of here, that's a minimum range. But the maximum range is way further out. Right? So you're looking at a massive range out of that. So you can get a lot of ship inside that range. So my Prometheum ship that I use, let's go up here. I need to go to Navis in, and let's drop in a bunch of these. just want some base turrets.
Small issue with your parameterized blueprint for cryogenic plants is that it uses a legendary heating tower.
Yeah, I have a quality resetter upgrade planner that I just do it right over the heating tower, and it just. But yeah, I forgot that the thing did that. Wrong.
No worries, just making sure you were aware.
Yeah. Where are... Ah. Dropped 0 frames again today. This is glorious. I love it. Still holding tight. Good. Research. How is research storage doing? Research storage. See, reds and greens are a little bit low. Whenever we kick off a research, whoo, it's pretty spicy. You can probably do. What would be a good? We'd probably start researching into logistics. Although that, we're still needing Prometheus. What would be helpful? Let's do. These are relatively affordable. Let's do a couple of those. Do we have railgun like weapons yet? Because we don't need we need like 2 of those.
Personal railguns?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we
can
don't have
use
those
the
yet.
we can use the personal upgrader, the individual upgrader
Yeah.
once we have them.
Although I think those require a cryo plant and the cryo fluid. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yep.
They don't require the planet, but they do require like a single barrel. We're gonna need maybe 1 or 2 barrels. But yeah, we're gonna need. I mean, the circuitry on here doesn't look too complicated that you did. So, you basically just set. Yeah, I see how you did that. Okay, excellent. See, Oz is my circuit guru. He just is so good at the circuits.
Certainly do what I can.
Trash this. Trash this. Trash this. I don't need grenades on me. I haven't needed grenades for for so long. I don't need any ice on me. I don't need iron. Chromium. I don't want to dump in here if I don't need it. Okay. I also want. one of the mods I have is clean. It's called like clean concrete, and it just makes it so when you place concrete, it always removes the gubbins off the way. Because there's the way the game handles it, it's just a % chance that it does, and it's just the mod just makes that 100% chance. So it's really simple. For a second, I couldn't remember what I was doing. I want those. These.
How many railguns do you think we're gonna want?
Tap it out at
third.
or it's 1 per rocket, right? Probably a max of 10. We shouldn't need
10.
any more than 10 turrets on a ship.
Oh man, I can't imagine we'd even need that many.
Usually not, but I don't know coming up. Like, we're going to have some pretty big fucking ships. If we're going to be
that's
crafting
true.
a bunch of shit in space, we're going to need some big ships. So, 10 is I mean, that's been a standard number that I've been using for a while.
Yeah. And as far as it goes, you know, we sink the resources into it once and we're done. So, not like it's a big deal anyway. Oh, haha. I forgot to copy the legendary like symbol thingy.
I'm not even going to look. Okay. So, anybody want to know what's going to happen to our research per minute when I upgrade the entire kit and caboodle to legendary? Does anybody want to guess? We are at 2,300 right now. So let's... We're going to do everything to legendary.
So let's see, you've got... Oh man, you don't even have modules in the machines yet either. But I suppose you're probably saving those for productivity?
Yeah, those are going to be mythic productivities. We still have 25 to go, which should get upgraded pretty fast. Because we're requesting the lower tiers and we're just grinding them up, so those should upgrade pretty fast. Yeah, they're already. It just takes a couple seconds for it to go through the process a couple times. So there they come in. We're missing a ton of inserters, but that's understandable.
My guess was going to be over 14K.
Oh, I think it's going to be higher.
It looks like I'm...
Yeah, way higher than that. Gotta let this thing finish. Now the limitation is going to be how fast we're going to let this. We're going to let this go. I'm going to copy the this. very technical. Because we're not going to be able to output the ag science onto this belt fast enough with the 2 inserters. Not even. Well, maybe. I mean, maybe if these were legendary, we can try it before we do. Too much. But I just think that we're going to absolutely need. Let's trash all the low tier inserters. Yeah, look at all. What's really fun about this, we're going to enable that. Enable that. We need to maximize what we're doing here. Because yeah, this drained 15,000 of these science in a matter of a few seconds. This is why I said Uber gets nuts. We will deal with the actual science. What I want to do is I want to research something that has enough. I don't want to research anything with ag science because ag science would be a problem. Because it wouldn't be on the belt, like it wouldn't supply enough, I don't think, to really give us an accurate readout of what it is. Okay, so what crazy shit should we research that we could do that would be enough science packs to make a difference? Rocket part productivity. Although we don't have 170,000 red and greens. So we don't even have half of 172,000. That would be 81,000 or no, 86,000. And we have 57,000 in here. So we don't have enough science to research that because this is going to go so fast. It's going to drain those things out. We're not producing it fast enough right now. So we got to do something a little less insane. Slightly less insane. These would just finish so fast that it would not be. We could do casting of railgun ammo. I mean, this would just finish instantly. This is 1,000 science. Like, that's there it goes. Like, it's not. Let's see what. And it's really fun when you have this level of science to do these really low level ones, like this one. There's 600. There's 1,000. Ooh, that one needs egg science. This will tell us if this is going to be fast enough. I mean, it might be, but now it's stopped. So now it's just gonna all feed back. This is so funny. Why? Oh. Okay. Seriously now. Okay, how about reds? This is 34,000. No, that's 15 seconds. That's going to throw our numbers off. I don't want to throw our numbers off. I need one that's 60 seconds. That would give us... Okay, how about Homium? Bioflux. This is a good one. This is one we want. The one we're going to definitely need. So this is 6,000. We're going to queue up to 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. right? So we're not using ag because ag right now is a little derpy. We're not really capable of supplying a lot of ag right now. So there's 6,000. So what is this? I mean, we're not even at an accurate number right now because it's going so fast. We haven't plateaued. So we're at 10,000. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, looks like we're plateaued a little bit at 23,000. Because the science, that's an average running. You got to look at the graph. You can see it plateaus now. So we're plateaued at 23,000. So we started today at 280. Then I upgraded the beacons with modules, base modules, and we went to like 2,300. Now I upgraded literally everything to legendary, and now we're at 23,000. So we went from 280 to 2,300 to 23,000, right? With just a few steps. Now the problem is how much research, like how much we're actually chewing through. Because we have almost cut the amount of red and greens in half. We're eating through it so fast. Now we gotta think about making it faster. So how do we do that? Well, rather than build hundreds and hundreds of machines, we can think about this a little bit different. We're going to cut this off here and let this... Well, we can just make this process a little bit faster by speeding these up. So, this is why the productivity research, we're actually finished. It finished before it... Well, at least we have Bioflux now.
You have a new weapon in your inventory. Be careful.
Ooh. I don't have any ammo for it, though, so I don't...
Yeah.
That dangerous. So thank you for that.
Yep.
I'm still rocking the shitty machine gun. Let me go up here.
I tossed my machine gun in here since I have a Tesla gun.
Yay. I have the machine gun, a Tesla gun, and the rail gun. Those are the three that I usually have. Did you do anything with crafting the ammo?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. Just get a little... We don't need lots. We just need... We could even like craft some and then quality grind it up. If you really wanted to go crazy with it. Like, normal is 10,000 plus 20. Legendary is 25,000 plus 50. So you're doing... Rather than doing 30,000 damage, you're going to do 75,000. It's crazy. So now we've done this. Let's tear this down. We haven't really touched like the craft of research in a while. Like we've expanded it, we've tweaked it, we've upgraded some of the quality just a bit ago. But as far as like the craft, so what we have to think about is once we're starting to be able, and I know that's really bad English, once we're able to start researching productivity, these low-level ones go really fast because I don't have a minimum base research cost. So like reds start at 2 science, right? So you're able to research a whole lot of red productivity really, really fast. So what we want to do is we want to think about this. We want to do everything legendary. You can go away. You can go away. You. Okay. So we are going to put legendarize this one. Cut these. Put them in. These are not even close to me. So I'm trying to prototype a way to quality grind the science. At least the reds. So these are going to spit out right, these are going to spit out red science. Well, red science is great and all, but yeah, we might want to a little bit of space. So let's give ourselves space. Is that going to be enough for another one? Yes. We could actually. Why don't we plan? Why don't we plan? Like this, because this thing can hit all of this, and then one of these we can have over here. Maybe. So I don't. I'd get rid of these damn wooden poles. Jesus, I can't believe they're still. Whew, still on wooden poles over here.
Oof.
And we have bigger substations now. So like a single substation can do that whole entire thing. So you can see like these actually produce pretty damn fast. So like now we could, right? It says productivity equals limit. I'm kind of curious what happens if we grind out. Yeah, look at that. It's not.
Mod isn't successful?
These are still limited to 300%.
Huh.
We have a mod that should reset that to 500%. I'm gonna. I hate that. Like, always. Every time I run into that, it's like, God damn it, another mod that I'm gonna have to debug myself. Okay. So I don't think we need any more than that. So let's put these all away. Those can go away. Why I have agricultural science packs on? Okay. So what we're gonna want is a reverse factory of some flavor somewhere.
Okay, now be careful.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yup.
There they are. Okay. I mean, if we did one on each side, I'm just trying to think of a design we can like replicate greens. All that kind of stuff. Maybe back here. Do that. Because we're gonna need. We're gonna need at least 4 crafters just for uncommon. Maybe. I don't. Take these away. Take that away.
Oh, that comment was from a while ago. Spy was saying 7x. I assume for the science, the buff to science. No, it was exponential. I
Yeah,
see
it was roughly 10x. But making it all legendary was roughly 10x. It was from
it looks like
2,300 to 23,000.
looks like it peaked out at 28,000 for a second there.
That was probably a research that was not 60 seconds.
It was probably the gears.
Yeah,
When you did the
gears
gear
was definitely.
researches.
If we did like 2 for rare, 1. Yeah, we're not gonna. How could we do this? Really didn't leave myself a lot of space.
Maybe we should move the research production somewhere else.
Yeah, it's kind of what I've been assuming for a while. Is we're gonna have to move it down. Probably down here.
Yeah.
That lake can go away.
We want to grab the fish from it, because that's the only water we have.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Maybe
Yeah.
leave a little bit of a. Maybe leave a little bit of the lake.
And we might want to get fish breeding just so we can actually get some fish to reproduce.
Let's see. 500 egg science, whatever will we do?
Yeah.
It's not even gonna have enough time to get all the way through the. And done.
And now it's going back.
Yeah, this is like there's gonna be a lot of material coming through here. So my thought was like output. And then this would be uncommon. But the problem with this is it's this might not get like all the things, and they'll just be sitting on the filter. But I don't really know what my ratios need to be, because what we should do if we start it, if we put quality modules in the first step, then the next step, then that step is guaranteed to be uncommon or above. So one of the tests that I really want to do is what happens with my numbers if I have because these you can't put more than 4 in anyway. So, but if I did a mythic tier, right, 4 mythics is going to be 160%. But I don't think anything over 100 makes a difference. So if we put quality modules in all of these, right, I'm pretty sure you would never get a normal one out of it. So we could eliminate then a whole step out of it. And immediately go into rares. Because this also gets quality. Right? So now, coming out of this, you're going to either have rares, epics, or legendaries. Guaranteed. So we could do then... Be the best way to do this. If we feed these in here. The other problem is the other issue is that you can't use stack inserters because you'll get a bunch of uncommons, and then boom, you'll get a rare, and now the stack inserter just stops. So we would have to... I don't know how you would solve that. You would have to have, like... You'd have to have a stack inserter with filters and an override stack size of greater than uncommon. And then you would have to have a stack...
Just like that. These two.
Use filters, blacklist. Well, we're never gonna get normal.
Yeah, true. So this one would be then uncommon, and then just change the blacklist to be uncommon as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So now the odds of getting in this step, the odds of getting a legendary is about 1 in 10,000. So it's like not worth it to have a filter then uncraft it. It's going to uncraft into legendary anyway, so there's no point. There's no point in managing that. So I'll let Oz deal with that. So the next step is going to be like we need rare. No. Yeah. Rare reds. Because the uncommons here will then quality grind into rares or above, right? We're not going to get uncommons back. So then these will either be epics or above, right? So you could do a regular, and you could go filter less than legendary. I don't know what our throughput is going to do here, but we would do
right now it shouldn't be too bad, but once we start getting productivity,
yeah, productivity is gonna what are your thoughts, Oz? Like, this is a bad place to mock this up because you don't have a lot of space. You can't really spread out and sort of test. But the general idea is regular ingredients go in, And then on the other side, you have pure, legendary, or mythic. So the design has to be accommodate both. So I'm gonna take this down. Hurting my mind. So if we build like, let's just build like what we've been working on this whole time, and do something like this. And just say I want red. Right. So thinking about this now, you know, these are going to be pretty damn fast. And then like mythic, I think you could do like this. And greater than or equal to legendary, something like that, or you could even say equals legendary, or you'd have to change these. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I don't think there's a way to. You can't connect these to certain.
No.
So
what I would do is let's move that, and then I would pull it out this way, link up to the green network, enable the wire, and then it would be oh, sorry, yeah, not that. Filter, set filter. There we go. So then there you go.
well, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Let's just see what our throughput is. Now we have 24,000 in here. We are going to limit this output to equal normal. Right? I don't. Right now, I'm not going to output anything other than normal out here because I don't want to sully that build. Yeah, we're gonna have a throughput issue.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need, if possible. I see what you're doing here, but I think we're gonna need like this, where these come in there, and then the ones that are processed, right?
Yep.
And then I just want to gauge because I have never. All my test worlds, I want to clarify. All of my test worlds, I played through like at least 5 times. I stopped before I got to this point, right? So because this is the challenge, is figuring this shit out, and I didn't want to sort of mix up what I was trying to do. And so I stopped before I got to this point. Before we got to the Uber side of production. So this will take everything that we produce here, regardless of what quality it is, grind it down. This will take the qualities that we upcraft outside of the legendary, and the legendaries will then get fed as fast as humanly possible down this belt. Now remember, when we get upgraded belts, we're going to be able to do this exceptionally fast. So even though the belts might seem like they're limited right now, remember these loaders are going to output stacks. well, anything that can stack will be stacked. And as will these. So these will so all the ingredients will be stacked. The other thing you could do is do loaders from the chest in here, but you don't really want to do that because it might you'll have an imbalance of ingredients. You'll have everything like the loaders will have the loaders will try to insert like gears, and the gears are full. What you need is copper, and there's plenty of copper in the chest, but the loader is because the way that the inventories are scanned. This is one of these technical things that you learn after 3,000 hours. The way that the inventories are scanned and emptied go from the very bottom slot up to the first slot. That's how the inventories are scanned. Every inventory in the game is scanned from the bottom back. So it looks at this slot first, and then it goes backwards, right? And that's everything that empties does that. And so if you have a huge chunk of like copper with a bunch of gears at the top, the loaders will empty from the copper up, and they'll just stop because it won't do it. The inserters are smart enough to stop inserting stuff, or you can even go in here, depending on how many ingredients you have, and you can filter the inserters based on what the ingredients are. Whoa, that is a stretchy long arm.
If you really need the throughput, you do one of those.
Yeah. Legendary inserters are so goddamn fast, though. Mythic ones are...
Yeah.
You just can't even see them move sometimes. All right, so I just want to gauge to see how this goes. So let's look to see what happens. So obviously this is emptying extremely fast. And out comes
this one as well.
out comes mythics or legendaries. Yeah, hook that one up, would you? And now this is only one crafter on this whole tree, so we're not even coming close. Yeah, this thing, as fast as this is. I like the fact that this one has a dedicated one. This is helping us because this first step, they're mostly low levels. They're all uncommons and rares. This one is dealing with like the epics and the legendary, or the epics at least. It's mostly epics coming out of it. I think that what we want here, we want these to be stacked out. Oh no, we can't. I just realized we can't unless we do other gubbins there.
We can move the beacon, and that would let us do it actually.
Yeah, because
All kinds of
ideally, even though this is a rare, what we want to stack is the epics. Because that's what we're going to get the most epics out of here. We're not going to get any rares at all. And we're going to get very few legendaries. So this, what we could do is filter not equal epic. And then this would be filter epic. Right? So now this thing is able to like, it's actually able to do it. And so this right now, this would be not really used that much because we're at most right now only going to get legendaries out of it, right? So it would help. This one, yeah, he's working on that. So right now our bottleneck is this damn thing. This one is
Oh yeah, that way. Just continue doing it that way. Oh no, we do want to have it linked up because we do want to be able to transfer the.
What are you talking about?
I'm using the green wire instead
Or
for the filtering. Set filter.
Yeah, but why are you filtering? Every one of these
That
is going to have a different setting.
Yeah, but it can still be based off of the green wire. Or, yeah, I suppose.
What?
Oof. What,
Yeah, it's not outputting anything because this one outputs epics, this one outputs legendary. Like, this is just outputting one signal. That's legendary. They're like each one of these steps is would be a different set. We look at how many we've made. We have 3.4 thousand legendaries. Now, what are the benefits of doing legendary? Well, there were 6 normals. So we have these going in and then turning into 6 times that amount. And that is the benefit. And then once we get to mythics, which is what the goal is, that's 11 times. So one science pack is worth 11 actual science packs, which reduces the draw of your lab. So every one of our sciences is going to have to go through this process. Now, we can take this basic process and we can try. I mean, even if we're using like freaking warehouses to sort of spread out or have a more surface area of the storage, so you can basically like wrap a warehouse in, the rare ones or whatever. And then with with productivity, this gets, you literally saturate a turbo belt with legendary or myth. Like, it's insane when you add productivity. Because imagine every one of these crafts at this fast producing 3 instead of, like, it's crazy. So that's how the 1,000,000 science per minute is going to happen. Is you throw so much productivity at it, there's just no choice.
oh shoot, that's not gonna work.
Let's do that. I want to put these there. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, the stacker, this is what's confusing about it. The stacker is stacking the expected outcome, which is 1 level above, and then the regular bulk is just idiot. Because those are going to be like, this can actually craft a legendary. It could even craft a mythic once we research it. But it's a tiny percent chance. 99%, 99.9% is going to be the next tier. The same with it. Right? So this bulk here is the filter is going to be legendary. And this one filter is going to be not equal. Legendary one right now it's just making legendary. Eventually it'll make mythic, and the rare times the mythic is triggered is because, like, this thing, one of these made a mythic, which is pretty low chance. But if you look at that, like, what is our production right now of legendary science packs? Right? So we're at 900, right? 900 a minute of legendary science pack. Which, if you times that, 900, what is it? 940, 950. Well, we can look at this. Let's look at the 1 minute. Oh, we're actually at 1.5 thousand a minute. 1.5. Oh, let's just do 1,500. We're at 1,500 a minute. Remember, these are 6 science packs. These are worth 6 science packs. So this is times 6. This is 9,000 science a minute. Is what is the science packs that we're making right now. That's what that is worth. 9,000 a minute. And this is just a test setup that we threw together, and it's only, if you notice, only one of these is being used. And we don't have any productivity. So we're going to need to ramp up. Like, this side is fine. We set up all 4 of these, or all 8 of these. That's going to be more effing production than we could ever possibly hope to consume over here. So we're going to need to rethink this whole thing. But if we come over here, and we've already got a decent chunk. We've already got 10,000 of those. So if I go and use up... We need batteries, damn it. Let's get some batteries. Batteries! 19... 20. Remember, we are limiting. We want to drain out all the commons. Get rid of them. We don't want them anymore. And look how fast. I mean, it's... Remember, this belt here is 600 per second. That's what this belt is capable of moving. So that is all of the reds and the greens gone. At the very least, this will do some gubbins. Okay. Now we can throw in legendary. Now if we look at this thing is going to be like, hey, what happened to all my research? And now if we pop this in, you can see these are super fast. This is draining much slower. And now green's. We want to turn off. Just turn these off. Look at that. We just got done. Okay. I mean, this is obviously not. We need a lot of work on this. We should have planned ahead, Oz, and left. I should have left a ton more room for each science.
Yeah.
I should have anticipated. But so if we think differently, we think of the same setup. We're gonna pull these like this. there be a way? I'm just gonna spitball in this, so don't consider like this in its final. Because this is like most of the game is just designing shit like this. So, like, as engaging as this content is, like, this is the game. So, you know, if you're like, oh, this is boring, like this is literally the game. So, this is gonna be greens. So, greens. Oh, greens. Greens of uncommon. Now, what we need to do. I'm not really thinking of parameterization right now. I'm just like I'm trying to wrap my head around throughput issue. So if we have each side of this now having a separate system, right? You keep them separate. You could have we have the quality there. So the stack inserters, stack inserters outputting the far belt. Let me grab one of these. this. And what is this? This. Set filter. Why did this not? Oh. Okay. Then we want. Pity you can't manipulate quality like you can, like, just like subtract one, you know, take quality minus one and stuff like that. That would be okay. Now, so any legendaries just immediately push out onto the belt. And then all the other stuff these are set filter. These set filter black. And this is what lost.
Yeah.
So now the legendaries are getting stacked and outputted. Everything else is coming back and prioritized to get recycled. To get up. So let's see. I'm just curious now. The only thing that we don't have in here, is beacons. I could move. This is going to be. Bots are going to be very angry about this. That's not going to work because that's 3 away. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 away. That's not going to work. So we would have to do this, this to here. That's all 4 of those. These 2. Okay. All of these. Two of these. This. Common. This. Okay. Greens is completely empty. We have 30,000. Wow. That's an impressive amount. Let's see what this design does for us. Might have to upgrade. Okay, I see one issue. Need these to be on the same side. Interesting, it's not as consistent. If you look at the belt, it's like, let's let this run for another minute or two and see what our production levels are on the, because remember, we're at like 1,500 a second or 1,500 a minute. We're actually correction, we're at 4,000 a minute. Legendary red. Okay, so green, which is somewhere in here. That's epic. Where is green? Legendary. Green. Where's the green? There it is. So we're at 1.6 right now. Oh, legendary. Legendary reds just dropped off a cliff. I wonder what happened there.
It probably swapped to a lower grade. Oh. Yeah, so now everything that's coming out of there right now seems to be legendary tier. and it's backed up, so it's not crafting the lower tier stuff. You would think it would be better, but not so much. I noticed one thing that would help this setup.
Hmm?
These aren't getting coverage from the beacons.
Yeah, I noticed that. Um, I wasn't sure how to fix it without introducing more shenanigans, but let's just test it. Put the beacon in there. It's crazy how fast that is. But you can see, it's just.
If you notice what I did down here, that might be something we want to do also. Have a dedicated loader to the blue quality. Because that's going to be what the majority of them coming out is.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of little things that we could optimize with this. Looks like that beacon really did a good job. So we could probably just see what happens.
And alternatively, we could dedicate a recycler per tier of good. And then customize the loaders coming out.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to iterate several times on the same concept.
So just to give perspective here, I'm going to run the numbers on like how many reds we've been producing and kind of do the math for productivity.
So now we're just about at the same level of production of greens as we are red. 3,000 a minute. We're at 2.6 thousand a minute there. So 3,000 a minute. Multiply that by 6. So you're at 180 or 18,000 of the actual science. And remember, these consume 50%.
Yep, so it'd be 3,000, I'll just round it down, times 600%. Whoops. So it just times 6 would be 18,000?
18,000. And times 2, that's 36,000.
Yep, so 36, yeah.
And then once we start research productivity, that's really the research, right? Every step of this is 10% of the actual research productivity. So as you get deeper into this tree, right, it becomes more expensive for sure. But every science pack then becomes more valuable. And then you multiply that by the efficiency of a quality science pack. And now, an 1100% mythic with a 50% drain for the biolab, right? You're now at more. This is about multiply that by about 5.5, right? So you have an 11%. Now you're at another 50% on top of that. So you're looking at about 1,600 or 16 science packs worth for every science pack, and then productivity here is added onto that. So 100% productivity, or 5 levels of this, which is really easy to hit. 5 levels of this, gets you at 100% productivity in your biolabs. Now all of your science is double. You're doubling whatever you're producing. And as you go deeper into that tree, it just becomes exponential. There were some researches I was kicking off that were I hit a little over 500,000 science a minute in the graph. I was doing a research, and it was like 572,000 science a minute. I was like, holy shit, that was a lot of science. All right, so this completely stopped. So there's a flaw in the design. Even though this is prioritized, yeah, having a separate one of these would be beneficial. Let's go away. Yeah, we're able to recycle way faster than craft new ones, obviously. So we would need basically a branching system for every quality. With rares being, a pretty considerable amount. I don't know how to do that though. You could do a warehouse, and you could just line the warehouse with things, so it's all pulling out of one inventory. Right. Otherwise, if you're trying to pull off a belt, it's not really efficient. It's not really well done. So it looks like, yeah, this. Keeps backing up on the step. We're not able to stack the output. We're not stacking. So, it's just not hitched at all this whole time. Just been flying. But yeah, having each tier. So let's if we stack. Kind of why I did it the way I did it. Shut this. Starting. Ooh, this was backed up.
could not imagine having a mod that allows you to like 3 or 4 more qualities.
Oh,
Where like the top is like 100x. Like then it would be almost trivial to hit 1 million science a minute because it would be so crazy the amount of science that you could get done. Yeah. But the other thing we want to build is a little freighter for egg delivery to Gleba. Because I usually just hoof them between the things, but I wanna create a little like egg express. Get it? Egg express.
he's the punny.
In here somewhere is biter eggs. I just never can find them. Pentapod. Oh, there they are.
If you're curious, I did something here quick. I shoved 10,000 iron plate into a crafter for gears just to see the kind of ratios that come out. So, but the problem is you've got 300% productivity.
Yes.
So
That throws off the numbers.
actually, it's not so bad. You just have to divide everything by 4.
That's true. Okay, so this ship, the Express, will be a shuttle between Navi and Gleba, because the eggs on Gleba, or the eggs to Gleba, are going to be used for the overgrowth soil. So the other place that you need eggs is the Prometheum ship. We'll get to that in a second. But I wanted to get this started so we can start making the soil, because we got this. Now, the problem is if we run out of bioflux, bad times happen. And why are we not getting any rocket fuel? Is rocket fuel just not? Am I just not putting it anywhere in a chest? I'm not. Let's put this in a... Yeah, let's just put this in a minor chest. Yeah, cat. You don't have to meow at me. I know you're in my lap. There we go. So now I'm cat distracted. Failing. So the ship design, it doesn't need to be like a super crazy design. Right? So the ships, simple shuttle nuke. More than enough. Okay. This. Oh. I felt the wet nose. Too adorable. Oh, good. So this is going to be eggs. So we don't need any of these. We do need. Oh. take my eggs seriously. Are we gonna need a receiver? I don't think there's any way. There's no way to write. We can't control the ship via signal. I mean, kind of. Well, yeah. Okay, we can.
You have to input like each destination, I think is what you're trying to say, right?
Well, you can do it via the condition to leave a point,
Yeah.
right? If the certain condition is met, then it is able to leave. So, yeah, we are going to want to read a circuit condition. One of the problems I've always had, because the Prometheum ship also wants an oodle amount of eggs. And one of the issues I've always had is when you have two ships in orbit and each of them require egg, which ship gets the egg? There's no way in a ship, in a rocket on the surface, there's no way to set the destination. You just launch it into space. It's just like, hey,
Yes.
you know, we're going to send eggs into space, and whoever gets them first, you can't control who gets them. So what I want to do is I want to control which ship is in orbit, or at least be able to read which ship is, which is what the sender is. The transmitter is going to be sending the signal of what eggs. The other thing we want to do, since we can, is upcraft legend. This is definitely. change this recipe. This also now outputs stone. It's a way to get stone in space. Okay, now. So we need to trash the stone. We need to keep the calcite. We need to trash the stone. Now we need a way. Read how much calcite we're gonna have. Will you stop using your claws in my pants? You just hear this fabric tear sound. It's just like,
Oof.
it's just like every time she moves, her claws are just like. It's like, jeez, you're just laying in my lap. You don't need to defend yourself against a bobcat.
That's what you think.
God, you know, it's so tempting. How do we make this work? These will probably get on our back. You get 10 and 4. Not the same ratio. You need a way to avoid iron. I think how do we might want to do? Take one of these. I should have. I'll still be. Anybody out there has questions on what I'm doing, don't hesitate to ask. I don't know what people know and what they don't. So if you're looking at this going, what the hell is he doing? And just say, hey,
Yeah.
what the hell are you doing? And I'll explain it. But I don't want to spend 20 minutes explaining something that everybody knows what the hell I'm doing. So I just kind of have to.
Assume that we're all on the same page. Unless heard otherwise, right?
Right. I need to do something similar for ice. Let's see. I think I'm gonna move this. This.
Oh, I just had a scary thought. This is a bit of a sidetrack for what you're doing. But in the reverse factory, when we're producing the stuff, if you produce multiples of the science packs, so production and higher, you're gonna have to make sure you get as many as you need in the reverse factory for each quality.
What do you mean?
And that's not. So if for it to recycle, it would have to have 3 production sites. If for some reason on the belt it only grabbed 2, it would freeze.
What do you mean it requires 3?
Because it produces 3. When you produce the production science, you get 3 per craft. So when
Right,
the
but that's-
reverse factory.
But the reverse factory only sees the original recipe, not the productivity.
Yep, but the normal recipe gives you 3 production science pack.
Oh, I'm looking at red.
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead a bit,
Yeah, you're thinking, yeah.
but it's something we're gonna have to consider.
Yes. Which why you use stack size restrictions. You can use stack size restrictions on stack inserters of 3, and it will only swing when it has 3.
Yeah.
So then you can insert exactly 3 at a time, and yeah, you're gonna need to rethink like supply lines because you're gonna need to be a little bit faster because you won't be able to quite do a loader like we have here. But the same is true with military science. I don't think chemical science and yellow science are all, yellow science you get 3 as well. I am kind of curious. Yellow science. This is so damn slow. see what our base does when we do that. I mean, I redid blues, as you can see. And this isn't even all of the blues. And it's not even upgraded. So we're at 40 a second. Let's legendarize it. Let all things settle in. Now we're at 212 a second. We're at 48 a second of those. Now the main issue is going to be LDS, which obviously it's going to run out of LDS. God, the wind is just howling out there. If there's a storm. This is a really inefficient way of doing LDS too. We should go to the casting. But we'd have to do that down there, which is fine. We can do that. That's just busy work. Alright, what was I doing? I was doing something. Damn it. Alright. So, we have this. And what's the ratio? The numbers, the actual numbers. I'm just putting numbers in there so it doesn't just empty the belt when it triggers. I've had that happen. I think this will work. Calcite comes in. It's good to go. Bounce it in here. Yeah, I won't make a blueprint until I can. Now, let's send up. Oh, let's finish this. Did we? Oh, so glad. just about put another one. I tend to forget which ones I do. I need to use like the logistics search. So like space, I can see. Oh, space freezing warehouse. Already got them. Let's go get our initial. Yeah, these get really crazy. Yeah, can't wait to show you guys how fast those rockets. Remember before we were hurting to send 2 silos of rockets up? Remember when we had a problem sending 2 rockets up and fulfilling a need? Well, let me tell you. We are going to be able to do way more than that. This is now you're going to understand why why we have the mod that speeds up rocket launch animation. Right? There's a reason I have that mod. So we need to uncheck this. And now watch how fast this crafts. Now imagine sitting around waiting for the animation to finish before you can send something else. This is why. I mean, even at 8 times faster, it's still kind of slow. Okay. Ooh, we can. Oh. Really? We can only send one of these at a time? Good Lord. Press. No idea why the mod on. This is what it is. As long as they built semi-sane. Semi-sane. See? Want another one. Ooh, this is, yeah, these are another thing that we could. Yeah, see, this bothers me. It's like, don't build this one, build it right next door. Well, 4. Hey. If you really want this to be fast, what we're going to probably end up doing is having the rocket platform. So this stuff here, this whole setup, we're going to want to like amplify, because instead of like feeding it and having just this amount in storage, when we get to like the Prometheum ships, or some of the factory ships, so like this is 9,000 space platform, right? This you want to amplify your space platform because we're probably going to need like 3 of these. But I'm going to definitely redesign this. It's atrocious. It's horribly, horribly bad. As you can see, I basically took the Promethean ship that we had that I used months ago, and I basically like kit bashed it together. And it's just bad. It's so wrong and bad. So that's going to need to be massively redesigned.
That was an ouchie.
What happened?
Lost a bunch of belts and inserters and stuff on Gleba. I'm gonna get those turrets upgraded. I started a mock-up of kind of what.
Is there? Yeah, there's rocket turrets.
Yep.
Yeah, all the rocket turrets can get upgraded. All the gun turrets can get upgraded. You can even grind and upgrade the Tesla turrets on Fulgora. What you want to do probably is let me put down the blueprint. It's somewhere. I think it's something to go for. Something to build, which is the fusion generator. Because if you build and upgrade the Tesla turrets, power draw is pretty significant. Okay. Rocket capacity. Jesus. Let's not send 10 of those. Where am I? Those. No.
If you check out that ping, that's kind of what our science productions are going to need to look like.
I didn't get a ping.
It was a bit ago. So he had told you it should be in history.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yep.
What?
Because of productivity. I mean, we're talking very, once you start getting the productivity research.
Well, what's the giant square of assembly machine?
That's how many assemblers you're going to need at the legendary tier.
Oh shit.
For one incoming. Approximately. So, since you will be getting some epic and some legendaries out of there, it's going to be a little askew.
So you have... See, I can't see shit because... I can't see what the recipes are because the plugin symbol is blocking it all.
Oh! Well, it's pretty straightforward. The first block, the single machine, that's the default tier. And then the next one is the rares. Yeah. It skips uncommon completely because you're going to have you're going to have 2 chances to upgrade them. So that means, or 2 guarantees of upgrade.
Well,
so
you're going to get uncommon. The base craft, the base craft.
Are we going to use productivity?
No, but the base craft with quality gives you the most uncommon. Because you go 100% chance to go up 1 level. So uncommon comes out of the base.
Yep,
right?
But then you recycle it.
And then you recycle it, and then then you get a bump. Okay, I see how I see how this flow is supposed to.
Yeah. So yeah, it's missing the belts on the other side for inputting into the things.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a complete nightmare.
It's going to be awesome. So you have one epic.
Because there's going to be very few coming out of very few epics coming out.
Right, because you're crafting and then reversing, which is a two level skip. Okay.
So there's a slight chance when you're crafting the base level of getting an epic, and then a slight chance of getting the epic ingredients when you reverse factory the uncommons.
So how does this then scale with mythic?
He did not even do that, just because the scale is already completely insane.
Like, how did where did the
randomly.
numbers, like, what productivity did you use?
This is assuming 500% productivity on the automation science packs.
That's okay. That's assuming we've. Okay.
So
What
yeah,
does this look
would be
like?
end game.
Is there a way to build this or design this to us? You know, let's assume first 100% across all of the different. Like, we have 12 different science packs to do, so like we're gonna get them all to 100%, and we're gonna get them all to 200%, and then we'll probably, depending on the settings, like it looks like 300%. So the mod that I have that's supposed to edit that, I'm gonna have to look at. So right now, 300% looks like the max, unless
Yeah, so just remove 2 of the machines from here,
and then 2 of the
rows,
rows
2 columns,
or 2 columns, yeah,
both 2 rows and 2 columns.
rows and 2. So that gives you 4x4. So that's
16
crafters. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah. So in other words, I think what we're going to want to do is find the target for the mythics. You know, the number of mythics we want to craft, and then work backwards. Of course, the mythic craft, there's not going to be many mythic crafters. There's going to be more legendaries, because it'll be skipping, 2 tiers, and then another 2 tiers to hit legendary. And we'll only be getting some mythic from the previous tiers, and then some from like the epic. That's where most of the mythic are probably going to be coming from, is the mythics coming out, or sorry, the epics coming out.
Right. What's kind of surprised me that the epic is only 1 crafter. Which I mean, I understand, like, I'm not questioning the build. I'm just like, it surprises me that epic is just 1 crafter. Like, you have, it's just, I understand how all the math works out, but it's like 1 crafter is gonna, because epics,
Right.
when it comes to mythics, like, epic is gonna immediately give us mythics right off the bat.
Yep.
Right? And so legendary also are gonna immediately craft to mythics. So, like, you have 2 different crafters now able to craft mythics. So the 16 crafters, so the very rare chance that you get like a rare to a I don't even think, like, you would not need many mythic crafters. 1, maybe
Nope.
2. Because
Correct.
like the chance of getting a recycle of like epic to mythic, I think is, it's going to happen, but it's not going to happen as often as the 1 level up. So yeah,
You'll
Okay.
probably get more uncommons out of the rares. Or sorry, you'll probably get more mythics coming out of the the rare crafter than you will out of the epics. Because the
epic crafter is going to have a 1%, no, 0.1% chance of producing a myth, because it's a 0.1, it's a 1% chance for every level, from every level, right? So you have from uncommon to rare, it's 1%, and then rare to epic is 1%, and it's 1%. And so if you go from like uncommon to like epic, you're skipping 2, so that's 0.1. And then you include the jump probability with reverse factory. Now you're leapfrogging 2 qualities for every step. So that the reason why it's so insane, everybody, is the game still has its limitations, right? You cannot produce millions of science a minute. You just can't produce that much science. So you have to abstract via quality or via whatever. You have to abstract it a little bit in order to actually reach the goal. Because the game, if you played on a purely vanilla game, 10,000 science a minute is about the max you can get. Because after that, the performance of the game it just can't handle a factory the size of what you would need, even with quality included. Like, it's very, very hard. It's possible to go over that, but it's very, very hard. So yeah, we're gonna need to cheese it in some way to get to our goal, but we're still, the way that I designed everything is the actual start of the craft, you have to feed it from the factory, right? You can't just like productivity everything out of existence, because in the past, in one of my previous ones, I allowed productivity in the actual reverse factory, right? So with max productivity modules at like mythic tier, I mean, you were getting like 40% productivity for each module, and max that out like six module slots. You didn't even need quality, even 2 modules, even 2 productivity. And for every 1 science pack you were putting in, you were getting more than 1 out, and so it was almost like an infinite loop. As long as if you circuited it right, you never needed to craft new stuff, right? It was just productivity, just stuff out of thin air, and I didn't like that at all. So what I did was that I made it so you have to have that amount of material coming in to start it, and then that is the catalyst for the quality. Vanilla Space Age can achieve greater than... Really? I've never seen anybody come close to that. Not even close.
I mean, in theory, if you get enough productivity research, sky's the limit. It's
right,
just
but
getting that much research would take millennia.
Yeah, the research productivity, like, at what point does that become... Do you reach the asymptote of the graph? Because in the early stages, you're able to research and boost that productivity of research quite a lot, but then becomes so damned expensive. The exponential curve on that there's an asymptote that you hit that it's not even worth researching more, right? There's got to be a level of productivity research. When I'm talking about this one here, there's a level at which like extra levels of this don't really pay off, right? I don't know what that is. Like, I've never researched it deep enough to know, like, at what point do you do another level that it's going to take like 5 days of real time to research that, and it only gives you another 10%, and the next research is going to be like 15 days. Like, it's just like there's a level that it's just kind of it just died. SF Hobbit, huh? I'll have to do a search for him after the stream, but I'll be curious to see it, because I've seen pretty high levels. We did 100,000 science a minute before Space Age came out. We did that, I don't know, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
I think that was modded too.
That was modded. There's 100,000 science, and yeah, we achieved it, and the production of the science was fine. It was the actual research that destroyed the server. Like, it destroyed the server when I triggered a research. Like, it just couldn't process the labs very well. Okay, so these are rare or legendary. So, unfortunately, I didn't include quality.
How much fluoroketone do we need for these fusion setups?
You need 50 barrels on each side.
Okay.
Is for the 2x2. 50 barrels on each unbarreling assembly.
Ooh, birdie. Should I set up the request for the fusion cells? Carried some over just to get it primed.
Yeah, I'll set that up in a bit.
Okay.
Now, if I trigger a research, so 2,000 a minute. What is our so we're still not producing, right? Our consumption of science. Well, is that? I don't think that's accurate because that one's hard to gauge. Because these have not reached the very end of the chain yet. Right? So these are still your basic. They have to chew through quite a lot of these in order to get to the end. So yeah, 23,000 minutes. Keeps up. Okay, let's continue our work on the Egg Express. So, we want a few deciders up here. Let's get one of these and then wire it in. We want to read moving from, read moving to. Depends the location of the edges. Value 2. No, I don't think we really need either. Read contents. That's important. All right. So okay, I got to think about the order of operations here. I want to start making this stuff. This thing uses a lot of power, which is why I was kind of waiting for this to be operational. Because yeah, this is a lot of power we're starting to use on this. It's okay. It's okay. So we want to know the egg situation and the situation with these. Okay. Now, the issue is how many eggs do we want? Right? Because not every trip, we don't need every trip to be maximum number of eggs. We want to gate the eggs. We have 10 eggs per set. Now we do have productivity on this. I don't know. Let's see. Well, let's assume some productivity. At least on this step. These are some expensive. Wow. Another 10 levels of this would be probably a couple million science. I don't think we have. So right now, I guess let's just assume 100% productivity. So taking this and one of these and saying, hey, we want 4,000 minus overgrowth output skull. That gives us how many of these we need to ground. We get one apiece. But with 100% productivity, we actually get 2. So we want to take this and say we want skull divided by 2. And we want to output more skull. One of the reasons is if you look at the setup here, I am basing, like, if we look at this, right, you can see skull is greater than 1. So skull becomes how many rockets, right? So greater than 1, greater than 2, greater than 3, greater than 4, all the way down to greater than 15. So we have 16 rockets. Each rocket is 500 eggs, unless they change it. So that's why there's 5 crafters around each of these, because I wanted these to literally output an entire rocket's worth of eggs. So each one of these is 500 eggs. Well, we don't need like a super duper amount of these, because 500 eggs, right, is going to be what, 50 crafts, which is actually 100 of these. So we're going to take this and we're going to put them over here. This is going to be the other soil. This needs to go into there. Right? And now we need to divide the egg, or the skull. The skull divided by 500 gives you skull back, I think. Actually need to look it up. So this is 3. Because it's dividing by 500, and I'm not worried about rounding. Like I don't want shenanigans. I don't want there to be eggs sitting in here. I want to use all of the eggs up. So this is now 3. Right? So we need to get 4,000 in here. We need, if we get 3 sets of eggs, which is 1,500 eggs, that is basically 3,000 of these, right? So 3 rockets here, 3 rockets here. It's not going to give us all the way to 4,000, but as we use these in our farms, as I place farms down and use the soil, I'm hoping that the ship sort of automatically brings only what we need and only what we can absolutely use. Because I don't want eggs just sitting around, because, you know, biters that spawn on this planet are like, where the hell are we? So I want to take just a plain power pole. We're going to grab this, and we're going to grab this. Now, this adds those 2 together. So now we take the 3 from this side, and the 3 from this side, and now we're at 6. This is like requesting all of the eggs. Just all of them. And it's 5,000 at a time that it will hold. And this is going to request 6 rockets. At most, it's 8 rockets. Which is actually 500. I thought these stacked to 100. Yeah, they stacked to 100. So that's 5,000. 8 rockets is 4,000. So in one trip, we'll be able to pull in. No problem. We'll be able to pull in and craft, if we need 8 rockets, pull in and craft them all, and that'll be it. Right? The ship will sit in orbit, or I'm hoping the ship will sit in orbit. Just be like, hey, we don't need any right now. Now, I think I want a timer. Do I want a timer? I think I want a timer. So let's spin up a timer really quick. So this is going to be T. This is wired. This is red. T greater than 0. Oh, where's my other timer? Where did we put that other timer? I can't remember. Where did we do that timer?
Where on the design?
Where on the save did we just do the timer yesterday?
Oh, science, ag science.
Ag science? Oh yeah, crafting of
Yep.
ag science. Okay.
Correct.
Ooh, I thought it was so crazy. Okay. And then this will be, instead it'll be skull greater than 0. And then M is I know what M is. I'm wondering if I need that much time. 6,000 would be 10 minutes. 3,000 would be 5 minutes. 3,000 sounds. And then we need to. So this will count up to 3,000 and then stop. I don't want to do that. Nope, that would be bad. That would be very, very bad. So we do a decider here. We output this and this. Just reset again. We do when T, somewhere in here, T is less than, let's say, 60, and skull greater than 0. Output skull. So what this is going to do is for 1 second, it's going to, when this thing restart or resets, so maybe we want to set it to 3540, which is at the end. Greater than. Now we gotta wait. So this will count up. The skulls will hit. It'll count up, and then trigger a pulse, a 1 second pulse of the skull. Because as we craft, right, we want to give enough time for crafting. As we craft them up, we're going to need fewer and fewer skulls. So I want enough time to pass to essentially like consume as many as possible. I just want to make sure that this thing pulses the skull. Because that is what we're going to send up to the ship. The ship is going to request all of them. Well, the ship is going to request whatever we need. Did it pulse? I just didn't even... I didn't... It happened so fast. I blinked and it was like... Somebody might want to rewind and tell me if it worked. So this, we want this to be Gleba egg demand. I didn't see it pulse.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh, it's because this is 3,000. And this is
it counted up to 2,000, and then it got
I
reset
need,
before it hit 3,000.
Yeah, I need 2940. Not. I don't know why I was on 30. Like, why did I do 30? I have no idea why I did 3,600.
3,600 would be 10 minutes? 60 seconds? 60 texts a second?
It'd be 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's the pulse. So 3,000 is... Yeah, what I want is 30,000, not 3,000. Anyway, that's here and there. I'm sort of I'm combinating myself into oblivion, and I've kind of lost the thread of what I was trying to do. Because what I need to do. Okay, maybe I can ask Osh, my circuit guru.
Sure, what's up?
Right. Okay. So I've got the skull value, which is the number of rockets I need. Right?
Okay.
I need that value back on Navi. Right? Because when I arrive with the ship, I only want to send that many rockets. Right? So the planet is limiting my rockets. Now, what I'm trying to do with this timer is when the ship arrives and delivers the eggs, I want the timer to kick in and delay the signal beaming back until essentially the eggs are all used up. Right? So I want maybe the this maybe I'll use green here. So I can do an and on this and eggs, and they're in here somewhere. There it is. Eggs equals 0. Okay. Because when there's eggs in here, I want the timer to stop. I don't want it to send a signal at all. Do I even need a timer? I don't know if I need a timer. Because what I'm going to try to do on the ship, right, is this is going to send a signal. Yeah, I'm probably making this too complicated. So let's move this down. Let's move this in. And let's do eggs equals 0. Right? So now skull is greater than 0, eggs equals 0. So we have 0 eggs which means we need to request 6 ships or 6 rockets worth of it. That's essentially what this does. And this is taking into account right here, divided by 2. This is taking into account productivity, which we have at 100%. And boosting this productivity, not really possible. But okay, let's send the signal via green into here. So this is sending Skull 6 and let's do a constant signal of Gleba. And send this into here. Add output. We need, yeah, I want a signal of like what is requesting. Essentially like this. So the Gleba request is going to have Gleba. The Prometheum ship is going to have its own, like, probably going to be like the Prometheum asteroid, which is like, hey, if the Gleba ship and the Prometheum ship are in orbit at the same time, don't send any eggs. We need to get rid of one of those or do something because we need to get rid of that. Okay, so this is then sending this into orbit on this Gleba egg demand. So we're getting a signal of 6 skulls and a Gleba 1. I mean, I could set Gleba. I could set a custom number on this because yeah, let's do that. Let's do Gleba 7, right? And so you can send this Gleba 7 because a 1 is like move to, a 2 is move from, and a 3 is in orbit, right? So it uses those numbers. Doesn't use 7. So we could even add the Gleba signals and say, hey, if Gleba equals 10, right, that means we're in Gleba orbit, which is nice. But anyway, all right, that took care of this process. And let's go to the ship. And we want this to be Gleba egg demand. The whole reason I did that is so this could get that signal. And we could send that signal in, right? We could send it into this. We would want to add Gleba circuit condition if I want to put like, I might want to start building this thing. Let's send this. We need to build it. Okie dokie.
By the way, I checked out a little bit of that guy's video,
Mhm.
and his base is enormous. He said in the intro that he's been working on it since the release of Space Age.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. His science productivity was level 75. So that'd be what, 750%?
That would be.
And yeah, his base was huge. So is it doable? Sure, but
Multiplayer, it's
it
also
would
a
be
different
huge.
equation on multiplayer. When you're playing it local
Yeah.
on your local machine, you're able to have a way more horsepower behind it. When you're playing on a server, the server is having to send the same data to multiple people, and that is taxing. So there might come a time when we get close to this goal that I have to then be the one hosting, and then Oz is just going to have to make do with whatever pitiful performance he gets, because in order to get the achievement, it's going to need, it's going to be an interesting ride.
It also sounds like you had to do a lot of optimization for UPS, which is no terrible surprise.
Right. This coming in here. The reason I'm doing this filter. I want to be able to send up. I want to be able to send up some ice to jumpstart this. I'll say these two. I don't want to send up too much ice. This is just gonna. Okay, I think I just gotta bite the bullet. And wow, watch Navis. See how fast it takes to to build this thing. Is that it? No, it's gotta wait. It's limited by how many cargo pods it can land at once. These are wrong. Ammo.
Oh, shoot!
They're all like weirdly. They're not copy and pasteable. They're all sorts of discombobulated.
Oh, there's the freezing warehouses. I was wondering why they were discolored.
I don't want my eggs going back.
Yep. Well, I'm working the other way for the ammo, changing
Okay.
it to regular to piercing. Are there none in the back, I take it?
No. The gun turrets are pretty good. Did I flip this? I must have. Huh. Yeah, I must have flipped it at some point. We need these. Which? Where's my clock? No. Now. This is not 20. Jesus. One, please. Crying out loud. I don't want 20 nuclear reactors in here. These really have a stack size of 10? Oh, they do. What's that in your pocket? Oh, just 10 nuclear reactors. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. No judge.
And a banana.
Yeah, is that a nuclear reactor in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? Why not both? There's. There. There's the one nuclear reactor. Oh yeah, I need to. There we go. What else? All right, Express should be near complete. Oh, we have a few more things. I get mesmerized by the rocket launches or the taking out of asteroids and stuff. You just watch it. And just, like, always miss that. Okay, and look at the Express again. It is needing tanks. It's 3 tanks. And then 3 top tier fountains. But the tanks, there's no reason to send high level tanks. 3. Instead of like min-maxing every rocket, it's just like now we're just at the point of just like, let's just send it. Who cares? Okay. So yeah, like I said, I've been waiting to set those up. A little bit of ammo. A little bit of ammo production there. It's all good. All good. You know, the... Okay, I gotta make sure we're not wasting... the stone, we're gonna send that out. Okay, so this obviously calcite, so this greater than 80, calcite equals 0. Interesting. This equals 0, calcite is greater than 80. I need calcite. Oh no, it's not backed up yet. We're limited on the asteroids that we have access to. We just gotta wait a little bit.
Did you say you got stacking for asteroid chunks working?
Yeah, asteroid chunk stack. I stacked 10.
Crazy.
I just don't have any stacking on the belts right now because it's just like,
Yeah, it'd be a lot. And then they'd be all spread out. And...
it looks like the intention behind this is actually working. So this one here. Yeah, this one is controlling the voiding. Can we make this stack? Bring in some legendary stacks. Holy loaded, like 200,000 legendary green red science. That's
Yep.
insanity. Oh yeah, some of these crazy ones, like who doesn't need sticks? Eek.
Oh, interesting. It doesn't say that the productivity is maxed out on stone or brick.
Yeah, so I don't know I don't know where that variable is set, where that max productivity. I thought it was a master set for everybody, but I actually looked at the recipe for gears, and there's no the little itty bitty recipe for gears. There's no productivity like limit specified on that recipe itself, unless it's some other weird, Space Age has a recipe. Who knows where that's coming from? But I would have to look that
Or
up.
maybe since you have exactly 30 levels, it doesn't trigger because, sure, it's at its limit, but it doesn't have to say that it is because it's
Gears is level
right.
35.
Yep, but I mean brick.
Oh,
Brick says
I mean, I could do another brick just to test
Yeah.
that theory.
Oh no, it's 310 now, so yeah. Gears has the limit, bricks do not. Huh.
What the hell? Where is that limit coming from? Like what variable do I have to set, and why isn't the mod setting it?
Yeah.
I set it to 500%. So shouldn't that blanket do everybody? I don't know. I don't know where that value is coming from. So like, let's just research the things. I mean, I don't.
Perhaps Gears had extra scrutiny because it's closer to being above that 30 or 300% because it can be done at a foundry, whereas bricks cannot.
Yeah, maybe Space Age has a separate thing or a separate recipe, but the recipe for gears, the casting of gears, right? We can look at gears, is a different recipe. It's a different tree, and researching 31 levels of this is going to be few science.
Just a couple.
Yeah, that last one was 14,000. So another 20 levels, and we're looking at several 100,000, probably close to 1,000,000 science, just to get casting it. So the regular gear recipe that it's buffing is the one that's from like assembly machine. That's the one that's buffing that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do past that. All right, let's go back to the Express. I still chuckle inside every time I see that. Hopper stopped. Why did you stop? You we need to set this to like
Might need to get it on the road. So
Yeah,
it has time to back up
it's-
all the metallic.
we've got so much ammo. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah.
This needs to be set. Oh, we have 800 in there. Yeah, we have a little bit too much. Little bit. Okay, do we need anything else? Uncheck, check. Well, we don't. We are good to go. So, uncheck that before you do any building. Otherwise, you're going to be sending rockets back and forth. It's gonna be crazy. So, this, we want... Do we need moving to? We need moving from?
Is that for what the circuitry?
We is it adding these? Yeah, it is. It's Yep. Okay. So when you have both of these checked, this is where those are coming. Okay. I'm starting to understand this a little bit. Sends a location at the end of the space connection. which the platform is traveling along. To tell the signal apart, moving from signal, the signal is transmitting the value of 2. So 1 is moving from, moving 2 is 2. If they're both checked and it's 3, that means it's in orbit because it's moving from and to, basically stop. So it's orbit around Navi. But if we were moving, say, towards Gleba, right, Navi would be 1, Gleba would be 2. Right? And so we're getting Gleba egg demand. Right? We're getting none. Why are we not getting any values? Oh, that's because it's an idiot. It's on the green side. Isn't it? What is going on here? Leave an egg demand. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is what's getting. Okay. There we go. Oh shit. That's not good. Nope. This was sending, yeah, this was bad. This needs to send down to the planet from the ship. So this is a different channel. We're gonna rebuild it because I don't want the channel thing. So this is, what do we want to name it? This is Gleba Egg Demand. This is coming from this ship. This one is going to be the one to send down to Navi. So this is going to be Gleba Egg Express. Chocolate.
The research is done.
I would imagine. Casting gear, yeah. I mean, I can try to do another 10, but I don't think we have enough science.
Take a while.
Like, I don't think it would take a while. I just don't think we have enough science for it. It would be over 100,000 science, and it would finish in less time it would take a ship to go from Aquila to Navi. So it would be very, very fast. I mean, there's a couple other ones in here. We could, depending on how much we want to do on Gleba. Well, let's round these out. Why not? Get everything to 10. That way math is a little easier. I like easy math. Okay, so this one, we're going to do red to here. Because we're reading... We're going to read this, sending down. We are going to need some deciders, though, to send this signal. So, take that away. This, we got all the signals down. We have this skull, this Navi here. Novice. If novice greater than 0 on can't do both. Okay. What is... I gotta think. Okay. What is this supposed to control? We're getting a signal from the planet of the number of eggs. We can tie into this signal, right? The same signal on Novice. So that is done for us. We don't need to do any processing on that. We can do that. But it's going to control the ship a little bit, which is why I'm feeding that information. So this ship, what does it need to communicate with Novice? It needs to communicate, are we in orbit? And we need to send Gleba 1. This is the symbol of this ship. Right? This is the Gleba Egg Express. I mean, we could send eggs, but I wanted to be like, I wish instead of 1, oh, you can set a constant. Boy, that would have been my brain. It's funny. That button has probably always been there, and I've literally never really acknowledged that it existed, because I've always been like, oh, how do I get around that 1? What if I want to set it to a different number? And I just completely ignored that button. It's weird how your brain does that sometimes.
Whoops.
So, like, if Novice is greater than 0, actually, I want to set this equal to 3. We are in orbit above Novice. This ship is in orbit above Novice. That means we are ready for eggs, which means we need to say, do we need eggs? And are we in orbit? So we need to combine the logic between these and say, all right, the skulls tell us how many rockets. The Gleba symbol tells me the ship is in place. And then we have a Prometheum ship that's going to request. And we need to make sure that the Gleba signal and the Prometheum symbol are not, like, we need to make sure that they're not in orbit at the same time. So this is giving us a Gleba 7. And I think that this... Do I even need this one here? I think... Yeah. So we want to do Navi. Hey, ooh, this is something. Let's waste another rocket. Bring up an arithmetic company. This is something. We can grab this. Right. We can say skull times 500 equals ghost. At some point, there it is. Right? Skull times 500 equals 3,000. Right? So this, rather than being what else? What other signal are we getting here? If I remove this, now we're just getting Gleba 7 and Skull 6. Gleba 7, I'm going to change on Gleba. My planetary one, I'm going to set to 5. So on the planet, or the planetary draw, or the draw itself. How do you get... So now this is 5. So this is all this signal does is tell me, like, hey, where is this demand coming from? the skull times 6 equals 500. Is there your 3,000 ghosts? Now I can take this and push it into here and say eggs equals what? I can't select a symbol? Pipe. Big equals pipe. Why can't I set a symbol in? Like a circuit symbol. I mean, this allows me. But I can't merge, I can't compare a circuit to a cargo. So I have to then turn just back to ghost. Take this away. Get a decider. Okay. We're gonna have green go into here. We're gonna have a red go into here. Right? And we're gonna be on the green, we're gonna have ghost. Well, let's do red eggs equals ghost. That's on green. Okay. Eggs equals ghost. Output green. Yeah, sure. One. And then this goes into. And we can say circuit green greater than 0. Take that away. And you could add a timer to this, so as soon as the eggs arrive, you're doing. But we've got these refrigerated units, which should be more than enough, more than sufficient. Okay, so this, we're getting the skulls. This will just make sure that we don't leave prematurely. Not that we would, but make sure that we're staying in orbit. And then this is sending, I believe, a 7. And then we want, well, we want this to be a red. The planetary side is coming in green. I have this wire connected here just so I can mouse over and see what values I'm getting. So this just tells the planet, hey, I'm in orbit. That's basically all this does. So yeah, it's unfortunate that there's no other way to do this. So Gleba, now we want to set up one of these. No. Decider. We're going to connect the green to there. So this is, remember, this is coming off of gleba. So this signal, if skull is greater than 0, on let's see, we might need red as well. If skull is greater than 0 on green, and gleba on red equals 3. Skulls is greater than 0. We need eggs. Gleba equals 3. We're in orbit above gleba. Right? That's when we're in orbit above gleba, gleba will equal 3. Because we got both of these checked. When that happens, output red. And we want this will be output in here. And then this, when red equals 1. Right? So we're not doing any interrupts with this. I mean, we could do an interrupt. That we could park this thing above gleba, and we can add an interrupt based on the red symbol. Right? When we get the red symbol, although we'd have to remove gleba this entirely. No, we really couldn't. But we could trigger it. I mean, what happens when you're midway to a planet, you're partially to a planet, and it loses the signal that sent it, or the interrupt that sent it? Does it finish the journey, or does it turn around? If anybody knows, let me know. Because if I triggered it based on just number of skulls, like, hey, I need skulls, that it would never stop. The signal would never stop. So what I could do is I could be like, remove this, add an interrupt, I'm just kind of spitballing here. I gotta find the eggs. They're so hard to find in here. There's so many symbols. I know everybody at home, just like their eyes just go right to it, but there it is. Eggs requested. Interrupt condition. Circuit. Red. Greater than 0. Interrupt station. Novice. Circuit condition. Green. Greater than 0. Okay. So let's I gotta think about this logically. The circuit condition red greater than 0. We get triggered when we need eggs. So instead we want to do time pass 40 seconds. And remove it. So it just sits at gleba, and it's just every 40 seconds it checks, right? In that 40-second time, it's not doing anything. As soon as it's done with the 40 seconds, it checks its interrupts. It just reevaluates itself. And if it doesn't need anything, it restarts the 40 seconds. So you can change that 40 seconds to whatever value you want to delay between trips. So it'll get down to that 40 seconds and be like, all right, what's the red? Is red greater than 0? Right? We have eggs. We're above gleba. Like this triggers. We need eggs. Then it jumps, and it starts the interrupt. Now, I'm hopeful that once you leave gleba, like once you leave, this no longer applies because you'll lose because gleba will no longer equal 3. So is it a wise thing? When the conditions are met, the interrupt will activate and append all targets to the schedule as temporary stops. So does it follow through with the condition and then hit the target and like it doesn't matter what happens to the red symbol? That's my biggest question. What happens when this thing happens? And then it hits novice and it's like, okay, we're on novice now. Novice is like, okay, we have skulls that we need. We have eggs as soon as we get the eggs, because the launchers will detect and launch if needed. Now, I don't really have anything in here that says like go away. Like there's too many things to launch in right now. And that would be a problem. So we could set this to time passed and just do like, I don't know, 300. Right? 5 minutes passes and we haven't gotten any eggs yet. Right? Go back to gleba. It ends this. We don't want to unload. It ends this and goes back to gleba and basically starts to cycle over again. This would allow the Prometheum ship that's maybe dumping Prometheum and grabbing eggs and doing all of that. It would give it time to basically go elsewhere, run out of Prometheum and go elsewhere. So is this full? This is full. I need to request these. I mean, this is a pathetic amount, so we want to do this and say if ice is less than like you get a little bit more on here. I didn't want to run out. Okay, so a lot of this stuff we don't need. Let's drop it back onto the planet. Why is there a bunch? Okay, all the blue inserts. That's boy, that produced a lot of ammo. I'm really glad I caught. I'm really glad I caught that because this thing would have completely filled up with ammo. I'm going to leave these here because I just... And maybe those. Okay, what is my speed limit? 40. Let's do like 80. Okay. Let's send it to gleba. limp along. It's pretty full on things, so we're doing pretty good. Filled up. This thing is starting. We're slowly using some power, but this is heating up much faster. It's still 500 degrees, right? This doesn't. Oop. There we go. Now we have lots of. Oh, it's such a big difference when you have like legendary stuff. And this thing could go way faster. Like it could cruise with legendary engines. Whoo! It can cruise. I want to do a dry run here. Because then we should get to Gleba. It'll sit for 40 seconds. We definitely want to check this box. We have to unload at Gleba. That's the whole point of this ship. So it'll sit for 40 seconds. It'll realize, hey, we have a red thing. But the test is, the moment they leave Gleba, right, that value changes. Right, so Gleba is 3. Right, this is true. As soon as this does this, conditions have been met. It's just, we just got to sit here for 40 seconds. Patience is key. So what happens when this thing triggers and then the circuit condition ends? Okay. It officially goes to the destination. It triggers it. Excellent. Now we need to figure out this. Oh, get rid of that damn music. The space music, most of the music in the game is good, but man, in space, it's freaking annoying. We have one of these, and one of these. Okay, so this is going to be Gleba Express, and this one's going to be Gleba Egg Demand, which is the planet, and this is the ship. Okay. So, some of this circuitry, the timer is off right now, so it's fine. This is for a test, so we don't want to do that. Some of this circuitry is kind of temporary. So this, novice equals 3. Methium divided by 1, 2. Yeah, this is all old. Need to. The skull output here is important, right? This is taking promethium divided by 1200 and 1200 in the old game. You can see the minimum amount needed for a single rocket launch, 800 eggs, outputs the result. This changes with my promethium mod. So the variables changed. Which is why I kind of left the stub here. It just doesn't. The important thing is we want to output eggs greater than 0. Let's see. I just gotta. I'm sorry. Where are these input signals? Oh. Yeah. There is a. One of the. Yeah, this one here is connected. Read orbital requests. We want. That's one thing we failed to do. Let's do this. We want to add. Egg. We want okay. Because you put the egg demand of the maximum amount of eggs that you want to carry. Well, we're only going to launch what we need, right? So the demand still has to be there. Otherwise, you launch stuff into, like, it doesn't have anywhere to go. You can't control, right? I cannot control where these rockets go. What if I could? I think there's a mod that sort of tries to hack a way to do it, but I don't really want to hack that does it. If biters biters appear on your ship, it's a bad day. All right. So we want, like, this is going to be the egg demand. So we want, like, red coming in here. Green. Leave an egg express. It's the opposite of this. So let's that. There we go. I had a 50-50 chance. Okay. Signals red egg express means what? That's 5. There's 7. Okay. I just had to remind myself. The 7, that is, we are in orbit. Right. So we want to do red. So if Liba equals 7 on the red, and skulls greater than 0 on the green, output skulls, input. This, right? The skulls is the thing. The other one we want, the other one we're going to do is basically like, let's just spitball it here. We're going to do novice equals 7. And Prometheum asteroid greater than 0. Right? So this is going to come from the Prometheum ship. Is novice equals 7 is going to be, hey, Prometheum ship is in orbit. Prometheum is greater than 0 means, hey, we need Prometheum. Or we need eggs for Prometheum. Which is where this is going to come from. But we'd probably want to do skulls again. Just because it's a standard. Because then we output skulls. Right? And so we have another decider. With a red on this side and a green on this side. If skull, greater than. Okay. This left orbit, which is why, right? That's the whole point, is to have this thing leave orbit. If it's, you know, it may pout, it may complain, but it is what it is. So if both of these are true, okay, so the first one is if this equals 0 and this is greater than 0, or if this is greater than 0 and this equals 0. Output skull. Right? It's basically an and. It's an exclusive and. We want 1 equal to 0 and 1 not equal to 0. But we don't care which one. We just want one or the other. If they're both, don't do anything. Right? If they're both, then we don't want a signal passing through at all. So where does this green wire go? So it goes down here, which is getting this, I think. This combinator decides how many silos to launch. Circuit only runs when constant T equals 1 combinator. We want to get rid of that. That's confusing me. This is biter eggs. I don't know. That is for testing. So this, we need to sort of finagle this now. So this thing here, this is our circuit that does basically what this is doing. And we're going to do the math on the ship to calculate like how many rockets we need. Like we're not going to mess around with this on the planet. I mean, we could, but it could be done up here. Basically what I want from here on down is the number of rockets we want. Right? So if this equals 0 and this not equals 0, we're passing one of them through, which is why we're passing this one. Right. So let's go back. Egg Express. This is going to request now. I think we're just about there. This. I'm gonna create a little bridge like this. So this coming in is the number. Yeah, we're not going to need this because this T is what gets the skull. Egg is greater than 0, and then we're going to need a novice. Well, I don't think that's needed. Don't know what this. Okay, this skull is now 6, right? So this one is true. It's passing 6. If they were both true, it wouldn't pass anything. So we take this here, here, and now this is now greater than 0. I think this is, we can just disconnect this. Now, as soon as I trigger the timer, we're going to get a line. So let's do this. But it only should trigger like 6 rockets. Man, did it leave again? No. Why didn't it trigger? That usually triggers. Oh, okay. Let's turn this off. Delete this. 6 rockets? 6 rockets. And I have the timer at like 30,000. So it takes a long time to do it. But I'm gonna turn this timer off for the time being. I want this to get their 3,000. This should trigger this. Boom. Because that literally is equals to our ghost. Now we want to go to Gleba and make sure we are actually requesting the eggs. So let's do this. Set this to Gleba eggs. This is going to be 4,000. It's just the same, whatever. It's the maximum amount that we can actually grab at once, or that we really need. So if we go... Leave it. There it is. This should. Why is there bioflux? Why is there bioflux? Put it all in. So this should hit orbit, okay, drop the eggs, which should immediately come over here and start getting crafted. As soon as the eggs land, they should be in here very soon. This is where I was thinking I would need a timer, right? Because it's going to drop eggs. Do I have a timer on that? Yeah, I have a timer on it. So it's going to have 40 seconds pass. So there's going to be 40 seconds before it even checks the circuit condition, which should be more than enough time for the eggs to like land and be distributed and for this to turn off. And as long as there's eggs in here that are processing, the signal does not turn back on again. Right? There's no output if there's eggs. just gotta wait. There's the eggs coming down. So the timer, the wait, yeah, the 40 seconds, we can adjust that if needed. Takes about 30 seconds to come down here. This immediately does this, which triggers and turns this off. This starts crafting. Why are these at... You need to be 10, please. You are way too slow. And it won't, the circuit won't trigger, right? That red symbol won't trigger as long as we have eggs here in process. It's not a continuous craft, but it doesn't need to be. Right? It just needs to be a little bit more consistent than what it was. And yeah, we have a little bit of, and because these were, I was stupid and didn't have these, didn't double check to make sure these were 10. Because doing 10 at a time is, this just ensures that it's good to go. And the craft time on these is long enough where it's like, okay, well, even with legendary, it's still taking its sweet time. And finally, we get rid of the little blinky that is, oh god, so long. All right, I just gotta wait until these are all empty because it's gonna be. We're gonna have 4 over there and 6 over here. So let's just drop here, and there we go. Now, this triggered again, and it still wants 6. Did I do this math wrong or something? Did I? $4,000 minus 305 that we have equals 3.6 thousand. 3.6 thousand divided by 2 is 1.8 thousand. 1.8 thousand divided by 500. Oh. No. Yeah. 1.8 thousand crafts. I think I need to divide by 50. Right? I need to divide by 50. Because it's not 1 egg per craft. It's 10 eggs per craft. And I need 1.8 thousand crafts. So I need to multiply by 10. Let's think about this. The way that it is now, we're not gonna have any disaster. But I want to make sure that we have a place that these things unload. And I don't have any. Let's go grab. Let's go grab some sweet. Buffer. This. The reason I want better qualities of these is they have more storage. Way more storage. Ooh, that was a lot. Oh, God. Yep. I did a thing. Did it again. I forgot to Grab those. All right. Now let's go. Leave a card. So we are actually able to request, instead of 4,000, we are able to request 500 times 16. That's 8,000. Is that right? Five, eight. So, yeah, that's 8 rows. This is more than enough storage. I just wanted to make sure that we out for that. So yeah, I think my math here is wrong. So we have 4,000 minus, that gives us how many we need to fulfill basically our profit. We divide it by 2 because this is 50% predictable, which gives us 1.8 thousand crafts. But then we divide it by 500. But I think we need to multiply it by 10. Right? That is what I think we need. 36,000. Okay. So this thing, oh, that's the wrong one. This thing is demanding 8,000. Which is the most that we can actually launch. So let's go back to Novice. Oh, we have to go back to Novice. And trigger the timer. And this should send all of them. The reason I have it timed like this is it takes, right? It empties them all out, and it takes, even at Legendary, it still takes a little while for them to refresh themselves. But this should get all 8,000. Whoosh. Oh, we were one cargo bay shy. I could add another one onto this. And that should trigger we need to do eggs or eggs equals 8,000. Which means we're full. Because, you know, we could have all of them. We could have what we need. Right? But we could also be full. So eggs is equal to 8,000, which is what we have. Now this eggs is so this ghost value times by 500. Skull times 500. 18 million. No? Why? What am I doing here? $36,000 skull. $1,800 times 10 is how many eggs we need. But if each rocket is 500, we need 1,800 crafts. That's 10 eggs apiece. I think we might need another combinator because we need to divide this number by 500. Is there a way to... Oop. Skull. Divided by 5. There we go. Much better. Why is this 31? Why? We use stack. It will only do 10. I think that first bot dropped 1 off, and it was like, ooh, I'm going to grab that. Like, no, no, no. Only grab 10. Oh, shit. This ran out. I completely forgot about the actual supply. Are we just out? I need to go back to novice. I'm gonna turn this off. I have a feeling I'm gonna run into a problem with like seeds and stuff soon. Yeah, this should now. Yeah, we are reducing. Yeah, so we have. This is a multi. I really wish the arithmetic, you could do the same thing as the decider and have a bunch. Have just like a cascading math problem. You take this and you do this, and you just manipulate a variable, and then you output variable, whatever. But it's just nitpicky. Once you learn the system, it's not too bad. We have lots and lots and lots. So. Now we're down to 59. I think we started this at 72. So now if we look at our ship, this should be... Well, we're not getting the signal yet, right? So skull times 500, we're not getting that from the planet. There's still eggs. There it is. So 57 times 500 is 28,000. eggs is equal to 28,000, or eggs is equal to 8,000. Right? Which is the most that we're going to move at once. Because it's the most we can launch it. Right? To launch more would mean sitting there waiting for more to be available, and that would be a problem. So that was a monster of a headache. But it's going to allow us to expand Gleba, right, and expand the farms, because I've carved out this area in here. If you see, there's no like green dots. I carved out a section in here, and if we look at my blueprints, you can see these are not jelly nut. These are your mock. Oh no, these are jelly nut. Okay. So the jelly nut ones, you can see, have the overgrowth soil in there. So I can just place these, and it's just automatically going to drop overgrowth soil. But if you look at these, each one of these is 423 soil. It's a lot. So it goes fast. Like, we just crafted, like, that's enough for 2 of those builds, is what we just crafted. All right, let's check these. Eggs are empty. Now, we used a unholy amount of spoilage when we make these. These each are 50 spoilage. The other thing we need to pay attention to is our seeds, right? So we need to watch out, because if I enable this and I log off the server and we run out of seeds, then we got a bunch of eggs sitting up, just sitting there with no seed. The seeds don't come in that fast. And that would be a huge problem. I don't know exactly how many seeds. I mean, each one of these says 5.4 seeds, right? Because this needs 5 and then this needs 2. But with productivity, that number definitely doesn't take productivity. So we would need, a few thousand. We would need to make sure we have a few thousands. So I think we will probably do like that. Because I can't cross these because these are in everything. These are in everything. So we want a short circuit override for this. So we're going to grab a decider. I like deciders because they are straightforward and it's like an if statement, which I am intimately familiar with. Well, we want, having eggs in here, I think maybe, yeah, we don't want to empty, so these are 15,000, greater than 500. So these will empty until it hits 500. I think instead of reading this, we're going to read this like that. Because this is already set to be like, oh, if you're under 500 or if you hit 500, don't send them to this warehouse. These warehouses are like, this is the buffer, or this is the excess. And I could create like legendary warehouses, which 4,500. Now you got to be careful because every slot in an inventory has a line item in a lieu of file, right? So you have slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4. It doesn't be like inventory quantity this. It doesn't, it's not a single line item. It is 1,800 different line items. Really? So you got to be very careful with how many warehouses and how big they are. The bigger the warehouse, much more inventory scanning has to be. Because remember, it stops when it scans an inventory, it starts at the bottom and works its way up. So, you know, if you have 5 stacks in here, it's got to go and search, you know, 4,400 plus slots, and then it'll hit yours. So it's very inefficient. It's way more inefficient the more empty an inventory. The more full it is, the faster it hits those numbers. Okay, so this first one here, we're gonna connect with a green on this side, and we're gonna connect with a green on this side. And we're gonna say, hey, if seeds is let's see. Let's just say 10 seeds. It's gonna bring 8,000 eggs, which is 800 crafts. Which not 10 eggs, it's more like 6 eggs. This could be very one-sided, so we gotta, each side has to make sure we have enough seeds to do a whole thing. Of course, we could do something with skull. We could just go crazy over here. We used roughly like 3,000 crafting or eggs. Sorry, 3,000 seeds. I'm getting tired. If you haven't noticed. So we want greater than 4,000. Is that even remote? I don't think that's. Is that even remotely enough? I think that. So this one will be jelly nut. Greater than. Well, less than 4,000. It's actually said it. Less than. We want to off switch. No entry. No entry. This. Do I have a decider anywhere in here? Don't. This. This is a decider. Right? So if we get a 1 from here or a 1 from here, it'll combine to 2, but we want it to be 0. Because if we're out of eggs on either one side, we gotta not do any requests of eggs, because you could sit and program like major complex system and be like, okay, I want this many eggs over here, this many eggs over here, this many seeds over here, this many seeds. And you could have this cascading system. But I'm tired and I don't want to do that. And yeah, our power draw has reduced a lot. since we have this system. But the quality grind, for what it's worth, we covered in great detail. And now it's a matter of, well, I think between now and Wednesday, what we're going to need to do is sort of evaluate what we need, and where we can build and maybe prototype some of the researches, because yeah, if we only need one crafter, if Oss's setup is accurate. Oh, he's actually working on it. I don't know where he put that. It was on Navi somewhere. I don't know where he put it. He might have
There's the other one I took down.
Okay, the other one he took down.
Yep.
So he's working on a setup, which is awesome. I like to see it. The other thing I want to do is show like what Prometheum ship, like what does a Prometheum ship look like? So if we go to ship designs, and this is going to be a starting point, and I'm definitely going to have to redesign this. But like something like this, right? So this thing is nuts, and it's going to need massive redesign. Like, it's so bad and ugly and icky, and it's just bad. We need to integrate, casting of ammo. We can cast. We can even cast railgun ammo, which is a huge, huge boon. And there's a lot of empty space in here. There's a lot of kind of wasted space. And yeah, everything is set up to be legendary. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that we can look at. But we've got a little nubbin coming out the front, because that's like, as I was saying before with my rocket turrets, that's the primary like center of influence. As it's flying into space, like that is having everything centered around that allows you to clear the immediate path in front of you. And also, you can use the grabby hands to grab the stuff for the factory. So like I like this little nubbin sticking out. The ones that are just flat and just plowing through, like, yeah, they work. And you've got to, really be careful with how much what you're doing here. But yeah, I really want to redesign all of this. It's so bad. It's so bad. And these errors here are because we haven't researched the Prometheum, the next Prometheum step. So this is the Mark II, technically the Mark II, Mark I. Is very much akin to what I did before, which is with all the with all the belts and such. And this is when here is I downloaded this. I haven't ever built this. I have no idea. This doesn't actually accumulate any Prometheum. The other thing I want to do is we want to do space science, but we also want to have a grinder for space science. So we need to have a craft for space science and then a grinder for space science. So we're sending down, legendary or mythic tier science. So that'll be fun. The redesigning of a ship usually takes a little while. It's a lot of information to sort of absorb and process. But yeah, this. Wow, we actually good. So let's do. What do we want to? What research do we want to do to? I don't even know. Remember, we top out at about 23,000 science a minute. the game is just going along. It does pretty good at this level. There it is, 23,000 plateaus. The science permitted the number there is lower because it's a running average, rolling average. So it's just like, I don't know what the timestamp is, but you have to research for 10 minutes at this level to actually, so you can see the 0 to 10. So in 10 minutes, if we keep this up, then it'll be like, oh, this is 20,000, 23,000. Although it looks like it's climbing pretty fast. It must be a minute. Yeah, it must be a minute rather than 10 minutes. Wow. That's a lot of data points. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. And yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Consider being a patron or channel member and supporting that, and joining us on these streams, multiplayer streams. So yeah, hopefully everybody has a great rest of the weekend, and hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday, where we will continue the saga. And we're making major progress now. Now it's just a matter of scale. Yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on